Chapter 1539 Gale Celestial Stone Pill. Chapter 1539 Gale Celestial Stone Pill. Easy? You're saying that the Meridian Heaven Heart Pill is easy? Ha! Truly shameless boasting. Ning Xiu was utterly speechless. She really did not know where Yi Yuan's confidence came from, to actually be this arrogant. Meridian Heaven Heart Pill was a middle-grade rank 3 divine pill. Furthermore, it was a very difficult to refine type among rank 3 middle-grade divine pills. Ning Xiu's talent was extremely high. One should not look at how she was young. She was already a middle-rank 3-star alchemy God. This Meridian Heaven Heart Pill was precisely the medicinal pill that she failed to refine for a long time. This medicinal pill's refinement difficulty was immense. Even if Ning Xiu's master refined it, he could only occasionally refine one to superior grade. One had to know, her master was a 4-star alchemy God. This KY boy in front of her was actually so arrogant. Yi Yuan gave Ning Xiu a glance and said smilingly, Meridian Heaven Heart Pill, the refinement fee is 2 million divine essence stones. Do you have them? Ning Xiu glared and said angrily, Don't you look down on people? Isn't it a mere 2 million divine essence stones? This young master is poor until I'm only left with divine essence stones. Yi Yuan laughed in spite of himself and said, All right then, you wait. Finished talking, Yi Yuan turned around and entered the inner hall. Although 2 hours said, everyone did not leave. Instead, there was a trend of gathering more and more. Will grant all requests. This gimmick was indeed rather beckoning. Everyone all wanted to see if this ridiculously young alchemist really had the standard, or was a half bucket of water slows. Plussing around. But everyone was very pessimistic about Yi Yuan. Such a young alchemist, even if he was really a 3-star alchemist, it was also impossible to have a very high standard. Since Ning Xiu came to kick down the dojo, the pill formula that she took out definitely was not some commonplace pill formula. Ordinary alchemists probably could not refine it. But at this time, Yi Yuan slowly came out from the inner hall. Seeing Yi Yuan come out so quickly, Ning Xiu's face revealed a smug smile. Kid can't refine it, right? Did you ruin all of my spirit medicines? The Meridian Heaven Heart Pill, this level of medicinal pill, how can it be what any random Tom, Dick, and Harry can refine? Ning Xiu said smugly. This Meridian Heaven Heart Pill, even if her master came to refine it, the process still needed half a day's time too. Refining it in 2 hours? Ning Xiu did not even consider this being possible at all. This kid is totally putting up an act. Still will grant all requests. What a joke. Isn't that so? No idea where the dragon-slaying gang found this kid either. Isn't this asking for trouble? The Meridian Heaven Heart Pill, I heard before. It's a very difficult to refine middle-grade rank 3 divine pill. This brat's hair isn't even fully grown, can he refine it? Come, let's smash the signboard together. Isn't this making fun of us? Ning Xiu was all roused up when she heard and said delightedly, You don't have any objection about me SMAs. Plussing the signboard now, right? Oh right, my spirit medicine's money, you got to compensate me. A total of 500,000 divine essence stones. As she said, Ning Xiu was going to smash the signboard. Ning Xiu's body had just risen to midair and then was dragged down by Yi Yuan. She could not help saying in exasperation, You punk, are you courting death? Yi Yuan ignored her, but stretched his hand out and said, Give it. Ning Xiu froze and said, Give what? Yi Yuan said, 2 million divine essence stones. Ning Xiu blew her top all at once and bellowed, You didn't even refine the medicinal pill and still want to ask me for divine essence stones? You're not duping people, you're a scam shop. Yi Yuan said coolly, Who told you that I didn't refine it? Ning Xiu snickered and said, Rubbus. Plus 2 hours, you can refine the Meridian Heaven Heart Pill? If you were to refine it, I'll eat the medicine cauldron. Yi Yuan fished out a small jade box. The moment the jade box opened, a medicinal fragrance that gladdened the heart and refreshed the mind instantly spread out. Ning Siyu's smile immediately froze there, looking at that dark red medicinal pill in disbelief. This is impossible. Divine grade meridian heaven heart pill? Why were you? Where did you get it from? Ning Siyu was like a startled little rabbit, at a loss on what to do and where to go. Her master could not even refine a heaven-grade meridian heaven heart pill, let alone divine grade. This kid actually brought a divine grade out. This is really a divine grade medicinal pill. Are my eyes failing me? A 3-star alchemy G.O.D. refined a rank 3 divine grade divine pill? The meridian heaven heart pill isn't an ordinary medicinal pill. He can actually refine a divine grade. This is too fake, right? The surrounding people were all dumbfounded. Divine grade medicinal pills were extremely rare and also not what they could afford. But now, this young man actually took out a divine grade divine pill. Ning Siyu reached her hand out, wanting to take the medicinal pill. But Yi Yuan pulled his hand back and Ning Siyu grabbed thin air. Want the medicinal pill, pay money, Yi Yuan said coolly. Ning Siyu pursed her mouth and threw a storage ring to Yi Yuan. SNATC, hing the jade box over, she said. Take it. Look at that money face appearance of yours. Humph. Observing the meridian heaven heart pill closely, it was indeed divine grade. The medicinal pill was still steaming. Clearly, it had just come out of the furnace. This was really refined that this kid? Titanic waves surged in Ning Siyu's heart. The difficulty of the meridian heaven heart pill, she was all too clear. She had already attempted to refine this medicinal pill for several years, but she had never succeeded before. But this kid refined it in 2 hours. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. You must have cheated, Ning Siyu suddenly said. Little Huan was also incredibly shocked at one side. But Ning Siyu's endless pestering, she really could not look on anymore. Young master, shut up. Ning Siyu shouted at Little Huan, then turned to Yi Yuan again and said, Kid, there must be something shady involved. I don't believe that you can refine a divine-grade meridian heaven heart pill. Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders and said indifferently, Believing it or not is up to you. Our transaction is already done. So infuriating. Can you, this punk, not be so CKY or not? Kid, I still want to ask for a kind of medicinal pill. If you can even refine this medicinal pill, I'll believe that you can really grant all requests. Otherwise, I'm still going to smash your signboard, Ning Siyu said. Yi Yuan was amused and said smilingly, As long as there's business, I won't refuse the arrival. A hint of a cold smile flashed across the corners of Ning Siyu's mouth and she said, This is the Gale Celestial Stone Pills pill formula and spirit medicines. If you can refine it, I'll immediately get lost. Hiss. Gale Celestial Stone Pill. What background does this brat have? To actually have this pill formula? Gale Celestial Stone Pill. It's said to be a medicinal pill that can help martial artists comprehend the law of wind, being incomparably profound. This medicinal pill isn't available on the market at all. This medicinal pill is famous for being hard to refine. Heard that even for 4-star alchemy GODS, it's very hard to refine. This young man is in trouble now. Yi Yuan received the pill formula and browsed it over. A hint of a smile flashed across the corners of his mouth, and he said, A little interesting. Ning Siyu sneered and said, Do you dare to accept or not? Yi Yuan smiled and said, What's not to dare? But this medicinal pill isn't cheap. Ning Siyu snorted coldly and said, If you can really refine it, money is no object. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, All right then, 8 million divine essence stones. Chapter 1540 Chaos Heavenly Star Art. Chapter 1540 Chaos Heavenly Star Art. Hiss. 8 million divine essence stones, this is a robbery. Crazy, crazy. A medicinal pill, 8 million divine essence stones. This kid is crazily thinking about money. Heh, demanding an exorbitant price, got to have the ability to take it as well. Yi Yuan's quoted price directly made everyone burst into an uproar. 8 million for one medicinal pill. This was not even counting the spirit medicine's cost. This was simply a sky-high price. The entire Heavenly Eagle Imperial City, there was also barely any medicinal pill that could sell at the price of 8 million. This kid absolutely went crazy thinking about money. The corners of Ning Xiu's mouth twitched and she said, "If you can really refine it, so what if 8 million? But I have a request, you must refine the pill in front of everybody." She did not believe that Yi Yuan could really refine a divine-grade divine pill. Something that even Master could not refine. How could Yi Yuan possibly refine it? Moreover, this Gale Celestial Stone pill's difficulty was God knows how many times harder than the Meridian Heaven Heart pill. Even for her master, the chances of refining were very small too. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, "Deal. I'll come in then." Ning Xiu followed Yi Yuan inside angrily. The others exchanged glances and also entered in a single line. The Miracle Hand Parlor was not big. Yi Yuan's pill refining room was also not that luxurious. With so many people entering it, it seemed a little packed. These people all extended their heads, wanting to see how Yi Yuan refined pills. Just now, this young man took out a rank 3 divine-grade divine pill. When Ning Xiu saw this simple and crude pill refining room, she could not help pursing her mouth. This run-down place, could it really give birth to some legendary existence? What Yi Yuan used was a celestial deity artifact medicinal cauldron. The profound yellow cauldron naturally could not be taken out in front of everyone. Either way, the celestial deity artifacts inside the purple extreme hall were a lot. There were still other medicinal cauldrons. Gale's celestial stone pill, Dustless mentioned it to him before but did not have the pill formula. This would be Yi Yuan's first time refining one. After doing the prep work, he started meditating, deducing the pill formula in his head. The spirit medicines that Ning Xiu prepared were only sufficient to refine twice. It was still a little difficult for him to want to refine it within 2 tries. Of course, this was so to other people. Ning Xiu looked at Yi Yuan and had a contemptuous look. This guy was definitely posturing. This room was full of people. Did meditation not require a quiet environment? Do you have to be so amateur? If you can deduce the pill formula under this kind of environment, that would really be seeing ghosts. Ning Xiu pursed her mouth and said disdainfully, "Putting on an act. I want to see how long you can maintain it." She already determined now that Yi Yuan was totally a layman. As for that medicinal pill earlier, it might have been stolen from somewhere. Roughly 2 hours later, Yi Yuan slowly got up and arrived before the medicinal cauldron. Everyone held their breaths, quietly waiting for Yi Yuan to refine pills. Yi Yuan's palm shook, shattering medicine and condensing the embryo. The excess spirit medicines, Yi Yuan lightly flicked, directly sending into another container. Very soon, the 2 medicinal embryos were condensed finished. The entire process was natural and smooth, finished in one go. A hint of surprise flashed across in Ning Xiu's eyes. Yi Yuan's method had indeed astonished her. Except, was this medicinal embryo really reliable? That casual flick could expel the excess spirit medicines? At least, her master could not achieve such precise control. Shattering medicine and condensing the embryo was not considered some incredible skill to alchemy gods. But Yi Yuan's shattering medicine and condensing the embryo was vastly different from ordinary alchemy gods. A feeling of consciousness flowed. Refining pills using consciousness flow? Pill refinement was an extremely rigorous study. Could consciousness flow refine the medicinal pill? 1. TSK, who doesn't know how to act cool? Ning Xiu said scornfully. However, Yi Yuan already entered pill refinement state. Ning Xiu's ridicule, he did not hear a single word. Yi Yuan held his palm out. A pale white flame appeared in his palm. Snicker. A rank 2 divine fire? Want to refine the Gale celestial stone pill? This guy is joking around, right? Seeing the cleansing sandal sacred flame in Yi Yuan's palm, Ning Xiu immediately laughed. Rank 2 divine fires, regardless of whether in terms of temperature or sustainability, it did not reach the requirement of refining rank 3 divine pills at all. The Gale celestial stone pill, this level of medicinal pill, the requirement of the flame itself was exceedingly high. For rank 2 divine fires to want to refine the Gale celestial stone pill, it was simply a fool's talk. Under Yi Yuan's painstaking nurturing, the cleansing sandal sacred flame had long broken through rank 1 divine fire as well, reaching rank 2. It was just that the cleansing sandal sacred flame's advancement speed clearly could not catch up to Yi Yuan's speed of breaking through. His palm urged, the cleansing sandal sacred flame entered inside the medicinal cauldron. Poo, poo, poo. The cleansing sandal sacred flame emitted light exploding sounds. The temperature of the medicinal cauldron suddenly soared. Flame explosion art. A surge of scorching temperature hit from head-on, making everyone's faces suddenly change. Is this a rank 2 divine fire? Why would it have such a horrifying temperature? This temperature has probably already reached the level of rank 3 divine fire, right? A rank 2 divine fire giving off a rank 3 divine fire's temperature? Is this a joke? Waves of exclamations emitted from the crowd. Ning Xiu also had shock written all over her face. Even though it just barely reached the temperature of rank 3 divine fires, it had indeed reached it. How did this guy do it? Yi Yuan only developed this flame explosion art in order to compensate for the inadequacies of his divine fire. Yi Yuan could let each fire seedling undergo a small-scale explosion with terrifying control, letting the divine fire's overall temperature rise a level from there. This was Yi Yuan's action that could not be helped. But in everyone's view, it was an inconceivable thing. Ning Xiu's eyes glimmered, discovering a trace of inkling very soon, and could not help having a look of surprise. The little fire seedlings that this kind of art of flame explosion required to control was a very horrifying number. This guy's control over flames had simply reached the acme of perfection. It was just that, if using this method, would he still have energy to go and control the pill refinement? Controlling flames and controlling the pill refinement, these were two things and needed to be done separately. Without a doubt, this method of controlling fire needed to expend tremendous energy. Then what would Yi Yuan use to refine pills? A hint of a gloating smile flashed across the corners of Ning Xiu's mouth. What was the use of being good at fire control? Forming the pill was the crux. But very soon, her smile turned stiff on her face. Inside the entire room, a mysterious aura started filling the air. This aura was like wine fragrance, making people intoxicated and unable to extricate themselves. Chaos Heavenly Star Art. Yi Yuan shouted lightly, his entire person seemingly turning into a region of chaos, giving people the feeling of beholding a great mountain. Ning Xiu's eyes became somewhat misty, as if she was drunk. Her entire person was immersed in the sea of Tao, unable to extricate herself. As for the rest, they were even more like so. Inside this pill refinement room, the aura of great Tao pervaded the air. Chaos Heavenly Star Art was the alchemy technique that Yi Yuan developed. It was also the extension of his alchemy Tao when he was a mortal realm. If his alchemy skill was a tender seedling in the past, then his current alchemy skill was a great tree currently growing tall and strong. I don't know what this consciousness flow means, but it doesn't appear anymore. Chapter 1541 Are You a Monster? Chapter 1541 Are You a Monster? Yi Yuan gained enlightenment on Great Tao with alchemy and developed the Chaos Heavenspan canon. He naturally walked further along the alchemy path too. After the 10 directions heaven-seizing art, Yi Yuan created the Chaos Heavenly Star art with the Chaos Heavenspan canon as the foundation. Especially after the Great Tao Heavenly Melody the last time, this alchemy skill became even more unfathomable. As soon as it was used, it would trigger Great Tao. Suddenly, the aura of Great Tao poured into the medicinal cauldron frenziedly. Everyone returned to serenity. That misty look of Ning Xiu's finally recovered clarity. Just now, what happened? What a mysterious feeling. I feel like I seem to have understood something, Ning Xiu said in shock. What a mysterious feeling. I clearly don't know how to refine pills, but why do I feel like I seem to know how to refine pills? Just now, what in the world happened? What a magical alchemy technique. Everyone seemed to have experienced a fleeting dream. Now, they had a feeling as if waking up from a dream. Yi Yuan pointed at the medicinal pill in the jade box and said to Ning Xiu, "Your Gale Celestial Stone pill, pay up." The moment Ning Xiu looked at it, her eyes went wide. This? How is this possible? Peak heaven grade. Just a bit more, just a little bit more. Are you still human? Ning Xiu's voice, the pitch gradually became higher and higher. She felt that she must have seen a fake medicinal pill. This guy actually refined a peak heaven-grade Gale Celestial Stone pill. Furthermore, it was even his first time refining. Ning Xiu felt that her head could not quite wrap itself around it. Everything in front of her was too surreal. She watched Yi Yuan refine pills with her own eyes. This absolutely could not be falsified. Also, that mysterious feeling just now, what was with that? Ning Xiu looked at Yi Yuan, feeling that this youth was so mysterious. Amen. This is the first time I'm refining it. I'm still a little unfamiliar with the pill. You can leave the other medicinal embryo here. Tomorrow I'll help you refine once more. It should be able to reach divine grade, Yi Yuan said coolly. Ning Xiu used a gaze like she had seen a ghost to look at Yi Yuan. She seriously could not find the words to describe the astonishment in her heart currently anymore. When did refining divine-grade medicinal pills become so casual? At this moment, the shopkeeper's face revealed a red glow, looking excited. He really did not think that this young lad who was new was actually an expert who kept his own counsel. No, wait, it was a super-duper expert. What kind of expert could refine divine-grade medicinal pills like cabbages? Even 4-star alchemy G.O.D.S. could not do it too, right? At this time, he felt that this will grant all requests signboard was genuine fame following real achievement, living up to its reputation. All along, the Miracle Hand Parlor was half dead. But the shopkeeper was clear that the Miracle Hand Parlor would soon become the entire Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's hottest medicinal shop. Everybody saw it, right? Our Master Yi has true capabilities. Everyone, remember, all requests will be granted. In the future, if everyone has any needs, feel free to come to the Miracle Hand Parlor. It's getting late now, everyone can all disperse then, said the shopkeeper as he smiled from ear to ear. Everyone experienced boundless shock and left the Miracle Hand Parlor. Ning Xiu opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but she did not know where to begin. Yi Yuan looked at Ning Xiu and said suspiciously, "What? It can't be that you don't have divine essence stones, right?" Ning Xiu's expression changed, and she suddenly put on a smile and said with a fawning look, "This came out in a hurry. Why not? How about this? I see that your little medicine shop is lacking manpower too. I'll be a little medicine boy for you?" Yi Yuan looked at Ning Xiu meaningfully and said, "You want to learn alchemy from me?" Ning Xiu instantly turned into a fangirl. Pulling Yi Yuan's hand and swinging, she said, "Your pill refinement is really too incredible. I idolize you to death. I discovered that I've fallen in love with alchemy." Yi Yuan shook her hand off and said with a disgusted look, "What does you falling in love with alchemy have got to do with me? Give me the money." Not that Yi Yuan was greedy for money, but that his current expenditures were too great. The cost of rank 3 spirit medicines was far from what rank 1 and 2 spirit medicines could compare to. The spirit medicines of a medicinal pill like the Gale's Celestial Stone pill, the cost price would likely cost several million divine essence stones. Along the way, in order to research rank 3 spirit medicines, he already spent no less than over 1 billion divine essence stones. Adding in the flight expenditure along the way, he was only left with 2 to 3 billion divine essence stones now. It looked like a very large sum. Actually, it was already consuming without producing. Hence, the money that should be charged. He naturally must charge Ningxiu. 8 million to buy a medicinal pill sounded very scary. Actually, it was not considered expensive for divine-grade medicinal pills, because one could not buy it at all. The Gale's Celestial Stone pill's divine-grade medicinal pill, even 4-star alchemy gods could not refine it. Ningxiu said with a resentful look, "Stinky fellow who's oblivious to flirting. Want money, don't have it. Want my life, there's one. Up to you." As she said this, Ningxiu directly made a grabbing move toward the medicinal pill. Unexpectedly, Yi Yuan was even faster than her, directly putting away the medicinal pill and medicinal embryo. "If no money, I'll keep these 2 medicinal pills. 2 Gale's Celestial Stone pills, the price shouldn't be lower than 8 million, Yi Yuan said coolly. Ningxiu's expression changed and she said, "You? No way. This medicinal pill, you can't take it away." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Relax, even if you give me more, I'll return them to you. I said 8 million, it means 8 million. I won't take a single cent more from you." Ningxiu said exasperatedly, "No way. The Gale's Celestial Stone pills spirit medicines, I've collected for a long time. That's for my big brother to use, you can't sell it." Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders and said, "That's none of my business." Ningxiu gritted her teeth and said, "It's you who forced me. Look out for my sword." Done talking, Ningxiu stabbed toward Yi Yuan with a sword. Clank! Yi Yuan stood firm, finger lightly flicking on the flat of the blade, directly shocking the long sword until it slipped out of the hand. Ningxiu was shocked until her wrist went numb and she said in surprise, "Are you a monster? Alchemy's strength is so formidable, martial arts is actually this strong too?" Ningxiu was an origin deity. Not saying that she was one of the best among peers, but she was also not what an initial stage origin deity could casually defeat. But Yi Yuan actually just lightly flicked a bit and flicked her sword flying. Once this guy really made a move, how terrifying would that be? Regardless of whether it was alchemy or martial arts, Ningxiu had always been very confident in her talent. She was not very hard-working in cultivation, but her strength was much stronger than her peers. All the way until today, she ran into Yi Yuan. This hateful guy shattered her confidence into pieces. But Yi Yuan could not be bothered with her and said coolly, "Go on." Ningxiu gritted her teeth and stomped her feet angrily and said, "Fine, I'll pay up. Here, there's 4 million in here, all for you. Now, I'm penniless and have nowhere to go anymore. You have to take me in." "Ouch. Let me go. Quickly let me go. You. What are you going to do?" Yi Yuan directly picked Ningxiu up and walked outside the door. Bang. Yi Yuan did not have the slightest intention of being Compa. Cyanate toward girls, directly throwing Ningxiu out. Chapter 1542 My Territory, I Make the Call. Chapter 1542 My Territory, I Make the Call, Will Grant All Requests? Truly shameless boast. This old man has immersed in alchemy for so many years, and still doesn't dare to say this kind of big talk. No need to go and care about him. In a few days their signboard will get smashed. Spreading from mouth to mouth, the news of miracle hand parlors will grant all requests signboard spread out very quickly. Wu Feng heard about this miracle hand parlor very soon. But regarding the will grant all requests signboard, he scoffed in derision. In this world, there was actually someone who dared to claim to grant all requests. Master, really don't need to care? I heard somebody saw that the presiding alchemist actually refined a rank 3 divine grade divine pill, said the manager. Wu Feng snickered when he heard that and said, rank 3 divine grade divine pill? Something that propagates erroneously, you actually believe it too? Would someone capable of refining rank 3 divine grade divine pills be inside a small medicine shop in this South City? But the manager said, Master, I say, could it be that kid who cured Zhu Yongtian? That miracle hand parlor is the current Thunderclap gang's business. Wu Feng's expression turned stiff, instantly becoming incomparably ugly. That being said, it was really possible. Isn't he very capable? Then we'll send a big gift over. I want to see how he grants all requests, Wu Feng said with a cold smile. The Sun Moon Gang's headquarters, Luo Yu and He Xiao were also very interested in this newly emerged miracle hand parlor. I've already inquired, Master Wu Feng already sentenced Zhu Yongtian to death. It seems like he was brought back to life by this newcomer kid from the miracle hand parlor. Luo Yu's expression was somewhat ugly. This kid that popped out of no idea where actually ruined their good thing. Zhu Yongtian was Xing Guan's right-hand man. His death was a tremendous loss to the Thunderclap gang. He did not expect that Zhu Yongtian was actually saved by someone in the end. Furthermore, he was even BRIMMING with vitality now, so how could this not anger Luo Yu? He Xiao smiled and said, This kid has such high-sounding sentiments. Don't talk about Master Wu Feng. Even those masters in the inner city don't dare to hang such a signboard too. Luo Yu said, he's still young in the end. Saving Zhu Yongtian. He thinks that he's an alchemy divine physician already. This kid went crazy wanting to be famous, right? He Xiao said, since he wants to become famous, then let's help him. The two people exchanged a glance, revealing a knowing smile. Ning Xiu looked at the Yi Yuan currently diagnosing people's pulse, a hint of fascination revealing in her eyes. Was this guy really around the same age as her? Why could he be impressive to such a degree? These few days, she followed along by Yi Yuan's side, becoming a little medicine boy who filled prescriptions and refined medicine. But she actually did not have any complaints at all. Under her endless pestering, Yi Yuan finally agreed to let her stay. Once the news of the will grant all requests signboard spread out, the guests who dropped in naturally could not dispensed with. In between this, there were naturally quite a few complicated and rare illnesses, and also quite a few martial artists who were heavily injured and on the verge of death. But arriving in front of Yi Yuan, not a single one could actually stump him. One could say it was curing the illness when the medicine took effect. The will grant all requests signboard was really not joking around. At least all the way until now, a situation that could stump Yi Yuan had not occurred yet. Ning Xiu's own alchemy standard was already very high. The majority of the situation here, she could resolve it. But there were that few cases she was really helpless to do anything. However, Yi Yuan had the power to transform something rotten into magical. Until now, no accidents had occurred. Furthermore, each one that came to the miracle hand parlor, Yi Yuan could virtually do it perfectly. Ning Xiu touched her own heart and asked herself, even those that she could handle, she could not do it as well as Yi Yuan too. No, should say way worse. This guy was simply not human. Over a few days, Ning Xiu was already thoroughly subdued by Yi Yuan. Even though this guy boasted a lot, he really has the capital to boast, Ning Xiu said to herself. Little Huan looked at Ning Xiu, feeling that she did not quite recognize her young lady anymore. Was this still that lawless and rampant young lady? These few days, her young lord was well behaved like a little maid in front of Master Yi. If Master Yi asked her to go east, she absolutely would not dare to go west. Even the young lady's master did not have this ability to subdue her too. However, Master Yi was really too incredible. Seemed even more incredible than the young lady's master. Get lost. All get lost from me. I want to see a doctor, so the others all scrammed to the back. Suddenly, 3 to 5 burly men barged right into Miracle Hand Parlor, driving all of the people outside. Bang! The burly man in the lead directly slapped a palm on the table, shattering the table to pieces, and said highly spiritedly, "Brat, attend to me first." Yi Yuan currently had his eyes closed, reading someone's pulse. He did not even lift his eyelids and said indifferently, "Your illness can't be cured, leave." That burly man was stunned and said, "Motherf asterisk cur, you didn't even open your eyes, how do you know that my illness can't be cured? Don't you claim to grant all requests? Why, it's bluffing people. I will smash your signboard right now. Who asked you to cheat people?" Yi Yuan still said unhurriedly, "Idiocy can't be cured, there's only reincarnating anew." Ha ha ha! Yi Yuan's words immediately tickled everyone. The burly man's face turned red and he bellowed, "All shut up for your father. Who dares to laugh again, your father will make you never able to laugh out loud." Everyone's face changed, all shutting their mouths sensibly. Everyone all recognized who this burly man was. He was the Silver Feather Gang's 6th head, Chun Biao, a guy who killed people without batting an eyelid. If he said to kill people, it was never joking around with you. "Kid, you dare to fool me? Do you know who I am?" Chen Biao pointed at Yi Yuan, already reaching his nose. Yi Yuan said calmly, "Don't care who you are, go to the back and queue up. Those who cause trouble here, there's no treatment without exception." Chen Biao was just about to fly off the handle when a hulking man barged in from outside. "Chen Biao, you dare to cause trouble in our Thunderclap Gang's territory? Do you believe that I'll exterminate you right now?" This hulking man was none other than precisely Meng Huo. He heard that Chun Biao came to the Miracle Hand Parlor in great haste, and he immediately brought people to rush over. Chun Biao's eyes swiveled and he said with a smile, "Your father isn't causing trouble. Your father came to see a doctor today. I have a brother who got a strange illness that can't be cured no matter what. When we heard that this Miracle Hand Parlor will grant all requests, we came to see a doctor." The moment Meng Huo heard, his brows involuntarily knitted together and looked toward the stretcher that Chen Biao brought. A middle-aged man laid on the stretcher, his complexion waxy, both eyes deeply sunken, already on his dying breath. He was clear in his heart. This guy definitely came specially to find trouble. This illness was probably not that easy to treat. Then what's with this? Meng Huo pointed at the shattered table and said in a deep voice. Chen Biao said coolly, "Wasn't I worried about my brother's safety and was somewhat anxious?" Yi Yuan said coolly, "Want to see a doctor, queue up. Not seeing, get lost." Chen Biao said in a cold voice, "Humph. There are still so many people in front. If my brother were to die, can you shoulder the responsibility?" Yi Yuan said without a care, "If he dies, he dies. What has it got to do with me? My territory, I make the call. Queuing up is my rule here. I'm not going to see you. You can get lost already." Chapter 1543 Everyone Coming to Make Trouble. Chapter 1543 Everyone Coming to Make Trouble. Chen Biao's expression changed a few times. Finally, he gave a cold snort and went to the back to queue up obediently. The boss made it clear, the important thing was to smash the signboard, not cause trouble. In the words of the chief head, since they dare to put up a will grant all requests signboard, they must be able to withstand exposure to the elements. That guy on the stretcher was the big gift that the boss carefully prepared. When Meng Huo saw Chen Biao retreat, being well-behaved, he had an even more foreboding premonition. Chen Biao's temper was very similar to his, with both being the impatient and hot-tempered type. Normally, he would have long come to blows. There must be something strange for things to be this abnormal. That guy on the stretcher was probably not easy to treat. Meng Huo looked over toward Yi Yuan rather worriedly and discovered that Yi Yuan's expression was normal and did not seem to care at all. Even though he was very confident in Yi Yuan, to an alchemist, to not know something was quite normal. Treating one strange and difficult disease did not mean that he was omnipotent. Yi Yuan being able to cure Zhu Yongtian did not mean he could treat everybody. Regarding Yi Yuan hanging this plaque, Meng Huo still begged to differ in his heart. Not just him, everyone including their boss, they were all rather worried. After all, once this plaque was hung, who they would offend would not be one or two people. Most likely, the entire South City, even the entire Imperial City's alchemists would come to find trouble. Ning Xiu, go and make a medicinal soup according to this prescription and let him drink it. Yi Yuan casually wrote a prescription and instructed Ning Xiu to go and do things. All right. Ning Xiu got up excitedly and received the prescription from Yi Yuan's hands, and she went to boil the medicine subserviently. When everyone saw this scene, they could not help being incomparably shocked. This Laius S was a middle-stage origin deity, to actually be ordered about by Master Yi. Looking at the Laius S's appearance, she even seemed to be enjoying it. A few days in, Ning Xiu's standard still obtained Yi Yuan's recognition. Although a little impetuous, she was indeed a good sapling, having a very high level of comprehension. Brewing medicine with her middle-rank 3-star alchemy God status was naturally wasting talented people for trivial tasks. Next, Yi Yuan said indifferently. At this time, another group of people poured in. Seeing this group of people, Meng Huo's brows furrowed even tighter. The arrival was the Sun Moon Gang's fifth head, Ding Song. Behind this group of people, a foolish-looking young man was brought along, saliva drooling. Seeing this simpleton, Meng Huo's heart abruptly sunk. He naturally recognized this simpleton. That was the eldest son of the Qian family within the Sun Moon Gang's sphere of influence, Qian Ping. Since birth, Qian Ping was a simpleton all the way until now. The children of deity realm powerhouses would rarely have simpletons appear. But Qian Ping was a simpleton. Because the Qian family's family head only had this one son, in order to treat this son's intellectual disability, the divine essence stones he spent were an astronomical figure. The top alchemists in the outer cities, including Master Wu Feng, had all treated Qian Ping before, but they were all helpless. It was said that Qian Ping was born with his divine soul incomplete, and that was why it caused his intellect level to be low. But inherent divine soul inadequacy, this was an ailment that all alchemists found hard to overcome. How could it be that easy to cure? Forget about Wu Feng, even if a 4-star alchemy God came, they would be helpless too. Meng Huo's face fell and he said, Ding Song, you want to come and cause trouble too? But Ding Song was different from Chun Biao's rashness and said with a smile, What are you saying? This miracle hand parlor is famous now. I'm bringing Boss Qian over to see a doctor. How can it be said to be causing trouble? But if this will grant all requests signboard of yours is fake, then everyone won't be able to accept it either, right? This card he played, including Chen Biao's earlier, caused jeerings from everyone. Meng Huo gritted his teeth and said, Ding Song, you're clearly looking for fault here. Qian Ping is born with his divine soul incomplete, there's no cure at all. You brought him here, what is it if not harboring ulterior motives? The corners of Ding Song's mouth curled slightly and he said with a smile, Meng Huo, I don't understand what you said. Will grant all requests, these 4 words, is it said for fun? Now, we have a request for Master Yi, shouldn't he definitely agree to it? Or is it that your miracle hand parlor's signboard is deceiving everyone? Meng Huo could not help choking, he was rendered speechless by what Ding Song said. He currently felt that Yi Yuan was simply shooting himself in the foot here. Hanging such a plaque, wasn't it giving people a reason to act? He had yet to think of a way to answer when another wave of people came in. Yo, this small medicine shop is so crowded today, the person in front said with a playful smile. This person, Meng Huo naturally knew him as well. He was called Huang Haoran and had a very close relations. Hi+P with Dei Hall. Looking at the person Huang Haoran brought, Meng Huo's expression was somber to the extreme. This guy definitely came on behalf of Wu Feng. Wu Feng taking action was different from other people making a move. He himself was the pinnacle-most 3-star alchemy god. He was all too familiar with alchemy. What illness was easy to treat, what ailment was not easy to treat, he was really clear of things. This person that Huang Haoran brought, Meng Huo knew him too. He was Huang Haoran's nephew called Huang Qian. A few years ago, Huang Qian went a mystic realm to search for treasures and narrowly escaped with his life. But ever since then, not only did he lose his cultivation completely, his entire person seemed to have lost his soul as well, becoming a walking corpse. Huang Haoran regarded this nephew very highly. He even brought Huang Qian to find Wu Feng before, but Wu Feng did not find out the reason for his problem. Later, Wu Feng even invited the other West City and North City's alchemy experts over to take a look. And nobody could find any problem. Hence, this dragged out for quite a number of years. Meng Huo was seething with hatred in his heart. Their Thunderclap gang did not offend Master Wu Feng either. They merely had Yi Yuan save second brother. Was there a need to be like this? Could it be that they had to passively watch second brother die? This Master Wu Feng actually hated them so much out of jealousy. This made Meng Huo very vexed. They had spent quite a number of divine essence stones to show filial respect to Wu Feng these few years. They did not expect that he suddenly turned hostile at the drop of a hat. Furthermore, did this bunch of guys make an appointment to come and find trouble together today? Meng Huo very much wanted to chase all these guys away. He used a probing glance to look at Yi Yuan, but he discovered that Yi Yuan was very absorbed and did not care about these people at all. This is Master Yi? Truly, heroes come from youngsters, will grant all requests. Haha, impressive. Impressive. Huang Haoran said with an amused look. Anybody could discern the sarcasm in these words. However, this was not over yet. Heavenly Fragrance Parlor, 5-Flavor Pavilion, etc., the South City's famous major medicine shops all sent people over. Some were seeking pills, some were treating illnesses, but without a doubt they were all some extremely difficult, strange, and complicated ailments. These major medicine shops were all under the 3 great families' command, their strength immense. Even though their presiding alchemist was not as impressive as Wu Feng, they were not far off too. These people seemed to have agreed upon it, all gathering in Miracle Hand Parlor. Clearly, this will grant all requests of Yi Yuan's had incurred public wrath. When Meng Huo saw this scene, he could not help feeling a headache. Opening the door and doing business, he had no reason to chase people away. What the hell is this Master Yi doing? This is totally drawing aggro. How will the Thunderclap gang still make a living in South City in the future? Meng Huo was virtually going crazy. But by the side, Ning Xiu looked at this scene rather amusedly, her beautiful eyes staring at Yi Yuan, wanting to see what he would do. Chapter 1544 Open your dog eyes and take a look. Chapter 1544 Open your dog eyes and take a look. At Day Hall, Wu Feng had been waiting for the news over there all along. Hearing about the Miracle Hand Parlor situation, Wu Feng was delighted. Ho-hoo, this old man didn't expect it. This kid incurred public wrath. I want to see how he cleans up the mess today, Wu Feng said with a grin. The manager was also very surprised by this situation currently. He did not expect that of the South City's 6 major forces, the 3 great families and 2 major gangs, all made a move against a puny little Miracle Hand Parlor. But thinking about it, the manager also felt at ease. This punk was too arrogant, insisting on hanging what will grant all requests plaque. Wasn't this looking for a fight? Master played a vicious move this time. That Huang Qian, even 4-star alchemy gods are helpless. If that boy can be saved, it would be preposterous, the manager said with a smile. Wu Feng smiled and said, that kid is too arrogant. I'm teaching him how to behave. This heaven-span world is too big. He has only lived for a few days. The illnesses that he hasn't seen are too many to actually dare boast so shamelessly. The things that Meng Huo knew were just a bit. Back then, when Wu Feng promised Huang Haoren, it was not just because he had a good relations, Hi+P with Huang Haoren, it was also because his stubborn temper flared up at that time, insisting on overcoming this difficult hurdle. Alchemists were all a little stubborn, Wu Feng was no exception either. Such a hard-to-come-by symptom, Wu Feng naturally wanted to overcome it. For the sake of Huang Qian, Wu Feng did not even scruple to bring him into the inner city's pill tower, asking his master for help. In the end, he still could not find out anything about the condition. Wu Feng's master was a pill tower's 4-star alchemy god. Even he could not do anything about it. Could this kid then? He would not believe it even if he was beaten to death. At this time, inner city's pill tower, a benign-looking old man was currently lecturing a young man. Already found out about your younger sister's news. She's currently at the South City's Cinnamon Street. You go and bring her back, the old man said. The young man had a look of embarrassment and said with a bow, Master Xianyu, my sister is too mischievous and has troubled master. Xianyu smiled and said, your sister is all right in everything. She's just a little too condescending. Her alchemy talent is indeed incomparable. But this path isn't what talent alone can determine. Other people's talent is inferior to hers, but others are more hard-working than her. The young man sweat profusely and said, Master lectured justly. Capturing her back this time, I'll definitely discipline her well. Xianyu smiled and said, you don't have to be like this. That La's personality, you know it. The more stubborn you're with her, the more stubborn she is to you. You don't need to forcefully bring her back as well. Let her suffer a bit of hards. Hi+P outside. It might be a good thing for her. The Pill Tower's compet. 1. Tie-in is about to start. You just bring her back before the compet. 1. Tie-in and that will do. The young man bowed and said, yes. Inside the miracle hand parlor, Yi Yuan's speed of diagnosing and treating was very fast. Chen Biao, Ding Song, and the rest had already waited for a very long time. But the expressions on their faces were somewhat different from when they just came. Those people queued in front of them could be said to have their symptoms vanish as the medicine took effect. And the people who requested pills, what they got were actually all divine-grade medicinal pills. Divine-grade? Even though what Yi Yuan refined today were all not some too difficult to refine medicinal pills, divine-grade medicinal pills, this in itself already indicated many problems. This guy really had the ability. But very soon, Chen Biao and Ding Song felt at ease. To be able to bring Zhu Yongtian back to life, Yi Yuan's strength was definitely extraordinary. They were very confident in their coming to find trouble today. What the 3 great families and 2 major gangs sent here today were all famous complicated and strange ailments of the South City. The numerous big-shot alchemy gods of South City were unable to resolve them. Finally, it was Chen Biao's turn. Carry him over, Yi Yuan said coolly. Chen Biao did a hand gesture and ordered people to carry in front of Yi Yuan. Kid, if my brother has his diagnosis and treatment delayed, I will smash this shop of yours. Chen Biao threatened him. The moment Meng Huo heard, he flared up and said with a cold smile, you just try making a move. Do you really take my thunderclap gang to have no one? But Chen Biao said indifferently, since I brought the person in, then his life is your responsibility. If he dies, it means that your will grant all requests signboard is a sham. Why can't I smash it? Meng Huo could not help choking when he heard that and said in a cold voice, Master Yi hasn't treated him yet, of course it doesn't count. Chen Biao, if you dare to make trouble, do you believe that you can't walk out of Cinnamon Street today or not? Chen Biao directly took out a divine artifact and said with a cold smile, your father doesn't believe it. What can you do to me? The others also all watched the two people fight gloatingly, smiles all over their faces. Those present currently all hoped for the miracle hand parlor to close up shop. They naturally stood on Chen Biao's side. Furthermore, the three great families and two major gangs moving out collectively also drew quite a number of people to surround and watch. Normally, these people would have long flown off the handle and drove everyone away. But today, they wanted to see the appearance of the miracle hand parlor getting disgraced. Fifth head, this is your mistake. Since he came in, then you guys naturally have to take responsibility. Yeah. Saying it like this isn't fair. No matter which medicinal shop you go to, when the person enters the door, curing or killing is all a matter of the alchemist's level. This person looks like he already can't make it, you guys still wanted him to wait in line. Isn't this harming people? The onlookers also clamored to get a word in, saying until Meng Huo was livid with rage. Alright, carry away. Right then, Yi Yuan suddenly spoke up. Everyone was stunned. A hint of a smug smile revealed on the faces Ding Song, Huang Haoren, and the rest. Resolved it so quickly? This guy was an utter fraud. Ha ha! Brothers, smash for me. Smash it hard. Just this level, still will grant all requests? After staring blankly, Chen Biao let out a loud laugh and immediately instructed his subordinates to make a scene. You dare? Right then, a pretty figure stepped forward bravely, standing in front of Chen Biao. Where did this girlie come from? Don't want to live anymore? You guys failed to save him and still don't let us smash the shop? Chen Biao glared fiercely and roared at Ning Xiu. But Ning Xiu was completely fearless and said with a disdainful smile, Open your dog eyes and take a look. He's already brought back to life. What qualifications do you have to smash the shop? Everyone froze once more. Chen Biao said with a big laugh, Brought back to life? He's still lying. You're fine? When Chen Biao was laughing hard, that middle-aged man on the stretcher slowly opened his eyes and actually got up on his own. When everyone saw this scene, they all clicked their tongues in wonder. The waxen complexion on the middle-aged man's face disappeared. His face was still a little haggard, but his whole person looked like he was no longer in jeopardy. What's going on here? F***ck me, this is also too magical. In but a few sentences' time, he cured the person? This Master Yi really isn't boasted out. His means are simply fantastical. The looks of amazement on everyone's faces could not be concealed no matter what. Astonishment was written all over Chen Biao's face. Only now did he understand that Yi Yuan's meaning was that the person was cured and could be carried away, and not can't be cured and to be carried away. This was too freaking bullsh**. An illness that was not cured after wandering more than half of the South City's medicine shops, but coming here and in the time it took to say a few sentences, it was then cured? Chapter 1545 Preposterous Prices. Chapter 1545 Preposterous Prices. 6 million divine essence stones. Pay up, Yi Yuan said indifferently. He could not be bothered with Chen Biao's astonishment. The moment these words came out, Chen Biao's eyes became wide saucers. As 6 million? You just casually fiddled a bit and it's 6 million? You're robbing money. Chen Biao said in shock. Yi Yuan used a look like looking at a fool to look at him and said coolly, Casually fiddled a bit? Then why don't I put this thing back for him? You see if you have the ability to get it out. While talking, Yi Yuan held his palm out. A transparent little bug appeared on his palm. Yi Yuan put a restriction on this little bug, making it unable to escape. That little bug was colliding randomly everywhere inside the restriction. Everyone all drew a cold breath when they saw. Ning Xiu said with a cold smile, This bug is called Myriad Corpse Tendon Biting Worm, hidden inside some ancient powerhouses' ancient tombs. It loves to devour martial artists' meridians the most. Furthermore, once it enters the meridians, it's like a bone-infesting maggot, very hard to force it out. In the entire outer city, apart from Master Yi and Oh, body can save him. 6 million to buy a life and you still find it expensive? Yi Yuan looked at Ning Xiu, being rather surprised, not expecting that this Laos was actually so knowledgeable. He had just listened to Dustless's introduction before he knew that this thing was called the myriad corpse tendon-biting worm too. Actually, Ning Xiu was even more surprised than Yi Yuan. While she knew about this myriad corpse tendon-biting worm, she also knew that it was extremely troublesome. Even if her master can, he might not have the confidence to force this thing out. She did not expect that Yi Yuan just pressed a few times on that person's body and he forced this thing out. This level of skill was simply inconceivable. Chen Biao's expression changed repeatedly and said in a solemn voice, "I'm resigned to my bad luck. Wu Zhao, this is your life, so you pay up yourself." Wu Zhao said with a bitter face, I don't have that many divine essence stones." Chen Biao said with a cold smile, "Then it's none of my business. Let's go." Chen Biao gave a big wave of his hand and was about to bring people away. But Yi Yuan said coldly, "You brought him to see the doctor, so it's naturally you who pays." Chen Biao laughed coldly and said, "Your father just isn't going to pay. What can you do to me?" Swaz. Plus Yi Yuan suddenly slammed a punch out. It was just that this punch was like a turtle in Chen Biao's view. Just an initial stage origin deity. He also dared to use force against him? He also mustered up a punch and smashed towards Yi Yuan. This punch of his was powerful and heavy. Even if it could not kill Yi Yuan, it was also more than enough for him to chew on. Ding Song and the rest also looked at Yi Yuan gloatingly, clearly feeling that Yi Yuan was overestimating his own ability a little. But a hint of a cold smile flashed across the corners of Meng Hua's mouth. He had exchanged blows with Yi Yuan before and was aware of the strangeness of Yi Yuan's movement technique. Bang! Just as the two fists were about to intersect, Yi Yuan's fist disappeared bizarrely and directly appeared in front of Chen Biao's face, blasting him, his figure flying out. This punch directly beat Chen Biao's face until it was a blurry mess of flesh and blood, and he did not come back to his senses for a while. Meng Hua, detain this guy. Let their chief head bring divine essence stones to redeem him, Yi Yuan said coolly. Meng Hua had an excited look and immediately stepped forward and sealed Chen Biao's divine sea, wanting to detain him. Everyone looked at this scene with immense astonishment, all wondering whether or not their eyesight was failing. An initial stage origin deity stunned a late stage origin deity with one punch. This Master Yi was someone who did not reveal his true self. By the time Chen Biao reacted, he was already restrained by Meng Hua. He finally felt a trace of panic. I have money. I'll pay the money. Pay the money. Chen Biao's heart was dripping blood. Originally, he thought that it was an almost guaranteed successful mission. He did not expect that now it actually became like this. What did that kid do just now? Why did his fist suddenly disappear? Yi Yuan could not be bothered with him and said coolly, "Those without money can get lost. I'm not running a charity hall here." Ding Song did not take it seriously and said with a smile that was not a smile, "Isn't it just 6 million divine essence stones? Our boss Qian has plenty of money." Huang Haoran also said, "Just 6 million, it's not considered expensive." Yi Yuan shot a glance at them and said, "This innate incomplete divine essence, 20 million. This one is Dei Halls, right? 50 million. Also, that side, they are 10 million and 13 million respectively. Those who want to see a doctor, prepare the divine essence stones. If you don't have money, please leave." Hiss! The people surrounding and watching felt a chill when they heard. This was simply charging preposterously. Seeing a doctor needed 50 million? 50 million was simply an astronomical figure to an origin deity powerhouse. When Boss Qian heard the price of 20 million, he also grimaced in pain. This was virtually all of his assets. But he resolved his heart and said, "As long as Master Yi can save my son, 20 million it is then." The Heavenly Fragrance Parlor and 5-Flavor Pavilion weighed it over and also agreed. It was just that the price of 50 million intimidated Huang Haoran. Even if he sold himself, he could not take out so much money too. But Yi Yuan could not be bothered with him, and said directly to Boss Qian, "You go and raise the money first. I have to bring your son in." Boss Qian was just about to agree, but he heard Ding Song say, "Hang on. 20 million isn't a small sum. What if Boss Qian raises the money, but you can't cure Qian Ping's illness, what then?" Yi Yuan gave him a cold glance and said coolly, "Are you questioning me?" Ding Song involuntarily choked up. Questioning an alchemist, this was a big taboo. Since they came to see a doctor, they naturally had to trust the other party. But when Boss Qian saw the situation, he gritted his teeth and said, "Master Yi, don't hesitate to treat. I'll go and raise the money right now." Finished talking, Boss Qian directly turned around and went out. After Yi Yuan brought Qian Ping into the inner hall, there were immediately animated discussions in the lobby. *T. This consultation is also too expensive, right? This is bankrupting a family's fortune. What the hell, do you understand? Master Yi is taking them down a notch here. These people are clearly here to make a scene. His fees are naturally high. Not quite so. What these few factions brought are all the South City's famous complicated and strange illnesses. If it were that easy to treat, it would have long been treated. After roughly 4 hours, Yi Yuan brought Qian Ping out of the inner hall. At the back, Ning Xiu's gaze was full of shock. Clearly, everything that happened in the inner hall utterly astounded her. Father! Qian Ping used a shaky tone and called out at Boss Qian. Boss Qian's entire body trembled, tears instantly bursting out of his eyes. His son was really cured. At this moment, Qian Ping's eyes were radiant, totally different from that foolish look previously. Pinger, you're really fine already? Boss Qian still did not quite dare to believe it until now. Qian Ping nodded and said, "Master Yi is truly like. He has already compensated for my divine soul. This child is now no different from a normal person. Good. Really great." Tears poured down Boss Qian's old face, his long-cherished wish finally fulfilled at this moment. Qian Ping's divine soul was incomplete, but his memories these few years were still present. The father and son, two people, hugged each other and cried, making everyone shed a few silent tears. They all knew how much effort and price Boss Qian expended for the sake of today. "Father, from this day forth, this child will definitely carry out filial piety to the two of you. Pinger definitely won't disappoint you," Qian Ping said and wept bitterly. Chapter 1546 Foul-Mouthed. Chapter 1546 Foul-Mouthed. Quick, Pinger, quickly kowtow toward Master Yi. Master Yi gave the grace of rebirth to our Qian family. Boss Qian said to his son. The divine essence stones that he spent over so many years were more than 20 million. Even though 20 million was a lot, to be able to save his son, everything was worth it. Hence, not only did Boss Qian not complain about it being expensive, he was instead overflowing with gratitude toward Yi Yuan. "Yes, father." Qian Ping voiced his assent and was just about to bow his head, but then he heard Ding Song snorted coldly. Ding Song said, "He received money and saved people, it's his duty. What's there to be grateful about? Since you're cured, you father and son can go back." Boss Qian's expression changed, aware that Ding Song got angry. So he could only bring Qian Ping back. Even though the Qian family was a well-known type. They relied on the Sun Moon Gang to survive. How could they dare to offend Ding Song? Ding Song did not have the intention of leaving. He and Chen Biao, whose face was covered in blood, both stayed behind. They did not believe that Yi Yuan could really resolve all of these problems. They also understood that the hardest one here was still Huang Qian. This point, some inkling could be seen from Yi Yuan's asking price. Huang Haoran already went to find Wu Feng. It was just that he did not know whether Wu Feng would give this sum of money or not. A sky-high price of 50 million was not what anybody could take out. However, this sum of money was definitely no problem for Wu Feng. It just depended on whether he was willing or not. At this time, the other two families' divine essence stones were also brought here. Same as Qian Ping, their patients were brought into the inner hall. The Miracle Hand Parlor's shopkeeper collected money today until his hands were cramping. He had lived for most of his life and had never seen before so much money. In less than a day's time, they already earned 50 million divine essence stones. There was still a huge sum of 50 million that might still be on the way right now. 100 million. Since the Miracle Hand Parlor opened shop, the total divine essence stones gained was less than even a fraction of today's sales. The shopkeeper had lived for so long, and it was his first time feeling that earning money was so easy. At this time, Huang Haoran rushed over hurriedly. A hint of surprise flashed across the faces of Ding Song and the rest. Looks like Master Wu Feng really paid this sum of money. TSK, 50 million. What a huge deal. It seemed like Master Wu Feng was also very confident in this problem that he had schemed. This also made everyone have an additional trace of confidence in their hearts. From the start until now, Yi Yuan already beat their confidence until there was not a patch of skin left whole. And body could have expected that this Master Yi was actually so incredible. Really will grant all requests. Even the idiocy of Boss Qian's son was cured. After 2 hours, those two people brought inside by Yi Yuan also came out. All cured. Master Yi is really incredible. Whatever strange and difficult illness, he can cure them. This will grant all requests signboard really lives up to its reputation. No matter what the final result is, Master Ye's strength is already indisputable. Probably even Master Wu Feng can't match up to him as well. But I feel that this Huang Qian, he probably can't cure him. For Master Wu Feng to dare make this heavy bet, there must be something that we don't know. Perhaps he has already found a 4-star alchemy G.O.D. to take a look at it before. It's also not impossible. After all, Master Wu Feng came out of the pill tower. No matter what, the Miracle Hand Parlor's reputation was thoroughly established today. Even though this will grant all requests was very offensive to the eyes, without a doubt, Master Yi had the capital to be arrogant. Everyone all understood in their hearts, after today, Master Wu Feng's T.I. of number 1 alchemist of South City would likely change owners. 5 major forces joined hands to come and find trouble today, but they did not expect that it established Master Yi Yuan's fame. Huang Haoran was conflicted in his heart. He was aware of Wu Feng's goal, but Huang Qian was the nephew that he valued the most. When he heard that Yi Yuan had even cured Qian Ping, he involuntarily gave rise to a trace of hope in his heart. Yi Yuan glanced at Huang Haoran nonchalantly and said, "Brought the divine essence stones?" Huang Haoran said, "Brought it. As long as you can cure Huang Qian, 50 million will be presented in full." Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, "Bring him over then." Huang Haoran led the zombie-like Huang Qian and came before Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan started diagnosing his pulse. Traces of divine essence probed into Huang Qian's body. Very soon, Yi Yuan's brows furrowed together. When Ding Song, Chen Biao, and the rest saw this scene, their brows could not help raising. Finally, stump this brat. Yi Yuan slowly shut his eyes, as if running into some big problem. Time slowly trickled by. In a twinkle, 4 hours passed. Yi Yuan never opened his eyes. Ding Song and the rest finally could not hold back anymore. "Hey, can you do it or not? Stop pretending over there, you've already diagnosed the pulse for 4 hours. Ding Song suddenly shouted. "Are you trying to drive all of us away by dawdling? Heh, this shop of yours, I will smash it today." Chen Biao also said, "Kid, stop feigning. I've never seen before that diagnosing a pulse can take 4 hours. Brothers, attack for me. Samaze. H. Plus, the group of people was long impatient from waiting. With Ding Song taking the lead, they immediately exploded. 5 major forces, a total of no less than 30 people came today, all watching here. When they made a move all at once, Menghor alone could not stop it. I see who dares to move. At this time, Ning Xiu's long sword flashed, glaring at Ding Song and the rest. Regarding Yi Yuan's lack of activities, she was also burning with anxiety. But she believed that Yi Yuan definitely was not buying time but really diagnosing the pulse. One could only say that this person's condition was indeed very complicated. As Master Ye's little medicine boy, she could not watch this group of people smash the store. In the crowd, a young man looked at Ning Xiu with some surprise. His own younger sister's performance, he took it all into his sights today. At first, he even somewhat doubted if he found the wrong person or not. Ning Xiu actually did not have any complaints at all being ordered about by Yi Yuan. Normally, when she learned alchemy at her master there would be a whole string of complaints about doing a bit more work. But now, she actually even made a move for the sake of this young man. Oh ho, what a pretty little lias, You won't have a good end following this liar. Why not follow your Grandpa Biao? Serve Grandpa Biao comfortably and you'll have endless glory and wealth. Haha, Chen Biao laughed loudly and said. A middle-stage origin deity little girl. He did not take her seriously at all. Not everyone was Yi Yuan, able to blast him flying with one punch. Slap. No idea where a slap came from. Chen Biao flew right out of the door, flying onto the street. Goodness, 6th head is dead. Outside, someone suddenly exclaimed. Everyone hurriedly went to the street and took a look, discovering that Chen Biao had already breathed his last. He was actually slapped to death by someone with one slap. Everyone exchanged glances, completely not knowing what had happened. Chen Biao was a late-stage origin deity powerhouse. He was actually slapped to death with one slap? Furthermore, who in the world took action? But right at this time, Yi Yuan finally slowly opened his eyes. Ning Xiu suddenly detected the abnormality behind her and could not help turning to look, and said with pleasant surprise, Master Yi, is there a chance? Chapter 1547 Annex. Chapter 1547 Annex, you all wait here. I'll go refine medicinal pills. Yi Yuan stood with his hands behind his back and said coolly. Everyone's face turned somber, and could not help looking at Yi Yuan with surprise. Could it be that this kid really had a way to cure Huang Qian? No way, he must be pretending to be calm. But now, seeing Chen Biao get smacked to death with one slap, and body dared to move anymore. Yi Yuan gave Ning Fangrong a very meaningful glance, turned around, and went into the inner hall. Ning Fangrong was shocked inwardly. Could it be that this kid saw through that it was him who took action? He shouldn't be able to, right? No one present could perceive it, yet this kid could discern it? However, this kid is really very impressive. That punch from before should be of spatial laws, right? Truly remarkable, disregarding that his alchemy talent is heaven-defying. His martial arts talent is also this terrifying. Truly a freak. Ning Xiu also wanted to follow Yi Yuan in but was rejected by Yi Yuan with words. The refinement this time, Yi Yuan had to use the profound yellow cauldron and naturally could not let Ning Xiu watch by the side. TCH, don't look then, what's the big deal? Ning Xiu stomped her feet angrily. Sun Moon Gang's headquarters, a middle-aged man slowly walked out of the hidden chamber. Seeing this middle-aged man, He Zhao's face revealed a look of wild elation. Congratulations to Big Brother for breaking through the shackles, becoming a divine lord powerhouse. He Zhao said with joy all over his face. This middle-aged man was precisely the Sun Moon Gang's chief head, Xiaori. He went into a 10-year terminal seclusion and finally broke free of the shackles today, breaking through the calm, becoming a divine lord realm existence admired by tens of thousands of people. This was a tremendous leap. It could be said to be soaring to the heavens in one bound. Origin Deity Realm was no different from ants to Divine Lord Realm. Xiao Ryu was in high and vigorous spirits, his entire persons bearing worlds apart from before. Hoo-hoo, second brother, it's been hard on you these few years, Xiao Ryu said with a faint smile. Standing in front of Xiao Ryu, Xiao felt tremendous pressure. He knew that this big brother of his was no longer that big brother in the past. What's big brother saying? Isn't this what I should do? Xiao hurriedly said. Xiao Ryu chuckled and said with boundless enthusiasm, second brother, I know that it wasn't easy on you these few years. But starting from today, this South City will be monopolized by our Sun Moon Gang alone. At least, we have to stand as equals with the three great families. In the future, the Sun Moon Gang is yours. Xiao was wildly elated in his heart, but he did not dare to show it on his face and hurriedly said, Big brother is too serious. You'll always be the Sun Moon Gang's boss. I'm only helping big brother manage it a bit. Xiao Ryu glanced at Xiao, very satisfied with his attitude, and said with a laugh, Haha, you and I are brothers for how many years already, do we still need to distinguish between you and me? While the two people were talking, Luo Yu came to visit. Xiao Ryu smiled and said, Go, gobble up this silver feather gang first. Xiao smiled slightly, nodded his head, and followed after. When Luo Yu saw Xiao Ryu, his shock could not be any greater. He did not think that Xiao Ryu really broke through. These half-step divine lords, would have someone go into closed seclusion to break through at every turn. But less than a fraction were really able to break through. Although the hope of Xiao Ryu breaking through was high, it was also just merely hopeful. Breaking through to Divine Lord Realm was too difficult. Luo Yu did not expect that Xiao Ryu really broke through to Divine Lord Realm in one go. Henceforth, the heavens of the South City had changed. Head Luo seems to be very surprised. Xiao Ryu looked at Luo Yu and said with a smile that was not a smile. Luo Yu's expression was very ugly and he said awkwardly, I indeed very surprised. I didn't expect that we fought for so many years, but now, it's such a result. Luo Yu had a bitter taste in his mouth. This result was really very harsh to the taste. Xiao Ryu smiled and said, Fought for so many years, there should be a result too. Chief Head Luo, I wonder how you choose now? Luo Yu smiled bitterly and said, Do I still have a choice? If I don't agree, I probably can't get out of this door today, right? Xiao Ryu laughed loudly and said, He who understands the times is a wise man. Head Luo has always been a resourceful person among the three of us. Presumably, you won't do foolish things. Xiao suddenly said, Brother Luo coming to my Sun Moon Gang, could it be that the Miracle Hand Parlor's matter has a conclusion? Xiao had always been waiting for Xiao Ryu to exit seclusion. Regarding the Miracle Hand Parlor's matters, he was really not very clear. Luo Yu coming over at this time, it was most likely because of the Miracle Hand Parlor's matter. Miracle Hand Parlor? Isn't that a small medicine shop run by the dragon-slaying gang? Xiao Ryu said with a frown. Xiao nodded and said, Big brother isn't aware, the recent period of time, a considerable change happened to the South City. And these changes all unfolded around this tiny little Miracle Hand Parlor. Xiao briefly recounted the matter of the dragon-slaying gang changing names, and the matter of the Miracle Hand Parlor shooting to fame recently. Xiao Ryu clicked his tongue in wonder when he heard this. He laughed and then said, A mere initial stage origin deity can actually stir up a storm in the South City, really not bad. Our South City's three gangs are really missing a powerful alchemist. Luo Yu's expression changed and he said with an ugly expression, Brother Xiao, this kid just killed my sixth brother. Xiao Ryu said coolly, You came to find Xiao because you wanted to join hands with him to exterminate the dragon-slaying gang together? Luo Yu's expression changed several times and he said with a nod, Xing Guan's character, Brother Xiao is aware too. He definitely won't agree to merge into the Sun Moon Gang. Why not directly exterminate them? Humph! Xiaoryu gave a cold snort. The power of the world suddenly erupted, immediately sending Luo Yu flying out. Pooh work! Luo Yu immediately spewed out a mouthful of blood mist, suffering serious injuries. The might of Divine Lord Realm powerhouses was dreadfully appalling. What I want to do, it still isn't your turn to come and teach. Hearing you guys say it, I'm still very interested in that kid. If he really doesn't know how to appreciate favors, just eradicate him. Xiaoryu said in a cold voice. Luo Yu was incomparably shocked in his heart. This was the power of a Divine Lord Realm powerhouse. This was the strength that he desired. He was not reconciled, but the situation was stronger than the person. In front of Xiaoryu's absolute strength, he could only yield. It was this Luo who was impetuous. Everything is up to Brother Xiao. With extreme humiliation, Luo Yu bowed. Everyone looked at the medicinal pill in Yi Yuan's hands, marveling endlessly. The fragrance emitting off that medicinal pill made them immensely intoxicated. This medicinal pill, they did not recognize it, but it was undoubtedly divine grade. Ning Xiu did not recognize it either. But the undulation coming from the medicinal pill made her very certain that this medicinal pill was definitely very hard to refine. Even harder to refine than the Gale Celestial Stone pill. No, wait, the Gale Celestial Stone pill was not on the same level as this medicinal pill at all. When Yi Yuan refined the Gale Celestial Stone pill, his breathing was steady. A situation where his divine essence was inadequate did not happen at all. But now Yi Yuan's entire person had chaotic breathing, his footsteps woozy. Clearly, it was the manifestation of excessive consumption of divine essence. This medicinal pill was absolutely not simple. Ning Xiu, feed him the medicinal pill and help him refine the power of the medicinal pill with divine essence, Yi Yuan said. Oh! Ning Xiu received the medicinal pill and fed it to Huang Qian. Her palm urging, she started to help him refine the medicinal pill with divine essence. Very soon, a scene that made everyone exclaim in amazement occurred. Chapter 1548 Heavenly Blood Marrow Changing Pill. Chapter 1548 Heavenly Blood Marrow Changing Pill. Huang Qian's entire body started trembling violently, golden blood seeping out from head to toe. His entire person became a blood person, looking incomparably savage, shaking people to the core. This appearance looked too miserable. However, rays of golden light emitted from Huang Qian's whole body. He actually appeared extremely sacred. This to and fro gave people an intense contrast, making everyone all somewhat uncertain what it meant. They were all very curious what kind of medicinal pill Yi Yuan gave Huang Qian to eat. Ning Xiu, you can back away now. He's about to go crazy. And you, suppress him. Don't let him hurt people, Yi Yuan said to Huang Haoran. At this time, the expression on Huang Qian's face was contorted, his entire person already on the verge of rampaging. Huang Qian was an origin deity realm powerhouse too, his strength not weak. Once he rampaged, destructive power was still very great. When Huang Haoran saw his nephew's anguished expression, he had a look of worry. And Master Yi, is he all right? Huang Haoran asked worriedly. At this very moment, he already completely tossed Wu Feng's mission to the back of his mind. Yi Yuan said calmly, he got inflicted by an ancient strange poison called purple quill marrow extermination. The divine marrow in his entire body is already completely necrotic. His divine blood is also virtually crippled. Drag for another 3 to 5 months and his divine sense will be directly wiped out. The heavenly blood marrow changing pill can forcefully change his meridians and wash his marrow, replacing all of the divine blood in his whole body. Ning Xiu suddenly thought of something, opened her mouth wide and cried out in shock, purple quill marrow extermination. What he got inflicted with was actually the purple quill marrow extermination. I've always thought that this poison was just a legend. I didn't think that it actually really exists. Yi Yuan was slightly surprised as he said, You know the purple quill marrow extermination? Ning Siyu's eyes revealed a look of shock and she said, I saw before sporadic records in a CLA's sick, saying that this poison is different from ordinary poison. The toxicity penetrates deep into the bone marrow and is capable of letting the divine blood all turn necrotic. There's no cure at all. In the ancient era, many 4-star, 5-star, even higher realm alchemy gods have all attempted to overcome this poison, but no body could do it at all. You can really save him? This Ning Siyu was really surprising, to have actually even heard of this poison before. But Ning Siyu's words made everyone incredibly shocked. Although divine rank poison had no comparison with mortal poison, the principle was the same, both aiming to destroy the martial artist's physiological functions. Even if martial artists broke through to deity realm, their physiological functions were also roughly the same as mortals. Divine marrow created divine blood feedback to divine marrow. The recovery ability of deity realm powerhouses was extremely strong. Even if half of the body was destroyed, they could still recover. But this required divine blood to rebuild the divine marrow. However, if a kind of poison could penetrate deep into the marrow and kill all of the divine blood's functions, then it would be powerless to save the situation. Because if these divine blood already lost its activity, there was no way to regenerate at all. This poison was extremely difficult to create. But once inflicted, it was also exceedingly difficult to remove. One could say that there was no cure. Purple quill marrow extermination was this kind of poison. Yi Yuan only confirmed this poison through Dustless. But Dustless was also at a loss on what to do against this poison. Hearing Ning Siyu's words, everyone sucked in a cold breath. Only then did they know the prowess that Huang Qian got inflicted with. A poison that could destroy the bone marrow was absolutely incomparably terrifying. Yi Yuan nodded and said, If my conjectures are right, Huang Qian should have been poisoned in some ancient ruins. At that time, he might not have taken it seriously. But after coming back, the moment the poison erupted, it became like this. Huang Haoran's entire body trembled, and he said with a nod, Master Yi has the ability to divine the unknown. Huang Qian only became like this precisely after an expedition. But no body could find the cause of his illness. I didn't expect that he was actually inflicted with such a terrifying poison. Master, is this heavenly blood marrow changing pill really useful? Yi Yuan said coolly, Relax. If it's useless, you can take away the 50 million. Actually, the spirit medicines that this medicinal pill requires, the value is already no less than 20 million. I only have this one portion on me. Charging you 50 million isn't considered expensive. Hiss, everyone all drew a cold breath. A rank 3 divine pill, just the cost was no less than 20 million. It could be seen how precious this medicinal pill was. Heavenly blood marrow changing pill. It sounds like it's going to replace all of Huang Qian's divine marrow. Can this kind of thing really be done? Not just changing the divine marrow, it also needs to change the blood. This kind of means is simply inconceivable. Never heard of this medicinal pill before. But looking at Huang Qian's appearance, it seems very agonizing. It wouldn't be that the divine marrow fails to be changed and the person dies first, right? Changing marrow, this sort of thing was simply unheard of. This domain was already an incomprehensible existence to ordinary martial artists. Arg! Huang Qian suddenly let out a miserable scream, his entire person turning into an afterimage, Rus. Hi+ing over toward Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan seemed to have long predicted it. Pointing through the air, he directly tapped Huang Qian flying. Restrain him, don't let him move. Take note, don't touch his blood. There's poison. Yi Yuan said solemnly. Huang Haoran's expression changed, the aura on his body suddenly erupting, immediately firing out several beams of light, binding Huang Qian up. Yi Yuan's palm flipped, a pale white flame immediately flew out. Boom! Huang Qian's entire person turned into a fire person. Huang Haoren got a huge shock and roared, "Master Yi Yu? What are you doing?" Ning Xiu's gaze flickered and she said in a cold voice, "Shut up! Restrain him properly. His blood is highly toxic. If it isn't purged cleanly, body will be spared here." Everyone's faces changed, only realizing how terrifying this poison was. One could say, death upon touch. Yi Yuan did not answer, controlling the flame nonstop, purging all of the poisonous blood forced out of Huang Qian's body. No idea how long had said either. Yi Yuan's palm pulled back. The cleansing sandal sacred flame on Huang Qian's body receded like the tide. Huang Haoren's gaze turned intent, looking at Yi Yuan in incredible shock. On Huang Qian's body, there was actually not a trace of scorch mark at all. What terrifying fire-controlling arts! Even though it's a rank 2 divine fire, the temperature pushes straight to rank 3 divine fire. It actually didn't even leave behind a trace of burn mark. This really broadened my horizons today. Master Ye's means are simply fantastical. No wonder he dares to hang the will grant all requests signboard. I feel that this signboard isn't exaggerated at all now. However, is he saved or not? Why do I feel that Huang Qian is no longer alive? Huang Qian had already thoroughly ceased breathing, lying on the ground and not moving at all. But he was burned by the cleansing sandal sacred flame for an hour and actually did not even leave behind any burn marks. This made everyone extremely amazed. But currently, the aura on Huang Qian's body was feeble to the extreme. Huang Haoren also did not know whether Huang Qian was saved or not. But right then, powerful spiritual energy gathered from all directions with Huang Qian at the center. Everyone opened their eyes wide, looking at this scene in disbelief. This was him going to break through? Chapter 1549 Slightly larger and Chapter 1549 Slightly larger, and when the spiritual energy completely dissipated, the aura on Huang Qian's body already became stronger. Although he was still unconscious, everyone knew that he was already saved. He can also break through while asleep. Why doesn't this kind of good thing happen to me? Screw off. This is thanks to Master Ye's medicinal pill. This is cleansing the marrow, letting that boy cast off his old self and be reborn anew. This medicinal pill is really too heaven-defying. Not only can it cure poison, but it can also actually help him break through. These 50 million divine essence stones are definitely worth the money. Right at this time, Huang Qian slowly opened his eyes. "Second uncle? What's wrong with me?" Huang Qian said with a dazed look. Huang Haoren had a broad smile on his face and said, "Qianer, you quickly check if there is still anything off with your body?" Huang Qian was uncertain what it meant, but still complied with his words and checked, and said with a frown, It's not right." Huang Haoren's expression changed and he said anxiously, What's wrong?" With Huang Qian saying so, the rest also became nervous. Especially Ding Song and the rest. Each and every one of them were inexplicably delighted, perking their ears up. I feel that I seem to have been remolded anew. The speed of absorbing spiritual energy is much faster than in the past. My cultivation talent seems to have improved considerably from before. What in the world happened, second uncle? Huang Qian suddenly said with an excited look. Everyone was speechless. This was called not right? Clap. Huang Haoren directly gave Huang Qian a slap and said crossly, "You little punk, you're trying to scare your second uncle? I asked you to check if something is wrong with your body. This is called something wrong?" Although Huang Qian's current strength was already almost catching up to Huang Haoren, in front of Huang Haoren, he did not seem to have the awareness of a powerhouse. Huang Qian smiled bitterly and said, "It is something wrong. Why would my cultivation talent improve so much out of the blue?" Huang Haoren was dumbstruck for a while and discovered that what Huang Qian said seemed to be very logical. He had just woken up and suddenly discovered that his talent improved a lot. Wasn't this something wrong? Huang Haoren was incredibly shocked in his heart. He did not expect that the heavenly blood marrow-changing pill was actually so heaven-defying. This kind of transformation was simply being reborn anew. One had to know, cultivation talent. This thing was the hardest to change. A medicinal pill, not only could it purge an incurable poison, it could even improve cultivation talent. Spending these 50 million divine essence stones, it was definitely worthwhile, except, Master Wu Feng that side, it was hard for Huang Haoren to deal with him. Huang Haoren was full of bitterness in his heart, but also knew that this kind of thing ultimately could not be avoided. The surrounding onlookers looked at Huang Qian with envious faces. This guy's luck was simply off the charts. To actually be able to meet Master Yi, this kind of alchemy divine physician. This was the fortune cultivated for several lifetimes. As for Ding Song and the rest, their faces became ugly to the extreme. Yi Yuan treating Huang Qian was equivalent to officially announcing that their action of looking for trouble today failed. They finally witnessed Yi Yuan's strength. This guy was simply a freak, sweeping across the entire South City with his strength alone. Today, Yi Yuan was equivalent to sweeping away the faces of all the alchemists in the South City. Didn't you guys come to find trouble? What now? Now, they thoroughly blew up the reputation of the Miracle Hand Parlor. They could predict that before tomorrow morning, the news of Yi Yuan single-handedly challenging the 5 major factions would spread throughout the entire South City, even the entire outer city. Miracle Hand Parlor would definitely become the hottest medicine shop in the South City. Little punk, why haven't you gone to thank Master Yi yet? If not for Master Yi's Hing you from the jaws of death, you'd have entered the gates of Hell in a few days. You got poisoned by an ancient strange poison. Even 4-star alchemy gods are powerless to do anything. It was Master Yi who cured you. Huang Haoren scolded. Although he was scolding, the joy on Huang Haoren's face could not be concealed no matter what. Buzz. Huang Haoren's words ignited everyone. Master Wu Feng indeed got a 4-star alchemy god to come and look before. Turns out that this is where Master Wu Feng's confidence lies. It's just that he probably never thought that a poison even a 4-star alchemy god could do nothing about was actually cured by Master Yi. More than that, Huang Qian, this kid simply hit the jackpot. Putting aside curing the poison, he even saved many years of bitter cultivation. Now, even his cultivation talent has been enhanced. I feel that 50 million divine essence stones were simply too cheap. Master Yi charged a conscience price. A commotion broke out inside the Miracle Hand Parlor all at once. Only then did they know that Huang Qian had indeed gotten a 4-star alchemy god to take a look before. That was a 4-star alchemy god. Same as martial arts realm, the disparity between 4-star alchemy gods and 3-star alchemy gods was also immense. However, Yi Yuan completed the task that even a 4-star alchemy god could not complete. How could this not astonish them? Ning Xiu's gaze never left Yi Yuan's body from the very beginning. Others did not know how terrifying this purple quill marrow extermination poison was, but she knew. This poison was a difficult problem throughout the ages. No one had ever resolved it before. But Yi Yuan did it. Just which step did this guy walk until on the path of alchemy? Master Yi? Huang Qian looked at Yi Yuan in surprise. This ridiculously young kid was the person who cured him? But he naturally did not have any doubts about Huang Haoren's words, immediately bowing down to salute and said, Huang Qian gives his thanks to Master Yi's life-saving grace. Clap, clap, clap. At this time, clear applause sounded out. A powerful aura suddenly appeared in the Miracle Hand Parlor, Cruce. plussing everyone until they could not catch their breath. Divine Lord Realm Powerhouse! Somebody exclaimed. Such a powerful aura, it could only be a Divine Lord Realm Powerhouse. Xiaoryu divided the crowd and slowly walked into the lobby. An aura that showed disdain on all under the heavens was displayed in its entirety. Xiaoryu, you broke through to Divine Lord Realm? When Meng Hu saw that familiar figure, his complexion was white as a sheet, his eyes full of disbelief. It had always been said that Xiaoryu was in a closed seclusion to break through to the Divine Lord Realm, but few would believe that he could really break through to the Divine Lord Realm. But now, he really broke through. This was simply devastating news to the Thunderclap gang. Humph! Xiaoryu snorted coldly, directly sending Meng Hu flying. Is this Divine Lord's name what you can call directly? Xiaoryu said in a cold voice. This blow of Xiaoryu's was much stronger than Luo Yu's, immediately dealing heavy injuries to Meng Hu. He turned to look at Yi Yuan and said with a light smile, Master Yi is truly impressive. A poison that even a 4-star alchemy God can't resolve, you actually resolved it. Your esteemed self's alchemy Dao attainments are simply transcendent. Yi Yuan furrowed his brows and said in a solemn voice, You injured my people in my medicine shop? Xiaoryu was stunned and laughed in spite of himself as he said, A mere ant, if injured then he's injured, what's the big deal? From Xiaoryu's tone, Yi Yuan could infer his objective of coming. But this guy was truly a little too rampant. He would not think that he was invincible because he broke through to the Divine Lord Realm, right? You also just transformed from an ant, being COCKY for what? Moreover, you're merely a slightly larger ant right now. Yi Yuan said disgruntledly. Chapter 1550 You, Re Very Brave. Chapter 1550 You, Re Very Brave. Xiaoryu's face darkened. The people surrounding and watching all sucked in a cold breath. This Master Yi was really too awesome, to actually dare talk this way to a Divine Lord Realm powerhouse. Punk, you're very proud. But you indeed have the capital to be prideful. I'll give you a chance, join our Sun Moon gang. In the future, this land of the South City, you can roam as you please. Absolutely no one will dare to find trouble with you like today, Xiaoryu said and forcefully pressed down the anger in his heart. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Are you soliciting me here? Xiaoryu said coolly, This Divine Lord successfully breaking through today, it's a sign that the other two gangs are doomed. You have no future following Xing Guan. Yi Yuan pursed his mouth and said disdainfully, I think that you're misunderstanding something. You're still not qualified enough to solicit me. The people surrounding and watching did not even dare to breathe loudly. But their gaze when looking at Yi Yuan was full of admiration. This provocation was too ruthless. Xiaoryu's face fell and he said, Are you refusing a toast, only to drink a forfeit? But Ning Xiu suddenly spoke up at this time and said, Master Ye's alchemy standard is also more than enough to enter the Pill Tower. Just the likes of you, a measly little first-layered Heaven Divine Lord, what qualifications do you have to solicit him? Xiaoryu was so angry. He went through untold hards. PS and finally broke through to Divine Lord Realm. Originally, he thought that anyone would have to make a detour around him when they saw him. He did not expect that two hotheads jumped out today, and did not take him seriously at all. Was Divine Lord Realm so worthless? Ha ha! A measly little first-layered Heaven Divine Lord. Little girl, what high-sounding sentiments. Entering the Pill Tower? He got to have the life to enter it too. Since you guys don't know how to appreciate favors, then this Divine Lord will destroy your miracle hand parlor today. See what you guys have to be unbridled. Xiaoryu laughed from extreme fury, hating these two fellows who did not know the immensity of heaven and earth to the extreme. A surge of world power rippled out, akin to a huge flood wave, directly sending all the people around him flying. A guy who hasn't seen the world before. Breaking through to the Divine Lord Realm, and you're flaunting your prowess. You're this bit of strength got to tuck your tail between your legs and behave when placed in the inner city. If you dare to touch a single strand of hair of this young lady, do you believe that someone will come and annihilate you straight away? Facing Xiao Ryu's powerful pressure, Ning Xiu's complexion was somewhat pale. But her words were still full of contempt. Clearly, she did not take Xiao Ryu, this divine Lord Realm powerhouse, seriously at all. Xiao Ryu's heart thumped, thinking to himself, could it be that this Lass comes from the inner city and her status is extraordinary? But he denied this very quickly. The inner city's darling daughters, each and every one of them was incomparably arrogant. How could they possibly come to such a small medicine shop to be a little medicine attendant? This Lass must be making an empty show of strength. Using the inner city to scare this divine lord, do you take me to be scared from young? This divine lord will exterminate you, Lass today. I want to see whether or not someone will really come and annihilate me. Xiao Ryu snorted coldly, a palm struck toward Ning Xiu with overwhelming momentum. Boom! Under everyone's dumbfounded gazes, Xiao Ryu's figure flew out backward, directly blasted onto the street. Xiao Ryu's internal organs were in shock, his entire person struck silly. He stood up rather shakingly, and he looked at a young person in front of him with immense shock. How could there be a divine Lord Realm powerhouse here? Who did you say you were going to exterminate just now? Ning Fangrong's eyes were like torches, looking down on Xiao Ryu, his eyes full of killing intent. Ning Xiu was first stunned, then immediately revealed a look of wild elation. Plussing forward to pull Ning Fangrong's arm, she said, "Big brother, why did you come?" Ning Fangrong gave her a doting glance and said, "If I don't come, weren't you going to get bullied by people?" "Hee, it's still Big Brother who's the best," Ning Xiu said in a spoiled manner. Ning Fangrong rubbed Ning Xiu's head dotingly but turned his head around. His expression was cold, as he said to Xiao, "I'm asking you, who are you going to exterminate, huh?" Xiao Ryu's expression was incomparably ugly. He did not expect that a divine Lord Realm powerhouse suddenly popped out in the crowd. One should not look at how the other party was young. His strength was much greater than his. This person was totally not what he, a rookie who just broke through, could compete with. He had just uttered the big talk. Who knew that someone really jumped out to annihilate him straight away? Who could understand this kind of bitterness? Where was the so-called invincible in the South City? The so-called sweeping across the South City and unifying the three gangs? Such a young divine lord powerhouse. His status was clearly extraordinary. He definitely came out of the inner city. Moreover, it was definitely a major faction in the inner city. That little girl's status was really extraordinary. But such a little girl, why would she be ordered around like a maidservant in such a small medicine shop? Are you mentally ill? Xiao Ryu's face squeezed out a smile that was even uglier than crying and said, "This one had eyes but couldn't see. I wonder which inner city family's young master is this little brother from?" Ning Fangrong said calmly, "You're still not fit to address me as your brother. The Imperial City has a rule that divine Lord Realm martial artists are not to interfere with the outer city's matters. Are you slighting the City Lord manner right now?" Xiao Ryu was crying bitterly in his heart. He had just broken through to the divine Lord Realm and had not reported to the inner city yet. Originally, he wanted to slice through a knot with a sharp knife, directly unifying the three gangs before talking. This kind of thing, the inner city would also open one eye and close one eye, tacitly allowing it. After all, these people in the outer city were no different from ants in the eyes of the inner city. To Xiao Ryu, when he entered the inner city, he also needed the support of cultivation resources. Clearly, after consolidating the three gangs, the new Sun-Moon gang could provide him cultivation resources unceasingly. Except, the ideal was very well endowed, but the reality was bony, one who knew that he was so unlucky, running into someone who came out of the inner city when he just broke through. This. Xiao Ryu stammered and could not even complete his sentences. When he Xiao and Luo Yu saw this scene, their faces revealed incomparably gloomy look. Originally thought that they had a major backer now. In the end, the major backer had just risen and was smacked to death by someone with a slap. This inconspicuous little medicine shop, its background was really deep to the extreme. This Laos actually called this Divine Lord Realm powerhouse as Big Brother, then her status was definitely extraordinary. However, it was such a Laos who willingly became a maidservant who was ordered about inside this little medicine shop. Then Master Ye's background. Could it be that Master Yi was a Pill Tower's newly emerged genius alchemist? Coming to the outer city to hang a will grant all requests signboard was in order to train? The more everyone thought, the more reliable it felt. It seemed like only this explanation was the most logical. In everyone's eyes, Yi Yuan's image became incomparably tall. Although Ning Fangrong was the same as Xiao Ryu, both being first-layered Heaven Divine Lord martial artists, the N.O. air emitting off his body was what Xiao Ryu did not possess. It was only to see him say coolly, "You go to the inner city's entrance and wait for me. Later, I'll bring you together into the martial tower and receive punishment." Xiao Ryu's expression changed, and he said in a panic, "This, Your Excellency." Ning Fangrong's brows furrowed, and he said unhappily, "What? You have a problem? To dare clamor about killing my Ning family's people, I have to admit that you're very brave." Xiao Ryu's entire body trembled, his legs turning soft, and he knelt down with a thud, crying out involuntarily, You're a member of the Ning family." Yes, it's a euphemism for BOOBS. The ideal is big BOOBS, but the reality is flat. Chapter 1551, Not What You Can Imagine. Chapter 1551, Not What You Can Imagine. The Ning family was a leviathan in the inner city. One should not look at how he broke through to the Divine Lord realm currently. If the Ning family wanted to kill him, it was merely as simple as Cruz. Hi plus ing an ant. Divine Lord Realm? What the Ning family lacked the least was Divine Lord Realm. Didn't they all see that this young man in front was already a Divine Lord Realm powerhouse? Ning family. Could it be one of the inner city's two great powerful families, the Ning family? What Ning family could there be still? Xiao Ryu is really unlucky. He just broke through to Divine Lord Realm and actually provoked the Ning family. TSK, this situation turnaround is really too fast. Originally thought that the Sun Moon Gang will be on the rise, now The majority of the people were watching the show. Xiao Ryu was wildly tyrannical and highly oppressive. They could not bear the sight of it as well. Now, seeing Xiao Ryu got deflated, each and every one of them also started gloating over his misfortune. Seeing Xiao Ryu's dead dog appearance, a hint of disdain flashed past in Ning Fangrong's eyes. If Xiao Ryu had a little backbone, he might regard him higher. However, he did not even have the thought of resisting. This kind of person was destined to not accomplish great things. However, this had nothing to do with him. Xiao Ryu actually dared to have killing intent towards his little sister, then he would have to suffer the Ning family's wrath. If it were an ordinary person, then forget it. Yet, Xiao Ryu was even a Divine Lord powerhouse. Why, Your Excellency? The ignorant isn't to be blamed. I really didn't know your ident. One ties. If I knew, give me 10 galls and I also wouldn't dare deal a heavy blow toward this young lady. Xiao Ryu already completely broke down. That overweeningly arrogant appearance earlier was all gone now. Just like a dog wagging its tail and begging for mercy. Ning Fangrong said coolly, "These words you go and explain to the Martial Tower's elders. Give you 3 breaths of time, immediately disappear from my sight." 1, 2, just as Ning Fangrong shouted until 2, Xiao Ryu already suddenly disappeared from where he originally was. When Xiao Ryu showed up, everyone thought that the South City's heaven changed. Who knew that in a blink, it became like this? The moment Xiao Ryu left, Ning Fangrong turned to look at Yi Yuan and said with a frown, "You're called Yi Yuan, right? You actually dared to order my sister around like a maid. Do you know her ident? One Tai?" Everyone was stunned. What kind of situation was this? Could it be that Master Yi did not come out of the martial tower? Ning Fangrong's appearance seemed to be going to denounce him publicly for his crimes. Yi Yuan said coolly, "No matter who she is, if she wants to learn alchemy from me, they have to start from a medicine attendant." Ning Fangrong laughed in spite of himself and said, "Little sister learning alchemy from you? You're a 3-star alchemy G.O.D., she's a 3-star alchemy G.O.D. too. Furthermore, her master is a 4-star alchemy G.O.D. What right do you have to teach her?" Yi Yuan raised his eyebrows slightly, shot Ning Fangrong a glance, and said coolly, "Is 4-star alchemy G.O.D. very impressive?" Ning Fangrong's eyes narrowed slightly and his tone turned cold as he said, "Young man, don't be ignorant of the immensity of heaven and earth. Curing a poison doesn't mean that you can put on airs and look down on others." The method that Yi Yuan cured the poison had indeed amazed Ning Fangrong. But this was just a single facet. The might of a 4-star alchemy God was far from what 3-star alchemy Gods could imagine. When Ning Xiu saw the smell of gunpowder gradually thicken, she hurriedly blocked in front of Ning Fangrong and said, "Big brother, you're not allowed to find trouble with Master Yi. It was me who pestered him endlessly and insisted on him taking me in as a little medicine boy." Ning Fangrong looked at his little sister with surprise. Looking at this appearance, if he really made a move, she would even help outsiders to fight it out with him? Recalling Ning Xiu's meek look from before, Ning Fangrong was incredibly shocked in his heart. This little sister of his feared nothing and no one. Even Master Xian Yu could not do anything about her too. Now she was actually so docile and obedient towards this young man. What kind of magical power did this young man have? Or was it that his little sister took fancy on him? With his little sister around, it looked like he could not touch this brat today. "All right, looking on the account of your face, I won't make things difficult for him today. Follow me back," Ning Fangrong said. Ning Xiu shook her head like a rattling drum and said, "You go back, I want to learn pill refinement at Master Yi here." Ning Fangrong's brows furrowed and he said in a solemn voice, "Nonsense. Your master is Master Xian Yu. Learning alchemy from an unknown boy, where is my Ning family's face going to be put?" But Ning Xiu said, "I don't care. Either way, I'm not going back." "You!" Ning Fangrong choked and said angrily, "Going back or not isn't up to you." But Ning Xiu glared fiercely and said, "You dare? If you were to forcefully bring me away, I'll tell father and mother all of your dirty laundry." Ning Fangrong was driven utterly crazy. The moment this La's unruliness flared up, it really gave people a headache. At this time, Yi Yuan suddenly spoke up, "Leave." The moment these words came out, Ning Xiu and Ning Fangrong were both stunned. Ning Xiu was just about to say something when Yi Yuan continued, "I took you in because I was afraid that you had nowhere to go. Since your family member had come to find you, you go back with him then." "I don't want to go back." Ning Xiu simply refused. "Amen." Yi Yuan frowned, seemingly the tempo of going to fly off the handle. Ning Xiu got a shock and pursed her mouth and said unhappily, "Go back then, go back, be fierce for what? But you have to promise me, the next time I come, you're not allowed to turn me down." Yi Yuan nodded and said, "You can come, but you must obtain the permission of your teacher. Even though you and I aren't master and disciple in name, there is the reality of master and disciple. Me teaching you alchemy goes against the moral principle." Hearing this, Ning Xiu's initial displeasure turned to joy and said, "This is what you said." Yi Yuan nodded his head, considered to have tacitly agreed to it. Ning Fangrong stared at this scene tongue-tied and his eyes wide, his head not quite wrapping itself around it. Xiu this Las was actually so submissive toward this boy. He said a sentence and was ted up to the sky. But Yi Yuan said a sentence, and she did not even dare to talk back. Could it really be one object subduing another? How could he know that Ning Xiu was afraid that Yi Yuan would get really angry and never teach her alchemy henceforth? Ning Xiu just recently knew what was called heavens beyond heavens, and there was always someone better after following by Yi Yuan's side these few days. Her pride was beaten by Yi Yuan until there was not a patch of skin left whole. Yi Yuan already used his alchemy strength to thoroughly convince Ning Xiu. At the same time, she discovered the boundless charm of alchemy on Yi Yuan. Hence, she was very afraid that Yi Yuan would not teach her alchemy. "Big brother, little Huan, let's go. Master Yi, you mustn't act shamelessly. I'll come over and find you in a few days," Ning Xiu said with a smile. Ning Fangrong gave Yi Yuan a very profound glance, turned around, and left. Exiting Cinnamon Street, Ning Xiu suddenly turned around and glared fiercely at Ning Fangrong and said, "Big brother, don't think that I don't know what you're thinking. If you dare to have designs on Master Yi, I'll ignore you for the rest of my life." Ning Fangrong and stunned and laughed in spite of himself and said, "You s. What the L kind of bewitching potion did that boy feed you? You're actually so protective of him." Ning Xiu smiled and said, "You won't understand. Master Ye's realm is completely not what you can imagine. Even Master, his elderly self, might not be able to compare to Master Yi 2-1. Master Yi is calling like expert Yi, not master and disciple." Chapter 1552 Ning Xiu Refining Pills. Chapter 1552 Ning Xiu Refining Pills. Outside of the pill tower, a young man came up to greet. Seeing the arrival of that person, Ning Xiu went up to greet him with a smile. "He, second senior brother, were you punished by Master again?" This person was Ning Xiu's second senior brother, Ding Sun, an initial stage 4-star alchemy God existence. Ding Sun was stunned and said, "How do you know?" Ning Xiu beamed widely and said, "Divine essence unsteady. One look and its excessive use of divine fire. Master punished you to practice fire control 100 times again, right?" Ding Sun pouted and said, "Little junior sister, you still have time to worry about me? Better worry about yourself. You went overboard this time." Ning Xiu smiled mischievously and said, "Second senior brother, why don't we make a bet?" Ding Sun said suspiciously, "You what lousy idea did you think of again?" Ning Xiu smiled and said, "I say that not only will Master not punish me, but he'll also even praise me greatly." Ding Sun laughed in spite of himself when he heard that and said, "You did you get delirious after going out for a few days? You actually ran away from home this time. Master will at least punish you with a closed seclusion for 3 years. You actually said that Master he'll praise you?" Ning Xiu said with a mischievous look, "Just say whether you dare to bet or not." Ding Sun could not help laughing as he said, "What item of senior brothers did you take fancy on again? But this time you can't possibly win." Ning Xiu grinned and said, "If second senior brother you lose, then give me your Blue Voyage Insight Divine Fire." Ding Sun's eyes narrowed and he said with a smile, "Mischievous girl, your cerulean divine flame is much stronger than the Blue Voyage Insight Divine Fire. What are you having designs on it for?" Ning Xiu said, "Don't need you to worry about that. You just say whether you dare to bet or not. If I lose, the heavenly sieve secret art that Master bestowed on me the last time will be given to you." Ding Sun's eyes lit up and he said, "For real? Even more real than real gold?" Ning Xiu said with a smile. Ding Sun nodded and said, "Okay. Second senior brother will bet with you. I don't believe that you can really escape Master's punishment this time." Ning Fangrong did not make a sound the entire time, looking at his little sister rather surprisedly. He was the same as Ding Sun, uncertain where this confidence came from. Inside Ning Fangrong's mind, Yi Yuan's figure suddenly flashed across. Could it be related to that brat? Ning Fangrong denied this notion very quickly. How could this be possible? Inside the lobby, Master Xian Yu currently had his eyes shut to rest. Hearing the commotion, he slowly opened his mouth and said, "Girl, you still know to come back, huh?" Master Xian Yu's voice was very awe-inspiring, sounding very angry, but there was a trace of excessive doting that inadvertently flowed out too. As the saying went, "Love hard, whip hard." Master Xian Yu was very satisfied with Ning Xiu, this final disciple, but also had a big headache. This girl's talent was a Stony's. Hi+ing, but she just did not work hard. Alchemy this path, such superficialness was very hard to have accomplishment. Therefore, this time, he planned on Puni's. Hi+ing this lass. Properly, let her get her mind together. Ning Xiu giggled and dashed to Master Xian Yu's side with a lunge, pulled his arm up, and said coquettishly, "Master, I didn't go out this time to be naughty. It's going out to learn new skills." Master Xian Yu was just a sucker for this. But this time, he decided to not fall for it. He must punish this girl. Only to see him billow his beard and said with a cold snort, "Learn new skills? I think that you became capable. Don't need to say anything. Immediately go to the Heaven Character number 3 room for closed seclusion right now. You're not allowed to take a step out within 3 years. Hearing this, the corners of Ding Sun's mouth raised. This girl clearly underestimated Master's fury this time. That heavenly Civ secret arts rubbing, he had coveted it for a long time already. This time, he finally got it. But Ning Xiu was not afraid at all. Swaying Master Xian Yu's arm, she said, "Master, I really went out to learn new skills this time. If you don't believe me, I'll refine a medicinal pill for you to see right now." Xian Yu glanced at her and said with a cold smile, "Lass. Even if you pull any tricks, you can't escape the punishment of confinement too." The smile on Ding Sun's face became even thicker. Ning Fangrong also beamed widely. Master Xian Yu was finally angered by this girl. "Goodness, Master, I really went out to learn new skills this time. There's a very powerful fellow inside that miracle hand parlor in the outer city. I went this time to interact with him. Master, if you don't believe, Siyu will refine a medicinal pill for you to see. If you still want to punish me after seeing it, Siyu will accept the punishment obediently." Ning Siyu said. Xian Yu did not believe Ning Siyu's words at all. That little medicine shop, he already investigated it before. It was an unremarkable little medicine shop, almost closing down. What expert could there be still? This girl was clearly playing tricks. But he still said, "All right, you try refining a medicinal pill. I want to see what you learned these few days." You have got to be kidding. Merely a few days' time. How much improvement could her alchemy skills have? Even though Ning Xiu, this girl's talent, was exceedingly high, a short few days' time, it was also not possible to make much progress. Before long, Ning Xiu brought a pile of spirit medicines to the pill refining room. Xian Yu's gaze swept and could not help saying rather surprisedly, "You're going to refine the Meridian Heaven Heart pill? But you never succeeded once before." Ning Xiu smiled smugly and said, "It's because I never succeeded once before that it can demonstrate my improvement." Xian Yu pursed his mouth and declined to comment. He did not believe that after a few days' time, Ning Xiu would be able to refine the Meridian Heaven Heart pill. But after Ning Xiu started refining the pill, Xian Yu discovered something off. He discovered that a kind of change happened to Ning Xiu. This kind of change was focus. Ning Xiu's disposition was being too hyper. When refining pills, it was very hard to calm down. But this time, Ning Xiu was unprecedentedly focused. Every movement, Ning Xiu completed it very on point, working with the greatest care. However, with the passage of time, the shock on Xian Yu, 3 people's faces became thicker and thicker. In the past, when Ning Xiu refined pills, it was very easy to lose control in the second half and have various situations occur. But this time, she gradually entered an optimal state, her condition getting better and better. Finally, Ning Xiu lightly cried, "Condense." The medicinal pill formed. When the last step was completed, Ning Xiu actually had a feeling of being beside herself with joy. This kind of feeling had never happened before in her alchemy career. She really did it. Being imperceptibly influenced in the Miracle Hand parlor these few days, she obtained tremendous improvement. Especially when Yi Yuan cast the Chaos Heavenly Star art at that time, it brought her into a mysterious realm, letting her obtain tremendous harvests. Seeing Master and Second Senior Brother's incomparably shocked looks, Ning Xiu had a smug look. "Master, Second Senior Brother, open the furnace and take a look then. I'm very much looking forward to it too." Ning Xiu smiled and said. Xian Yu's palm shook. A medicinal pill flew out of the medicine cauldron. The four people looked at that medicinal pill in the jade box, faces all revealing extremely shocked look. Even Ning Xiu herself also felt that it was unbelievable. She had long expected that she made progress and should be able to refine the Meridian Heaven Heart pill. But she completely did not think that she could actually perform so well. Chapter 1553 Dao Realm. Chapter 1553 Dao Realm High-Grade Meridian Heaven Heart Pill. Regarding this result, Ning Xiu was simply satisfied to the extreme. Although in front of Yi Yuan, a high-grade Meridian Heaven Heart Pill could be refined until not even dregs remained. She was still very satisfied with her result. But in Xian Yu's and Ding Sun's eyes, it was completely different. They all knew that before running away, Ning Xiu still repeatedly failed to refine the Meridian Heaven Heart pill. Her running away was not unrelated to this. But how many days had it been? She actually directly refined out a high grade. Could it be that this Lass really went out to learn new skills? Seeing her master's shocked expression, Ning Xiu was rather pleased with herself. "Master, you look. Isn't my improvement very big? I didn't bluff you, right?" Ning Xiu smiled brilliantly and said. After the astonishment, Xian Yu said in surprise, "Girl, tell Master, what on earth did you do? Why is your improvement actually so great in a short few days' time?" Ning Xiu said smugly, "Because of Master Yi. You don't know, Master Yi is really too cool when refining pills. I've never witnessed before, a person refining pills could actually refine until others become intoxicated." Upon mentioning Yi Yuan, Ning Xiu started spewing forth unceasingly, not stinting with words of praises in the slightest. "Hang on, this Master Yi that you mentioned, who is he?" Xian Yu interrupted Ning Xiu's ecstasy and asked. Ning Fangrong clasped his hands and said, "Master, it's like this." Ning Fangrong briefly recounted the matter of the South City's Miracle Hand Parlor, Yi Yuan challenging 5 great forces alone, surprising Xian Yu repeatedly. Especially when mentioning that Yi Yuan refined the heavenly blood marrow changing pill and helped Huang Qian be reborn anew, Xian Yu was inexplicably shocked in his heart. The purple quill marrow extermination, he naturally knew it. This poison was incurable, but it was actually treated by a junior. I didn't expect that the South City actually produced such a figure. Xian Yu sighed emotionally. Ning Xiu looked at Xian Yu's expression and said with a smile, "Master, did you have the thought of accepting a disciple stirred?" Xian Yu did not hide it either, saying with a smile, "It's you, Lass, who's astute." "That's right, such a genius. If he were taken away by others, that would be too much of a pity." Although it sounded very impressive, Xian Yu did not see it with his own eyes after all. With his status as high-rank 4-star alchemy God, taking in a 3-star alchemy God, wasn't it more than enough still? Ning Xiu giggled and said, "Master, rest assured. Body can take him in." "Amen? How so?" Xian Yu said in puzzlement. "Master, you look." Ning Xiu took out those 2 Gale celestial stone pills. Xian Yu's gaze turned sharp and he exclaimed, "Divine-grade Gale celestial stone pill. This was refined by him?" Ning Xiu nodded her head, pointed at the Gale's celestial stone pill, and said, "This is his first time refining. This one was his second time refining." Xian Yu took those 2 medicinal pills from Ning Xiyu's hand, his expression becoming incomparably solemn. Nothing could reflect the alchemist's level more than medicinal pills. He discerned these 2 medicinal pills' extraordinariness with a glance. Carefully looking it over, Xian Yu suddenly said, "First time refining, could it be that this young man already reached the legendary Dao realm? No, this is impossible. I've never heard before that a 3-star alchemy God can reach the Dao realm." Ning Xiyu and Ding Sun both had puzzled looks and said, "Master, what's the Dao realm?" Xian Yu said solemnly, "The level of alchemists has always been divided based on the rank of the divine pills they could refine. But apart from this, there's still a mysterious and profound realm, that's the Dao realm. The path of making sense is extensive and profound, and body dares to say that they can refine all medicinal pills. Even 4-star alchemy gods also have rank 3 divine pills that they can't refine, let alone talk about rank 4 divine pills. But once one reaches the Dao realm, then their understanding of alchemy Dao will be exceedingly profound and can unleash the properties within spirit medicines to the greatest extent. This kind of person, no matter what medicinal pills he refined, it would be accomplished with high proficiency." Recalling Yi Yuan's pill refinement, Ning Xiyu could not help but be in strong agreement and said, "According to what Master said, he's really like this. It seems like ordinary medicinal pills, as long as he takes action, it will be divine grade. Only when refining the Gale's celestial stone pill, was there a tiny bit of flaw, refining a heaven grade." The corners of Xian Yu's mouth twitched slightly. He still wanted to take Yi Yuan in as a disciple earlier, but now, he completely dispelled this notion. Taking in an alchemist who was probably in the Dao realm as a disciple? One shouldn't look at how he was a 4-star alchemy God. He really did not have the qualifications. Putting aside that he was just a 5-star alchemy God, even 5-star alchemy gods similarly did not have the qualifications. Because such an existence, as long as there was no accident, once they stepped into Divine Lord realm, as long as they became familiar with the properties of 4-star spirit medicines, then he was the strongest 4-star alchemy God. This kind of people's understanding of alchemy was completely not what he could imagine. This guy was totally a great God. So incredible? A 3-star alchemy God can actually be formidable to such a degree? Ding Sun completely could not comprehend this kind of existence. In his view, 1 star was 1 world. 4-star alchemy gods were stronger than 3-star alchemy gods. He had never heard before that a 3-star alchemy God could actually be powerful to the point where even his master was afraid of. Xian Yu also took a hit and said with a sigh, "According to what I know, only alchemists that reach the heavenly emperor realm and infinitely approaches the great Dao can have a possibility of comprehending alchemy Dao, reaching the Dao realm. 3-star Dao realm, it's unheard of. If his future road is walked solidly, perhaps he can reach the realm of the medicine ancestor." Hiss! The 3 people present all sucked in a cold breath. Xian Yu's speculation was a little too frightening. Medicine ancestor was an existence that they simply could not imagine, virtually rivaling Dao ancestors. This young man who popped out of God knows where could actually reach that kind of realm. Just thinking about it felt inconceivable. No can do. This boy, I must meet him. Later, you go and find this Yi Yuan, just say that Master wants to interact with him, Xian Yu said suddenly. Ning Xiyu had never seen before her master like this. Even when facing the Lord of the Pill Tower, he was calm and collected too. "Yes, Master," Ning Xiyu answered. "Also, the Pill Tower's compet. 1. Tian will be starting soon. This period of time, you go over to his side more. You must build a good relations. Hi+P with him. This has tremendous benefits to you. Xian Yu said. Ning Xiu hugged Xian Yu and said gleefully, He, Master is so good, you're the most open-minded. Second senior brother, hand over your divine fire. Ning Xiu looked at Ding Sun and said with a smug look. Ding Sun smiled bitterly. He indeed still lost. But he did not renege either, forcing the Blue Voyage Insight divine fire out of his body and giving it to Ning Xiu. This divine fire was already not very useful to him. He suddenly thought of something and said with uncertainty, You wanted this Blue Voyage Insight divine fire. Is it to give it to that Master Yi? Ning Xiu smiled and said, Second senior brother is indeed clever. That guy is already a 3-star alchemy G.O.D. and actually still uses rank 2 divine fire. How unsightly. Ding Sun's eyes nearly popped out. That guy called Yi Yuan was truly too freakish, right? He used a rank 2 divine fire to refine a divine grade Gale celestial stone pill? Chapter 1554 You miscalculated. Chapter 1554 You miscalculated. Wu Feng sat in the hall, his smile seemingly radiant. Huang Haoren and Hao Qian sat on the right-hand side, appearing very fluid. Yu's teared. Although Huang Qian was saved, this 50 million went down the drain for Wu Feng. Most importantly, it was a major loss of face. Huang Haoren understood Wu Feng very well. He cared about face too much. Normally it was still fine. But if someone threatened his T.I. as the South City's #1 alchemist, he definitely would not show leniency. But this time, Yi Yuan's power face-smacking thoroughly made a name for himself. But Huang Haoren did not expect that Wu Feng's mood today seemed to be pretty good still. Oh, Haoren, do you think that I'd blame you because of this matter? Wu Feng said with a ghost of a smile. Huang Haoren blushed with shame and said, Master, you followed me for so many years, could I still not know your feelings for Huang Qian? Otherwise, do you think that I'd invite Master to take action and come and diagnose him? Wu Feng said with a smile. Huang Haoren hurriedly said, Haoren received Master's kindness and will never be able to repay it. Haoren's life is Master's. Wu Feng nodded and said, For Huang Qian to be able to recover, I'm happy for him as well. You don't need to think too much. This matter isn't your fault. Huang Haoren said, Master, this 50 million divine essence stones, I'll definitely think of a way to return to you. Wu Feng laughed loudly and said, Why are you so stubborn? Huang Haoren bowed and said, Master, if I don't return you these divine essence stones, Haoren will have trouble sleeping and eating. Wu Feng smiled as he walked over, patted Huang Haoren's shoulder, and said, Really can't do anything about you. Forget it, if you want to return a favor, it's also not impossible. Hearing this, Huang Haoren's mind eased up, but heard Wu Feng's tone gradually turn cold as he said, Then, use your life to pay it back. Huang Haoren's entire body trembled, suddenly raising his head and looking at Wu Feng. Suddenly, he felt his chest tighten, all the blood in his body becoming stagnant. His divine essence gradually solidified, and his consciousness also began to blur. Master, Huang Haoren looked at Wu Feng in disbelief. He knew that he was poisoned. There was poison inside the tea just now. Wu Feng's gaze turned cold and he said in a cold voice, Humph. Nice job, this old man became the entire South City's laughingstock now. Either way, this life of yours was saved by this old man too. Returning to this old man now, you have no objections, right? Huang Qian's heart suddenly twinged and he shouted, Second uncle, you can't die. Wu Feng, you mother****. My second uncle is so loyal to you, you actually want to poison him to death. Huang Qian swayed, already somewhat unsteady on his feet. He drank the tea just now too and was clearly poisoned as well. The toxicity was very strong. Huang Haoren's eyes had already started to turn dim. He used all of his strength to push Huang Qian out and said, "Ji go. Find. And Master Yi." Wu Feng sneered and said, "You look, your heart is already at Master Yi there, still loyal to me? But too bad," Huang Qian drank that cup of tea too. "He's the same as you, both unable to escape death." Huang Qian's eyes turned bloodshot from anger, hot tears pouring out of his eyes, and his teeth gritting until it rattled. The divine essence within his body suddenly revolved, his entire person plusing at Wu Feng like an arrow that left the bow. Wu Feng was caught off guard, not expecting that Huang Qian could actually still revolve divine essence. However, Wu Feng's strength was too powerful in the end. It was far from what Huang Qian could compare to. Boom! In a haste, the two people exchanged a palm. Huang Qian immediately wildly sprayed fresh blood in the air, flying out backward, while Wu Feng was also shaking until his vital energy and blood was tumbling, and was actually powerless to chase after for a moment. Huang Qian's eyes were full of tears as he wailed, "Second uncle, I seem to be fine and can last until Master Yi there. You rest assured, I'll definitely avenge you." Huang Qian discovered that even though he was dizzy, his entire person was only somewhat unwell. His symptoms did not seem as severe as Huang Haoran's. Hearing this, a hint of relief showed in Huang Haoran's eyes, his face revealing a trace of a faint smile. He got it, it must be Master Ye's heavenly blood marrow changing pill, making Huang Qian be reborn anew. His resistance to poison also increased greatly, that was why. "Master, you miscalculated." Finished saying this sentence, Huang Haoran's closed his eyes forever. "Second uncle." Huang Qian's eyes welled up with tears, shouting until his throat turned hoa. "RSE. Master Yi, you see what I brought you." Ning Xiu held her palm out. A faint blue flame appeared in her palm. Yi Yuan looked at Ning Xiu rather surprisedly. He said, "You specially got this for me?" Ning Xiu smiled slyly and said, accurately saying, "It's we won it together." She briefly recounted the matter of winning against second senior brother, making Yi Yuan smile. "You had a good intention. This divine fire, I'll accept it, cancel out the divine essence stones you owe me." Yi Yuan reached his hand out and beckoned. The faint blue flame came to his hand obediently. Ning Xiu's pupils constricted. This guy's fire-controlling art had simply reached the acme of perfection. A foreign divine fire was actually so docile when reaching his hands. But she felt something off very soon and said, "Hey, a divine fire is just worth 4 million divine essence stones? You're robbing me." Yi Yuan glanced at her and smiled, but his palm moved. The Blue Voyage Insight Divine Fire was directly stripped by Yi Yuan, leaving behind just a tiny little tongue of flame. One should not underestimate this tongue of flame. This was where the essence of the divine fire lay. Then Yi Yuan's palm flipped. The cleansing sandal sacred flame suddenly rose. His palm merged together again. The cleansing sandal sacred flame directly swallowed that little CLU's tur of fire up. Ning Xiu opened her eyes wide and said indignantly, "Wei you actually used your rank 2 divine fire to devour a rank 3 divine fire? You're wasting God's good gift." She finally managed to get Yi Yuan this rank 3 divine fire. Who knew that Yi Yuan actually directly destroyed it? Ning Xiu was so angry. Even if you wanted to raise a fire, it should also be using rank 2 to raise rank 3, right? This guy actually did exactly the opposite. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "How can that divine fire of yours compare with my cleansing sandal sacred flame? In terms of pill refinement, I really can't find any more suitable than it. Furthermore, it followed me for close to 100 years and accompanied me through life and death countless times. I can't bear to swap it out too. Devouring the fire essence, it should be able to evolve to rank 3. Ning Xiu was a little surprised. Why were these words said in such an elderly person's tone? This guy was merely 100-odd years old. So why did he behave like he was several tens of thousands of years old, being an old man? Fine then, whatever makes you happy. Ning Xiu shrugged her shoulders and said. Just a rank 3 divine fire, it was nothing to Ning Xiu. Right at this time, 3 figures entered the miracle hand parlor. An old man with a sage-like appearance, a fatty who was like a round ball, and there was also a very beautiful girl. Shopkeeper, I heard that this place will grant all requests, is this true? The old man with a sage-like appearance asked the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper said with a proud look, That's of course. You go and inquire about it, this land of South City. Who doesn't know our miracle hand parlor's master Ye's name? The moment these words came out, the 3 people's faces changed. What did you say? Your presiding alchemist here is also called Yi Yuan? The old man exclaimed. Chapter 1555 Give me a proper lesson. Chapter 1555 Give me a proper lesson, ha ha ha, you guys finally came. When Yi Yuan saw little Fatty, he immediately gave him a bear hug. Not seeing him for a long time, Yi Yuan was extremely excited. Ning Xiu clicked her tongue in wonder looking by the side. In her eyes, Yi Yuan had always had the demeanor of a master. She did not expect that he actually still had such a side. Xie Jingyi was agitated until his face was somewhat flushed and he said, Good brother, I missed you to death. Be big brother Yi. Liang Wanru was a little shy but very happy. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Young sister Wanru, your improvement isn't small. Ha! Liang Wanru smiled and said, Isn't it still all thanks to the medicinal pills big brother Yi left for me? Otherwise, with Wanru's talent, how can I break through so fast? At this time, Liang Wanru already broke through to the Heaven Glimpse deity realm. It could be said Astonies. Hi plus Ingli fast already. Yi Yuan had long explained to Liang Wanru that they should address each other as siblings. Even though the sincere feelings in Liang Wanru's heart had yet to fade, she could only accept this fact. By the side, Xiao Feng marveled endlessly and said with a bitter smile, This old man really didn't expect that it was you, this punk, who opened this miracle hand parlor. Thinking back now, apart from you, who else dares to claim to grant all requests? Yi Yuan chuckled and said, It was an action that couldn't be helped too. The conditions for entering the inner city are too harsh. As a last resort, I can only make the commotion a little bigger and draw you guys over. Xiao Feng smiled bitterly and said, Your commotion isn't small. Right now, in the inner city, many major forces all know that the outer city has a will grant all requests already. Ning Xiu's eyes swiveled around. Only then she understood that it turned out Yi Yuan hanging this signboard was actually in order to draw these 3 people over. The first time she saw Yi Yuan, she felt that this guy was unbelievably arrogant. But getting to know him, she discovered that Yi Yuan was not that kind of arrogant people, and she could not help being somewhat curious why Yi Yuan would hang such a show-off signboard. She did not expect that it was actually to draw his friends out of the inner city. Ning Xiu could not help being somewhat speechless. Only Yi Yuan, this kind of big shot, could use this kind of whimsical method to attain his objective, right? If it were somebody else, clearly inside a city, but the inner city and outer city could stop them for all their lives. When Yi Yuan challenged 5 major factions alone, it was really cool to the max. The Yi Yuan at that time gave her a feeling that was invincibility. Alchemy Dao was invincible. Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders and said, This is also something that can't be helped. You guys know, I'm actually very low profile. Hearing this, the 3 people could not help rolling their eyes. Xiao Feng billowed his beard and glared as he said, You punk, you nearly turned Wu Meng capital city upside down, you actually still dare to say that you're low profile. Haha, that was an accident. Yi Yuan laughed and said. Xiao Feng was just making a joke and did not continue to make fun of Yi Yuan regarding this matter. He knew that Wu Meng capital city's incident was not Yi Yuan's fault. Yi Yuan's high profile was completely forced out. But your nerves are really great, to actually dare secretly return to Heavenly Eagle Imperial City. Qin Shao still has some power in the Marshal Tower, you got to be careful. Once the matter of you returning is known by him, he'll definitely think of ways to deal with you, Xiao Feng said. Yi Yuan pursed his mouth and said disdainfully, his dog life, I'll claim it sooner or later. Even though I can't deal with him right now, for him to want to kill me again, he can't do it. Xiao Feng's eyes lit up. It looked like Yi Yuan had quite a few fortuitous encounters again drifting around outside these few years. Only then did Xiao Feng discover that Yi Yuan's realm already broke through to the origin deity realm. This cultivation speed was a little too fast, right? When he left back then, he was just at the initial stage Heaven Glimpse realm. In merely 10 years from start to end, he actually directly broke through a major realm. Hoo-hoo, you punk can't be gauged with common sense. Alright, since we found you, go to the inner city together with us then. Xiao Feng laughed and said. With the myriad treasure tower's strength, letting Yi Yuan enter the inner city was naturally a cinch. Yi Yuan smiled and said, no hurry, the reason I urgently used this kind of method to meet you guys is actually that there's still something more important. Xiao Feng said puzzledly, what is it? Yi Yuan took out a jade box and set it to Xiejingyi, saying, Fatty, this is my promise to you. Today I can fulfill it. Xiejingyi's entire body trembled, and he said in disbelief, could this be? He suddenly recalled that back then, when he had just woken up, Yi Yuan told him that he would definitely find a way to help him restore his divine sea. At that time, Yi Yuan did not care about it at all, thinking that Yi Yuan was just consoling him. That was why he would say so. Was it possible that this guy really did it? How was this possible? These few years, Xiao Feng even found the myriad treasure tower's 4-star alchemy G.O.D. to help diagnose him, but N.O. body could do it. His divine sea was virtually completely wasted, unable to recover at all. Xiao Feng even spent a huge price inviting the Pill Tower's elder to take action and could not get his wish too. These few years, Xiejingyi was actually very decadent. Becoming a cripple, this was not a life that he wanted. He lost his family, lost the person he loved. Now, even his cultivation was gone. This made him almost despair. These few years, he practically drowned his sorrows in alcohol every day. When Xiao Feng saw him like this, he was powerless too. Yi Yuan smiled and said, good brother, you only became like this because of me. Not treating you, I'll feel uneasy for all my life. Don't be so agitated. Hoo-hoo, it's also thanks to you I guess, that I improved a step further in alchemy Dao. The muscles on little Fatty's face were quivering. On the one hand, it was because of excitement. On the other, it was because he was moved. Getting such a brother, what else did he need? But the Xiao Feng by the side trembled all over and said in disbelief, You really did it? Actually, me bringing Xiejingyi here today is just wanting to try our luck. You punk, which step did you walk until in alchemy Dao? Yi Yuan shook his head and said, I don't know either. But I seem to have stepped into another realm. As for the specifics, I can't say for sure too. Xiao Feng sucked in a cold breath. He knew that when Yi Yuan was at the Grotto Profound Deity realm back then, his understanding towards alchemy Dao was already incomparably profound. Stepping into another realm now, what kind of inconceivable world was that? Alchemists who knew Dao realm existed were just in the small minority. Master Xian, you only heard of this realm under a very coincidental situation too. Even Dustless did not know about the Dao realm, this state. However, the Ning Xiu by side was incomparably certain at this time, and this other state was Dao realm. She did not expect that this guy really stepped into Dao realm. This guy was too heaven-defying. Doesn't matter. Since I caught you, this brat, you have to give me a proper lesson this time. After breaking through to 4-star alchemy G.O.D., I feel that it's hard to trudge along. It's very difficult to have breakthroughs again. just nice, can find you, boy, to clarify my doubts, Xiao Feng said. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Haha, brother Xiao is too modest. We definitely should discuss things. Fatty, you go into seclusion then. This heart-healing heavenly mark pill can definitely help you recover to your peak state. Us brothers will challenge the pugilistic world again. Hearing Yi Yuan talked about it heroically, little Fatty also felt his heart stir, recalling the deed of slapping the little demoness back then. Chapter 1556 So what if picking a quarrel with you all? Chapter 1556 So what if picking a quarrel with you all? Ning Xiu stared at Yi Yuan, the confused look in her eyes becoming thicker and thicker. She discovered that the things Yi Yuan said, she actually understood less and less. What this guy talked about, was it really rank 3 alchemy knowledge? But opposite of Yi Yuan, Xiao Feng had an appearance of learning with an open mind, but his gaze became brighter and brighter, feeling a sense of enlightenment. The agreed-upon interaction became a one-sided clarification of doubts now. At the same time, he was also shocked to the extreme in his heart. Several decades had already passed, said since the two people had an exchange the last time. He discovered that now, he was already completely unable to exchange with Yi Yuan on an equal footing. What Yi Yuan talking about was another realm, giving him a feeling of beholding a great mountain. However, he had a feeling of becoming enlightened all of a sudden right now. Some problems encountered these few years, under Yi Yuan's answering, became transparent. You, kid, are really remarkable. In a short several decades, you actually made such great progress. We are already unable to talk as peers, Xiao Feng said speechlessly. Yi Yuan smiled and said, I also didn't expect that ever since stepping into another realm, there's a feeling of looking down from a high place. Many things that I didn't understand in the past, I can have it at my fingertips now. Regarding this, Xiao Feng had his breath taken away and he said, I really don't know what kind of realm can let you improve until this point. Looks like this old man can't just look forward blindly. According to what you say, the things that this old man left out in the realms before are seriously too many. Seeing that Xiao Feng understood to some extent, Yi Yuan smiled and said, Building a high-rise building, the foundation has to be deep. Otherwise, it will be a rootless weed and may collapse at any time. Regardless of whether alchemy or martial arts, the logic won't change. Xiao Feng deeply felt that way too and said, What my younger brother said is true. This old man will mend the pen after the sheep have been stolen when I go back. 1. The two people were just talking when little Fatty pushed open the door and entered. Xiao Feng looked over, his eyes involuntarily turning sharp. An upheaval change seemed to have occurred to little Fatty's entire person. The decadence on his face was swept clean away, his essence, energy, and spirit having a whole new outlook. Especially his eyes, it became sharp and radiant, becoming like a different person from before. The only thing that did not change was that round figure. And little Fatty's realm also rose rapidly, his realm breaking through to half-step origin deity. Just one more step and he could break through to origin deity realm. Seeing this scene, even Xiao Feng was unbelievably shocked. This heart-healing heavenly mark pill that Yi Yuan took out was simply an uncanny work of the gods. Yi Yuan, this medicinal pill of yours is really too incredible. After I refine it, I simply have a feeling of being remolded anew. Little Fatty said with an excited look. This feeling of being filled with power was truly long lost. Yi Yuan smiled and said, That's of course. This heart-healing heavenly mark pill's ingredients are extremely valuable. Even so, I collected 10 sets of spirit medicines too and refined 10 divine-grade heart-healing heavenly mark pills, picking out the one with the best quality and saving it for you. A divine-grade divine pill, the quality would have a minute difference too. Toward his own good brother, Yi Yuan naturally would not be stingy. When he was at the fiend race, he made use of his relations. Hi+P with the Fiend Medicine Hall and Fan family, and immediately collected 10 sets of heart-healing Heavenly Mark pills spirit medicines. If not for the materials being too precious, he even wanted to refine 100 divine-grade divine pills, picking out the best one among them. Little Fatty had a touched look and said, "Good brother." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Oh right, you comprehend the law of wind. Later, I'll find you refine a few wind language pills. It should be a cinch for you to break through to the origin deity realm." The wind language pill was the Gale Celestial Stone pill's weak version. It could help Heaven Glimpse realm martial artists comprehend the law of wind. Xiao Feng and Ning Xiu were both speechless. With such a brother, breaking through was so effortless. Dao realm alchemists were really too frightening. As long as Yi Yuan was given sufficient spirit medicines, he could even create an origin deity realm army within a short 100 years. And Master Yi. Right then, a shout came from outside the door. Immediately after, it was a burst of footsteps. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed, bringing everyone out to the lobby. In the lobby, Huang Qian's entire person was collapsed in a pool of blood, not an unscathed spot from head to toe. A large group of people ahead surrounded the entire hall until not even water could seep through. "Go, bring the person over for me." The one at the front was a half-step divine Lord Powerhouse who did not place Yi Yuan in his sights at all. This person was called Guozing. Dai Hall's #1 protector, his strength formidable. As for Xiao Feng, he did not release his realm pressure. That person could not see through his depths at all. A subordinate received the order and went, and was going to bring Huang Qian away. "Master! Yi, save me!" Huang Qian used all of his strength and shouted to Yi Yuan. Bang! Yi Yuan raised a foot, and that subordinate immediately flew out, half dead. Guozing. Ji's gaze turned cold and he said to Yi Yuan, "Punk, don't think that you can be COC KY by treating a few patients. This person is our Dai Hall's important criminal. Now we're going to capture him back. If you dare to poke your nose into what isn't your business, I'll tear down this little medicine shop of yours today." Guozing. Ji naturally knew about this Miracle Hand Parlor's foundation. It was said that there was even a divine Lord Realm Powerhouse who took action that day. Furthermore, it was even a member of the Ning family. It was just that member of the Ning family seemed to be very hostile towards the Miracle Hand Parlor. They naturally could not be their backer. Therefore, he did not place the tiny little Miracle Hand Parlor in his sights at all. Even if Xing Guan came, he did not fear in the slightest too. Yi Yuan could not be bothered with him. Bending down to check Huang Qian's injuries, his brows involuntarily knitted together. Huang Qian's injuries were very severe. Furthermore, he was even poisoned with a potent poison. If it were other alchemists, they would definitely be at the end of their ropes already. Yi Yuan moved like lightning, tapping a few times on Huang Qian's body, then fished out a healing medicinal pill and a detoxification pill, and stuffed them into Huang Qian's mouth. Huang Qian's expression eased up and he directly fainted away. When Guozing Ji saw that Yi Yuan completely ignored him, he could not help burning with fury. This punk was indeed as rampant as in the rumors. "Kid, I think that you're refusing a toast only to drink to a forfeit. Do you really think that by hanging a signboard, you can pick a quarrel with my Dai Hall? Just nice, Xing Guan isn't around today, I'll take care of you, this condescending brat, first." Guozing Ji laughed coldly and directly grabbed at Yi Yuan. A measly initial stage origin deity. Wouldn't he mow him down with a snap of a finger? Bang! He was brought down in a snap of a finger. In midair, Guowing Ji sprayed fresh blood wildly, directly knocking into several subordinates before barely managing to stabilize his figure. He scrambled to his feet. His gaze that looked towards Xiao Feng was full of shock. A powerful aura instantly filled the entire hall. That was the aura of a divine Lord Realm powerhouse. At this instant all of Guozing G's tyrannical aura completely became dim. Wasn't it said that the Ning family divine Lord Realm already returned to the inner city? Where did another divine Lord Realm powerhouse pop out from? Just what background did this little medicine shop have? Xiao Feng's expression was slightly dark as he said, "A measly day hall, so what if picking a quarrel with you all? A one make up for things." Chapter 1557 Hit ruthlessly. Chapter 1557 Hit ruthlessly. Why, your excellency, this lowly one had eyes but couldn't see and offended your excellency. This lowly one will get lost right away. Guozing G originally thought that Yi Yuan was a soft persimmon. He did not expect that Yi Yuan was actually a metal plate. Halt! Yi Yuan suddenly said in a cold voice. Guozing G's body turned stiff. Squeezing out a smile that was even uglier than crying, he said, What instructions does Master Yi have? Yi Yuan frowned and said, What's wrong with him? Huang Qian was his patient. Yi Yuan had just treated him, and he was immediately beaten by people until like this. He was also quite enraged in his heart. Although their standpoints were different, his impression of this uncle and nephew two people were still considered pretty good. Most importantly, Huang Qian was his proud achievement. That purple quill marrow extermination was indeed very troublesome. It was extremely hard to come by test for him too. If not for this, he also would not spend 4 hours to diagnose Huang Qian's pulse. Actually, Dai Hall's shameful deeds. He already guessed more than half when he saw Huang Qian. It was nothing more than Wu Feng feeling that he had a great loss of face and cast the fire on this uncle and nephew two people. Huang Qian's appearance probably meant that Huang Haoran was fraught with grim possibilities already. Yi Yuan was not some goody two-shoes. These two people did not have much relations. Hi+P with him. He did not need to stand up for them. But Dai Hall actually pursued it until they made him very upset. This Guozing G stammered, not knowing how he should answer. Yi Yuan said coldly, If you all caught him outside, I don't care and can't be bothered to care either. But you guys actually beat my patient until like this in the miracle hand parlor, and then you want to walk away just like that? Guozing G's expression was ugly to the extreme and he said awkwardly, Master Yi, this lowly one knows my mistake. Yi Yuan snorted coldly and said, Death penalty can be spared, but it's hard to escape punishment. Guozing G cried bitterness in his heart. But a divine Lord Realm powerhouse was there, so he really did not dare to be insolent and could only say, What does Master Yi want? Actually, Guozing G heaved a slight sigh of relief in his heart. At the very least, he preserved his life. Yi Yuan swept a glance at his subordinates and said coolly, You guys beat him up ruthlessly. Don't be too severe, let him return lying down and that will do. Pfft. Ning Xiu and Liang Wanru both could not resist laughing out loud. Yi Yuan was too bad. Opposite of them, everyone's faces turned stiff. The subordinates used strange gazes to look at Guozing Guozing G said in a solemn voice, I'll see which of you dare to make a move. If body makes a move, then I can only invite Brother Xiao to take action, Yi Yuan said coolly. Guozing G simply wanted to curse and swear, but he did not dare. Straight away, he could only have a bitter face and pointed at himself as he said, Hit ruthlessly. The subordinates exchanged glances and body dared to make a move first. Looking as Yi Yuan's expression was becoming increasingly grimmer, Guozing G immediately flew off the handle. King H.E.L. asked you all you hit, did you hear it or not? You all want to die, is it? Hit. Guozing G put on a brave front and said viciously. Looking at Guozing's behavior, the two girls covered their mouths and smiled. Even Xiao Feng was smiling too. Yi Yuan, this boy, his lousy ideas were really a lot. When the subordinates saw that the boss was already like this, they could only grit their teeth and hit. Bang, bang, bang. A series of punches and kicks. Guozing was beaten until he rolled on the ground, already beaten black and blue. Even though his subordinates' strengths were inferior to his, he did not dare to resist at all right now. He naturally could not avoid the agony of the flesh. However, Yi Yuan was still not satisfied and said with a cold snort, "I said before, I want him to go out lying down. You all don't forget who I am, how bad his injuries are can't hide from my eyes." Pooh work. Hearing this, Guozing immediately spewed out a mouthful of old blood and shouted, "Did you all not king eat rice? Put in some effort for me. Hitting like this, do you all want to hit until tomorrow morning?" While it hurt, how could the subordinates dare to deal a heavy blow? Whoever used too much divine essence, and got hated by the half-step divine lord boss, they would not even know how they died. Hence, while they hit, it was impossible to cause real damage to Guozing at all. But hitting like this, Guozing was even more painful instead. The feeling of fists punching onto the flesh was not that comfortable. With him roaring, the subordinates also knew that they could not be spared today, and could all only burst forth with divine essence, greeting onto Guozing's body. Before long, Guozing was at death's door and could not even speak. "All right, get lost then," Yi Yuan said in a solemn voice. The group of subordinates was akin to having been granted amnesty. Carrying Guozing they left like a puff of smoke. When the neighbors who did not know the truth saw this scene, they could not help being surprised. "Isn't that Dai Hall's chief protector, Guozing? I seem to have seen his subordinates beat him up just now." "It really seems so. Does this guy have a tendency for self-masochism? His own subordinate hit him and he actually still did not retaliate? Hang on. They came out of the miracle hand parlor. Could they have offended Master Yi? Master Yi is merely initial stage origin deity, so why is this bunch of people so scared of him? TSK, Master Yi is really unfathomable." Ning Xiu and Liang Wanru, two people, had long laughed themselves into fits already. "Hee, Master Yi, you're really too bad. How do you want him to lift his head up in front of his subordinates in the future?" Ning Xiu laughed hard and said. Yi Yuan smirked and said, "What does that have to do with me? They came to provoke me first. If people don't offend me, I don't offend people. If people offend me, heh. Yi Yuan let the shopkeeper tidy up and brought everyone into the inner hall. Yi Yuan sent a trace of divine essence into Huang Qian's body. Very soon, he slowly woke up. "Your second uncle is already poisoned to death by Wu Feng?" Yi Yuan asked. The moment Huang Qian heard Wu Feng's name, his two eyes turned blood red, the muscles on his face started convulsing. "Wu Feng, this brute! I must kill him," Huang Qian said and gnashed his teeth in hatred. Yi Yuan let out a sigh and reached his hand out to press on Huang Qian's head. A wave of gentle soul force invaded Huang Qian's sea of consciousness. Gradually, Huang Qian quietened down and became less maniacal, his entire person much more peaceful. Yi Yuan took his hand away and said, "Talk, say it out, it will feel better." When Wu Feng saw Guozing's miserable state, the corners of his mouth could not help twitching. Too miserable. This guy was already almost beaten until he did not have human form anymore. "Who did it?" Wu Feng said in a solemn voice. The group of subordinates looked at each other, not knowing what they should say. We were the ones who hit," a subordinate said softly. "Amen? What's going on? Made you all go out to capture a person, how did you all return like this?" Wu Feng said in a solemn voice. That subordinate recounted the incident that happened at the Miracle Hand Parlor. Wu Feng's brows furrowed together. This boy clearly just came from outside the city. But why would there be a Divine Lord Realm powerhouse backing him up? Humph. So what if Divine Lord Realm powerhouse? Could it be that I don't have a backer? This punk opposed me time and again. Does he really take me, Wu Feng, to be easy to need? This time, I must tear down your signboard and chase you out of Heavenly Eagle Imperial City. Wu Feng said with a cold snort. Chapter 1558 Drag over here for me. Chapter 1558 Drag over here for me. At the Pill Tower, the proud-looking Wu Feng appeared very respectful in front of this slightly fat old man. How has Master been? Wu Feng bowed down deeply. This old man was the Pill Tower's high-level deacon, a middle-stage 4-star alchemy god Deercry. Deercry was considered a senior deacon in the Pill Tower. His disciples spread all over the inner and outer city. Wu Feng was one of his disciples. As a disciple of the Pill Tower, Wu Feng naturally had the authority to enter the inner city. Regarding this disciple, Deercry was still quite satisfied. Although his talent was a little poor, having no hopes of breaking through to 4-star alchemy god, he was at least very filial to Deercry and very sensible. Such a person building his own influence in the outer city seemed to be a pretty good choice. "MN, you had a good intention. What interesting thing that you bring again this time?" Deercry said coolly. Wu Feng pulled out a jade flask and handed it to Deercry respectfully and said fawningly, "Master, this is an Iceheart jade flask that this disciple obtained recently. It's incomparably delicious." Deercry took it and opened the flask lid. An enticing aroma instantly filled the room. Deercry's eyes lit up and he praised, "Fine wine. Fine wine. You had the heart." Wu Feng's heart was dripping blood. One should not look at how this flask was not bit. It cost him several tens of millions of divine essence stones to buy it. A tiny flask of wine, the price was comparable to the consultation fee for treating Huang Qian's illness. Deercry was a 4-star alchemy god, so how could the things that could move him be ordinary items? Each time he entered the inner city, Wu Feng would rack his brains. Just as the Thunderclap gang showed him filial respect, the tribute that he offered up to Deercry each time similarly cost a lot. But with Deercry's support, the divine essence stones that he earned every year was also an astronomical figure. No loss. Even the Dongfang family did not dare to be disrespectful toward him. Deercry put away the jade flask, gave Wu Feng a glance and said coolly, "Did you run into some problems recently?" Wu Feng smiled and said, "Master can see through everything. Recently, a junior appeared in the South City. He simply has no respect for anyone, incomparably arrogant. He actually dares to claim to grant all requests, turning the South City upside down." Deercry raised his eyelids slightly and said with a smile, "It's that little medicine shop called Miracle Hand Parlor, right? Will grant all requests. Heh, I also heard about it. Truly high-sounding sentiments." Wu Feng hurriedly said, "Master has no idea. This punk's tone is more than big, it's simply huge without borders. Does Master remember a patient that I brought back then? Even Master couldn't find the cause of the illness?" Deercry thought about it for a moment and said in shock, "You're talking about that living dead person? Is it possible that punk actually found it?" Wu Feng nodded and said, This punk blindly stumbled upon it and he actually really cured him." Deercry's shock was by no means insignificant. A cause that even he could not find out, a 3-star alchemy god actually cured it? His gaze turned intent and he said in a solemn voice, "Then it looks like this brat really has some ability." Wu Feng was delighted inwardly, aware that his master was already somewhat unhappy. Immediately, he said with a cold smile, "Ability my *SS? He merely stumbled upon it blindly. What's even more infuriating is that subordinate of mine actually sold you out, saying that his nephew had once been treated by Master Deercry before and didn't even find any problem. You guess what that kid said? Deercry's gaze turned cold and he said in a low voice, "This seat doesn't like to play this kind of guessing game. Speak." Wu Feng hurriedly put on an incomparably indignant front and said, "Yes, master. That hateful brat actually said, 'Is this Master Deercry very amazing?' A 4-star alchemy G.O.D. is also merely so. Don't you find it infuriating?" Wu Feng gave embellishment to it, angering Deercry until he turned livid with rage. Bang! The tea table beside Deercry directly shattered into dust. The flesh on his face was convulsing. It could be seen how furious he was. A mere 3-star alchemy G.O.D. actually dared to utter such wild ravings. Could it be that you're going to let them carry on surviving? Deercry's gaze was sharp as he stared at Wu Feng and said coldly. Wu Feng put on an appearance of being bullied and said, "Master is unjust. How could I let this punk defile Master like so? At that time, I sent people to go smash the Miracle Hand Parlor. Who knew that this Miracle Hand Parlor's foundation is deep and found a Divine Lord Realm powerhouse from no idea where? Disciple really isn't a match." Divine Lord Realm's gaze turned cold and he said icily, "Just a Divine Lord Realm and he dares to vilify a Pill Tower senior, humph. This seat wants to see how hard their bones are." Deercry slowly got up, summoned a middle-aged man, and said in a solemn voice, "Tang Rui, take a trip with Wu Feng. Tear down that whatever Miracle Hand Parlor for me. Drag that punk called Yi Yuan here for me. As for that Divine Lord Realm, send him to the Martial Tower with interfering in the outer city's affairs as the reason." Tang Rui bowed and said, "Yes, Lord Deacon." Hearing Huang Qian's words, Yi Yuan sighed too, while Ning Xiu and Liang Wanru, 2 people, were extremely indignant. This Wu Feng is simply inhumane. Saved him before that it's a big deal? He can be so unscrupulous and unbridled? Angering this young lady to death. Ning Xiu was enraged until her chest heaved up and down, almost about to rush out to take revenge for Huang Qian. "Big brother Yi, this Wu Feng is indeed too infuriating. Their uncle and nephew, 2 people, were loyal and staunch. But in the end, they got this kind of ending. You have to stand up for them." Liang Wanru also said. Yi Yuan patted Huang Qian's shoulder and opened his mouth to say, "My condolences. Don't think so much first, stay here first and heal your injuries before talking." Huang Qian was stunned, his eyes revealing a look of despair. If even Master Yi did not care, then he would really have no hope of taking revenge. Wu Feng's power in the South City was not something he could shake. "And many thanks, Master Yi." Huang Qian gritted his teeth and answered. After Huang Qian left, the 2 ladies' gazes, when looking at Yi Yuan, was full of unhappiness. "Yi Yuan, I really misjudged you. Didn't expect that you're so cowardly and afraid of getting into trouble." Ning Xiu had an appearance that abhorred evil as if it were her enemy as she said, "Big brother Yi, are you really the big brother Yi that I know? That Huang Qian is already so tragic, you actually don't even help him." Liang Wanru questioned Yi Yuan for the first time. Yi Yuan laughed in spite of himself and said, "Didn't I already take him in? How else do you want me to help him? Shouldn't you go and capture that Wu Feng to bow his head and admit his guilt in front of Huang Qian?" Ning Xiu said indignantly. Yi Yuan smiled, but did not answer Ning Xiu, and went out the door. His attitude angered Ning Xiu until she stomped her feet and said, "Hey, what's with your attitude? Angering this young lady to death. This young lady wants to break off all relations with you." Yi Yuan was just about to go out the door when a benevolent-looking old man entered the Miracle Hand Parlor. "May I ask if Master Yi is around?" said that old man. Yi Yuan glanced at him rather surprisedly. He actually could not fathom the other party's depth. Could it be another Divine Lord Realm powerhouse? "I'm Yi Yuan. I wonder why is Senior looking for this Yi?" Yi Yuan said with clasped hands. When the old man saw that Yi Yuan was so young, he could not help getting a huge shock and said, "This old man is Xian Yu from the Pill Tower. I heard that Master Yi is an alchemy expert, so I purposely came to compare notes with you," exchanging views. Chapter 1559 Comparing Notes. Chapter 1559 Comparing Notes. Comparing notes? Not interested. Some random guy that he did not know wanted to compare notes with him. How could he have so much free time to entertain the guy? He already cured little Fatty now, and already had no worries. He could choose to not give anyone face. At the very most, he would hide in the purple extreme hall and run away. With a true G.O.D. mystic treasure, even this heavenly eagle imperial city's city lord could not breach its defenses too. Therefore, Yi Yuan had nothing to fear right now. The old man's face turned stiff, clearly not expecting that Yi Yuan was so disrespectful. Even if he did not know him, in this imperial city, mentioning the Pill Tower's name, he had never been so disregarded before. But Xian Yu was good-tempered and did not get angry. He was just about to open his mouth and exchange greetings but saw a group of people come out of the inner hall. Seeing Xian Yu, Xiao Feng's entire body trembled and he said in disbelief, "Could Sir be Master Xian Yu?" Xian Yu did not recognize Xiao Feng but was somewhat surprised too. This place actually still had a 4-star alchemy G.O.D. Hoo-hoo, it's precisely this old man. Pardon this old man for not remembering if I've seen you before, but I wonder who your esteemed self is? Xian Yu said with a faint smile. Xiao Feng gave a bow respectfully and said, "Junior is the Myriad Treasure Tower's Xiao Feng. The last time the Pill Tower hosted a sermon, Junior was lucky enough to listen to Master's teachings." Xian Yu smiled and was indifferent to it. The alchemists who heard him preach on Tao before in this heavenly eagle imperial city were truly too many. He naturally could not remember all of them. So that's how it is. But why would the Myriad Treasure Tower's alchemist be here? Xian Yu asked curiously. Master Xiao and that guy are old acquaintances. They knew each other very long ago already. At this time, Ning Xiu suddenly spoke up. Regarding Xian Yu's arrival, she did not feel surprised. It was just that she did not expect that he would come so quickly. Master? Xiao Feng's gaze turned intent, looking at Ning Xiu in great surprise. He completely did not expect that this girl's background was actually so great. Xian Yu was an authority CLA's figure in the Pill Tower. She was actually Xian Yu's disciple. Yi Yuan was slightly surprised too, not expecting that this old man was actually Ning Xiu's master. But this way it could be explained too. Most likely, the other party saw the Gale's celestial stone pill. That was why he would come to find him to compare note. Master Xian Yu coming here, could it be for Yi Yuan? Xiao Feng was not stupid either, guessing a trace of inkling very quickly. Xian Yu smiled and said, "Yes. I heard that Master Ye's alchemy Dao is peerless and specially came to ask for advice." Xiao Feng's pupils constricted. Although he knew that Yi Yuan was very formidable, for even Master Xian Yu to also respectfully call Yi Yuan master, it still made him feel extremely uncomfortable. One had to know that if Master Xian Yu stomped his feet, this heavenly eagle imperial city would quake. His attainments in alchemy were also far from what the average 4-star alchemy G.O.D. could compare to. Now, he was actually so humble in front of Yi Yuan. But Ning Xiu came to Xian Yu's side in a huff, pulled him away and said, "Master, don't exchange notes with this guy anymore. He isn't worthy." Humph. Xian Yu was somewhat surprised by Ning Xiu's attitude. This girl lauded Yi Yuan to the skies, so why did it seem like they fell out in a blink of an eye? He was not pulled away by Ning Xiu, but asked doubtfully, "La's, what's wrong?" Ning Xiu stomped her feet and recounted the matter of Huang Qian, uncle and nephew angrily and said, "Master, don't you think that this guy is infuriating? Not worthy of taking on any responsibility, still call master." Xian Yu looked at Ning Xiu, and then he looked at Yi Yuan again, and suddenly said with a smile, "Lass. What do you know? That uncle and nephew two people are Wu Feng's subordinate. Wu Feng also had a life-saving grace toward them. Although killing them is rather despicable, others can't talk behind his back at all. You ask Master Yi to intervene, what ident? 1. Tai would he use to go and intervene? There's no justifiable reason." When Ning Xiu heard that Master actually stood on Yi Yuan's side, she could not help saying angrily, "Why are you like this too, Master? Need what justifiable reason? Directly capture him. Will other people still dare to make idle talk?" Xian Yu smiled and said, "You la so impatient, craving for the world to be plunged into chaos. Master Yi is merely initial stage origin deity. Not only is the Dei Hall's own strength formidable, but they also have all kinds of connections with the Dongfang family and the Pill Tower. You asked him to go and intervene. Isn't this sending him into the tiger's maws?" Ning Xiu was anxiously and reproved. "Then, could it be that we're not going to do anything? Hu you la Did he say that he's not caring? Alright, you shouldn't worry, don't be concerned about it too much. Otherwise, go back and face the wall for 3 years," Xian Yu said with a smile. The moment she heard this, Ning Xiu immediately shriveled up. "Not worrying about it then? Humph." Ning Xiu made a funny face at Yi Yuan. But she also felt much more relieved in her heart. She knew that Master definitely saw through something, that was why he would say so. Yi Yuan was also very surprised. This old man saw it clear as day, and seemed to have already seen through him. Sure enough, this was not a simple old man. Turns out that Senior is Xiu's master. I've offended Senior earlier. Since Senior wants to compare notes on alchemy Dao, then enter the inner hall and chat then, Yi Yuan said and clasped his hands together. Xian Yu could not suppress laughter and said, "I didn't expect that in this heavenly eagle imperial city, this old man actually had to rely on my disciple's face to achieve my goal one day, haha." Wherever Xian Yu went, there were always many attendants crowding around. Who was not respectful to him? Who knew that today, an origin deity realm junior actually did not even pay attention to him? Yi Yuan's attitude clearly changed because of Ning Xiu. This made him unable to resist mocking himself. Entering the inner hall, Yi Yuan opened his mouth and said, "I wonder how Senior wants to compare notes?" Xian Yu had clearly long thought about it and immediately said, "Make it pill refining then." Ning Xiu immediately spoke up, "Master, you're a 4-star alchemy G.O.D., isn't this bullying people?" Xian Yu pulled a long face and said disgruntledly, "Go to one side and watch. In a while, when Master Yi and I refine pills, you learn properly. It's sufficient for you to benefit for life. Competing in pill refinement with Master Yi, what we're competing in are naturally rank 3 divine pills." Ning Xiu muttered to herself and retreated to one side reluctantly, while Xiao Feng was extremely excited. These two people sparing in pill refinement was absolutely the greatest flurries. HI+ing moment in the entire history of Heavenly Eagle Imperial City. But the audience were only him and Ning Xiu, 2 people. This was a Ma's Civ lucky chance. Chasing away Ning Xiu, Xian Yu turned to Yi Yuan again and said, "This old man prepared 10 kinds of pill formulas and prepared 2 sets of spirit medicines for each pill formula. Let's each refine 10 of the same medicinal pill, how about it?" Yi Yuan was naturally indifferent and said with a nod, "Up to your preference." Xian Yu nodded his head and said, "Then I'll go first. The first kind of medicinal pill, Silver Moon Point Star pill." For the sake of fairness, Xian Yu only used a rank 3 medicinal cauldron too. It was the medicinal cauldron that he used when he was still a 3-star alchemy God. The moment Xian Yu made his move, there was naturally the air of a master. Condensing the embryo, dowsing, refining the pill, it was done in one go. Yi Yuan observed from the sidelines, and could not help secretly nodding. As expected, worthy of being an important character that even Xiao Feng admired. This pill refining technique could absolutely count as a master. Silver Moon Point Star Pill. The primary ingredient is silver moon weed, point star seed, 2 kinds of rank 3 spirit medicines. But the key lies in the fusion of supplementary materials. After Xian Yu started refining the pill, Yi Yuan suddenly started reviewing it softly. Xiao Feng's and Ning Xiyu's eyes turned sharp and hurriedly perked their ears up, staring at Xian Yu with utmost concentration at the same time. Chapter 1560 Helping You Teach Disciples. Chapter 1560 Helping You Teach Disciples. The Silver Moon Point Star Pill's refinement difficulty is considered as medium difficulty. It was slightly easier than the Meridian Heaven Heart Pill. With Xian Yu's strength, it did not require too much time. After 4 hours plus, the Silver Moon Point Star Pill was done. Xiao Feng praised him. Master Xian Yu is indeed worthy of being the Pill Tower's second elder. This universe transfer hand is truly transcendent. This Silver Moon Point Star Pill, the lousiest, is probably superior grade 2, right? Xian Yu chuckled and said, "This old man has put on an incompetent performance. I wonder what Master Yi thinks about it?" Yi Yuan said coolly, "Barely pass. Sable, I guess. Some minute details are still not on point enough yet. But divine grade should be just about enough." Xiao Feng listened until the muscles on his face twitched heavily. To dare appraise Master Xian Yu like this, there was probably just Yi Yuan, right? But Ning Xiyu smiled playfully and said, "Master, he criticized you until you were utterly worthless just now. According to what he said just now, you were more than a tiny bit off. It's simply that you don't know how to refine pills." Xian Yu's eyes glimmered and he said, "Oh? What did Master Yi say just now?" The corners of Yi Yuan's mouth twitched. He was just explaining for her and Xiao Feng to listen just now. Xian Yu was, at any rate, an alchemy master and still had to have face. He did not expect that this girl was so tactless, saying it out to his face. Ning Xiyu did not hide it either, repeating Yi Yuan's words once. The more Xian Yu listened, the more solemn his expression got. Reaching his realm, his understanding of alchemy was naturally not what the average person could compare to. Even Xiao Feng was akin to a child in front of him. But some details that Yi Yuan said, they were all something that he had never paid attention to before. Some understanding regarding Tao. He was actually unable to fully comprehend it. But with his experience, he could naturally distinguish whether Yi Yuan said it correctly or not. He was certain that refining according to Yi Yuan's method, the quality would definitely attain greater heights. Even though reaching divine grade, this kind of level, the improvement in quality was negligible, the effect was heaven and earth. The Tao realm was actually so dreadfully appalling? This Silver Moon Point Star Pill was his specialty medicinal pill. He did not expect that there were actually still so many areas missed out. Master Yi is indeed well deserving of being a Tao realm master, able to recognize the whole through observation of one small part. This old man has been taught by you, Xian Yu said. Yi Yuan raised his eyebrows and said with uncertainty, "The Tao realm?" Xian Yu was surprised as he said, "What, could it be that you actually don't know your realm?" Yi Yuan smiled bitterly and said, "I broke through by chance. But regarding this realm, I'm completely clueless. Senior, please resolve my doubts." Xian Yu could not help being speechless. He did not even know about the Tao realm, and he could actually even break through. But thinking about it, that made sense too. Yi Yuan's level, unless he was an apex major powers disciple, otherwise, how could he possibly know about the existence of Tao realm? Straight away, he did not conceal it either. Xian Yu explained Tao realm for Yi Yuan to hear. After Yi Yuan listened to it, he finally understood his current realm. It seemed like when he recultivated alchemy Tao and used the 10 directions heaven-seizing art, it was already very close to the Tao realm. Through his experience in the heavenspan world, he finally broke through while being at the fiend race's territory. Yi Yuan clasped his hands and said, "Thank you, Senior, for resolving my doubts. It's my turn to refine the Silver Moon Point Star pill. Please don't laugh at my performance. But Xian Yu stopped Yi Yuan and said, Master Yi, wait a moment. Yi Yuan said in puzzlement, What is it? Xian Yu said, It's almost time, they should have arrived. Right then, the shopkeeper came in to report that 4 young men came outside. Bringing them in and taking a look, Ning Xiu nearly jumped up. Eldest senior brother, second senior brother, third senior brother, fourth senior brother, why have you all come? When Yi Yuan saw this lineup, how could he still not understand? He could not help smiling bitterly and said, Senior, you're borrowing comparing of notes to have me help you teach disciples. Eldest senior brother's brows furrowed, and he said with a cold snort, Teach disciples? A mere 3-star alchemy G.O.D. actually dares to boast so shamelessly. Master, your status is N.O.B.L.Y. How can you spar in pill refinement with a 3-star alchemy G.O.D.? Third senior brother said, Master, you made us come to watch a 3-star kid refine pills? Isn't this wasting time? Exclaimed fourth senior brother. Only second senior brother sized Yi Yuan up and down and did not say anything. But his eyes were also full of suspicion. It was true that Yi Yuan was too young. He was really unable to imagine that such a young man could refine the divine-grade Gale celestial stone pill. Xian Yu billowed his beard and said with a cold snort, The few of you, following this old man these years, you've already become somewhat condescending. Even Master has to show some respect towards Master Yi, but you guys actually dare to be disrespectful towards him? The 4 apprentice brothers' faces could not help changing when they saw Master get angry. Each and every one of them turned silent. But their faces had a big "not convinced" written on it. Even a fool could see it. These apprentice brothers, 4 people, the eldest senior brother and second senior brother, were both 4-star alchemy G.O.D.s. Third senior brother and fourth senior brother also both reached peak 3 stars and could break through at any time. How could they possibly be convinced by Yi Yuan? When Xian Yu saw their expressions, he was still about to fly off the handle but was stopped by Yi Yuan, who said with a smile, Senior, the ignorant is not to be blamed. You made 4-star alchemy G.O.D.s come and watch a 3-star alchemy G.O.D. refine pills. Anyone would feel indignant in their hearts. At least you have self-awareness. Eldest senior brother said with a cold smile. Yi Yuan glanced at him and said with a smile, How about this? I won't force you guys either. I'll compete in 10 pill formulas with your master. If I have a medicinal pill's quality lower than your master's, I'll kowtow and apologize for my offense toward you all right? Wildly arrogant. Ignorant. Ignorant of the immensity of heaven and earth. Yi Yuan's words made the 4 people explode all at once. Even Xian Yu himself also slightly revealed a look of surprise on his face. This kid was so confident. He knew that the Dao realm was formidable, but just how formidable, he had not seen it before. It was precisely because the Dao realm was hard to come by that he would call several apprentices to come and observe and study. These 10 pill formulas were all carefully selected by him, each harder than the last. Men all made mistakes, horses would stumble. This kid was so confident in himself? I approve. I approve. Master Yi, teach my senior apprentice brothers a good lesson. Let them know what's called heaven beyond heaven, and that there's always someone better. Ning Xiu craved for the world to be plunged into chaos, and clapped her hands gleefully. Eldest senior brother's face turned black, and he said unhappily, Little junior sister, just whose side are you on, to actually help an outsider? Ning Xiu stuck her tongue out and said, I'm naturally on Master's side. But it's really very hard for Master to want to win against Master Yi. Yi Yuan just smiled and said to Xian Yu, Senior, open the furnace. Xian Yu's palm shook, the Silver Moon Point Star pill flew out. It was shockingly a divine grade. When eldest senior brother saw the divine grade Silver Moon Point Star pill, he immediately smiled coldly and said, Saw that. This is true strength. Master already refined a divine-grade Silver Moon Point Star pill. I want to see how you are going to Serpa. SS him. A mere 3-star alchemy G.O.D., truly ignorant to the max. Kid, sprained your tongue talking big, right? Directly kneel down and kowtow then. Third senior brother also said. But Yi Yuan laughed in spite of himself and said, Who told you guys that divine grade can't be Serpa? As said? Chapter 1561, Above Divine Grade. Chapter 1561, Above Divine Grade. Heh, Serpa. S. Sing Divine Grade, you really dare to say it? I want to see how you Serpa. S. Divine Grade. Eldest senior brother said with a cold smile. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Then you open your eyes wide and take a good look at it. When Yi Yuan started refining pills, even Xian Yu showed a hint of a solemn look too, staring at him without moving his gaze. Ever since learning that a Dao realm expert appeared in the city, Xian Yu could not fall asleep at night, very much wanting to witness the bearing of an expert. Today, he finally got his wish. The moment the divine fire rose up, the aura of great Dao filled the entire medicine refining room. The faces of the 4 apprentice brothers changed, their faces revealing a look of surprise. This kind of might was what even their master could not achieve. The refining difficulty of the Silver Moon Point Star pill was at most considered elementary to Yi Yuan, and did not take much effort. When refining, he had it at the tips of his fingers. After 2 hours, amidst everyone's dumbfounded gazes, Yi Yuan finished refining. Xian Yu furrowed his brows, appearing rather puzzled, while the 4 apprentice brothers were shocked to the core. Putting aside realm, Yi Yuan's standard of refining rank 3 divine pills were absolutely not below masters. Just this point shook them off several streets behind. Although eldest senior brother and second senior brother were 4-star alchemy GODS2, refining rank 3 divine pills still fell short of reaching this degree of having it at the fingertips. What amazed them the most was that Yi Yuan was just an initial stage origin deity. After finished refining the medicinal pill, his divine essence did not show the slightest sign of being deficient. Face not red, heart not pumping, just like he played around only for a while. How is it, eldest senior brother? Convinced or not? Ning Xiu's voice suddenly sounded out by his ear, making eldest senior brother jump in fright. Eldest senior brother snorted coldly and said, Have some strength, but definitely did not Serpa. S. Master's divine grade. In my view, whether or not this Silver Moon Point Star pill can reach divine grade is enough to sputter. Ning Xiu smiled and said, Relax, Master Yi refining Silver Moon Point Star pill, it's impossible to not be divine grade. When refining the Gale Celestial Stone pill, Ning Xiu had witnessed before Yi Yuan's Chaos Heavenly Star art. She knew that Yi Yuan did not go all out at all. She even knew that Yi Yuan's true strength was likely when refining the Heavenly Blood Marrow Changing pill. The refinement that time, even she did not see it. Ning Xiu was very much looking forward to it, not knowing whether Master could force out all of Yi Yuan's strength today or not. Since Yi Yuan did not bring out his true strength, he must be very confident in his refinement. However, eldest senior brother was very disdainful as he said, TSK? Do you think that divine-grade medicinal pills are all cabbages? Even if he can refine divine-grade divine pills, it's also not possible to Serpa. S. Master. Is that so? Yi Yuan smiled slightly, his palm shaking. The medicinal pill flew out of the medicinal cauldron. Everyone's gaze landed on that little medicinal pill, their gazes involuntarily turning intent. This Silver Moon Point Star pill was shockingly divine grade too. Like I said, it's impossible for Master Yi to not be divine grade. Ning Xiu smiled and said. Eldest senior brother pursed his mouth and said, Although this medicinal pill is divine grade too, it's at most on par with Master's. It's still him who lost. Xian Yu rolled his eyes at him and said huffily, Little punk, don't shoot your mouth off. This round, it's Master who lost. Master Ye's Silver Moon Point Star Pill is already infinitely close to ethereal divine grade. Eldest senior brother's gaze turned intent and he said in disbelief, Master, you aren't joking, right? There's really someone capable of refining divine grade medicinal pills to ethereal divine grade? Xian Yu snorted coldly and said, Otherwise, why do you think Master called the few of you over? Divine grade was not the end. Amidst divine grade, it was even divided into 5 major realms: Purple Spirit Divine Grade, Void Spirit Divine Grade, Vast Spirit Divine Grade, End Spirit Divine Grade, as well as the legendary Spirit Link Divine Grade. This was the same as refining metals. Alchemists were never able to excavate 100% of the spirit medicine's medicinal effects. The higher the quality of the medicinal pill, the higher the purity. These 5 stages, each increase in level, the medicinal effects of the medicinal pills would increase several times. Divine-grade medicinal pills were actually because the purity reached a certain tipping point. This limit stumped countless alchemists. But above this limit there was still room for improvement. It was just that to be able to have improvements above divine grade again, it was basically exceedingly rare. With eldest senior brother's level, refining not too difficult 3-star divine pills, if he got lucky, it could refine divine grade too. But that was just the most ordinary purple spirit divine grade. As for void spirit divine grade, eldest senior brother basically never thought about it before. Even if he refined rank 2 divine pills, rank 1 divine pills, he could not refine void spirit divine grade medicinal pills too. However, Yi Yuan refining a 3-star divine pill actually infinitely approached void spirit divine pill. This was too inconceivable. Xian Yu put the 2 medicinal pills together and said to the 4 apprentice brothers, You all see it by yourselves, what's the difference between these 2 medicinal pills? Eldest senior brother's gaze sharpened and he exclaimed, It's really much clearer than your medicinal pill. It's a shame, just a little bit more and you can refine a void spirit divine grade divine pill. Eldest senior brother had his interest aroused and was itching to have a go too, forgetting the bet for a moment, and could not help lamenting. Void Spirit Divine Grade, that was a legendary grade. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Master Xian Yu, let's go on to the next round then. Xian Yu nodded and said, Let's start. This time, I'll go first still. The 4 apprentice brothers came back to their senses. Eldest senior brother pursed his mouth and said, The medicinal pills at the back will definitely get harder and harder. I don't believe that he can overpower Master in every kind of medicinal pill. This kowtow, he's prostrating for sure. But along with the Pa-s sing of time, they became more and more shocked. Yi Yuan's performance was frighteningly stable. In the wake of the refining difficulty of the medicinal pills becoming harder and harder, when Xian Yu reached the 3rd round, he was already unable to refine divine grade divine pills. But Yi Yuan's were still divine grade. This doesn't conform to common sense. The greater the difficulty of the medicinal pill, the harder to refine high-grade medicinal pills. But why can he keep on refining? Eldest senior brother said in shock. Yeah. How in the world did this guy do it? Is he still human? Second senior brother Ding Sun also exclaimed. It can only be said that his strength towers far above these medicinal pills, so that he can perform so stably. Except, what kind of realm did he reach? Third senior brother said with an emotional sigh. Yi Yuan's pill refinement subverted their understanding of alchemy. It was simply powerful until it made people despair. They never dared to imagine that refining divine-grade divine pills were as simple as eating and drink. Very soon, the 5th round ended. Yi Yuan's medicinal pill came out of the furnace. Still divine grade. Xian Yu's gaze finally became solemn. He finally knew that Yi Yuan did not go all out in the 1st round at all. If he used all his power, refining void spirit divine grade was absolutely no problem. The strength of Dao realm was too terrifying. Boom. Everyone was currently immersed in shock when a loud noise suddenly came from outside. Yi Yuan, get out here and die for this old man. Also, that divine Lord Realm powerhouse, you actually dare to intervene in the affairs of the outer city. Now, the Marshal Tower has already sent people over to capture you. Hurry up and come out to be executed. Outside, Wu Feng's yell sounded out. A bunch of infatuated people were currently battling in alchemy until they were enthralled but was interrupted by this cry. How annoying! Chapter 1562 Scold you to your face all the same. Chapter 1562 Scold you to your face all the same. Miracle Hand Parlor's front door was directly blasted into smithereens. Inside the hall was a mess. All kinds of spirit medicines were scattered everywhere. The shopkeeper hid at one side and did not even dare to breathe loudly. The pressure emitting off of Tang Rui's body made him shudder. Call Yi Yuan out. Today, this Miracle Hand Parlor is going to disappear from the South City. Tang Rui said coolly. Right at this time, a group of people suddenly poured in. The one in the lead was the Thunderclap Gang's chief head, Xing Guan. When Xing Guan saw Tang Rui, his complexion could not help turning pale. But he still forcefully calmed down and said with clasped hands, This lord, I wonder what my Miracle Hand Parlor has done wrong to actually startle the Marshal Tower. Tang Rui glanced at him and said disdainfully, A mere ant, what qualifications do you have to question this divine lord? Scram. A scram word rushed straight over, carrying a surge of world power. The Thunderclap Gang's few brothers could not even block it and were directly sent flying, fresh blood spouting out wildly. Xing Guan had already stepped foot into half-step Divine Lord. But in front of Tang Rui, he still could not stand up to a single blow. Tang Rui was not Xiao Ryu, that kind of newbie. He was a second-layered Heaven Divine Lord powerhouse. With a wave of a hand, he could kill Xing Guan and company. If not for the Marshal Tower's rules restraining, Xing Guan and the rest would already be corpses now. Xing Guan crawled to his feet, gritted his teeth and said angrily, Your Excellency, the Marshal Tower has the Marshal Tower's rules too. You want to destroy my Miracle Hand Parlor's business indiscriminately, where's the logic? At this time, Wu Feng smiled coldly and said, You want a reason, is it? Yi Yuan colluded with Divine Lord powerhouses and disturbed the South City's order. I wonder if this crime is sufficient or not. Xing Guan's expression changed and berated furiously. Wu Feng, you're set out to condemn someone and have no difficulty finding a pretext. The Miracle Hand Parlor's Divine Lord Realm powerhouse only came to exchange on Alchemy Dao with Master Yi Yuan. When has he disturbed the South City's order before? Tang Rui's eyes narrowed and he said with a cold snort, This Divine Lord doing things still need you to tell me right or not. Keep talking rubbish, and this Divine Lord won't be courteous anymore. Under the powerful oppression, the muscles on Xing Guan's whole body was quivering. However, he still stubbornly did not retreat. Xing Guan reeked of an uncultured air and valued loyalty the most. Yi Yuan treated OL second. He was overflowing with gratitude toward Yi Yuan. Furthermore, Xiao Ryu breaking through last time, if not for Yi Yuan, the Thunderclap Gang would have long been wiped out. Hence, when he learned that Wu Feng brought people over, he brought his brothers and rushed over straight away. Except, he did not expect that Wu Feng actually invited over a Marshal Tower's powerhouse. Looks like you won't shed tears without seeing the coffin. Tang Rui gave a cold snort, pointing a finger at Xing Guan. The scent of death hit from head on. Under this finger, Xing Guan did not have any leeway to resist at all and could only shut his eyes and await death. Boom! Right then, an aura that was not weaker than Tang Rui's rudely inserted between the two people. Tang Rui retreated several steps in a row, his aura in turmoil. He did not use his full power just now and suffered a hidden loss all at once. He was just about to fly off the handle when he suddenly saw the white-clothed youth behind Xing Guan, and his expression could not help changing. Lu Yi, you? Why are you here? Tang Rui said in surprise. Lu Yi was the Pill Tower's rising star. It was very likely that he would inherit Master Xian Yu's mantle in the future. In contrast, Tang Rui's position in the Martial Tower was much worse. He could only climb up the ranks to be Master Dirkrai's follower. Tang Rui, how awe-inspiring you all, running to the South City to flaunt your prowess. If you have the capability, go put on airs in the Martial Tower. Lu Yi said sarcastically. Tang Rui did not expect that Lu Yi was so demeaning, mocking him the moment he came up. At once, he snorted coldly too and said, I'm under Master Dirkrai's orders to capture the Divine Lord Realm martial artist who disturbed the South City situation. Lu Yi, could it be that you want to oppose me? In a few rounds, Lu Yi and the few apprentice brothers already prostrated on all fours in front of Yi Yuan. They really gleaned considerable benefits today, and were just chatting away gaily in the inner hall, but it was swept clean by Tang Rui's arrival. How could he not be angry? Seeing Tang Rui pull out Dirkrai to suppress him, he smiled coldly and said, Dirkrai? Dirkrai is a fart. Someone who takes advantage of his seniority. Master Xiao Feng that you're talking about is my best friend and is currently debating on Dao with me. If you want to capture him, are you going to take me away together too? Tang Rui could not maintain his composure and said angrily, You're breaking the Imperial City's rules here. I'll definitely report to the Martial Tower and Pill Tower when I go back. Lu Yi said disdainfully, Have it your way, but you have to be prepared to suffer my wrath. Tang Rui's expression changed and was somewhat in a dilemma for a moment. The strength of Xian Yu's lineage was too fearsome in the Pill Tower. Not only was Xian Yu's own strength fearsome, but also the disciples that he groomed, each and every one, all of them were the Pill Tower's young generation leaders. Only the head elder's lineage could contend with Xian Yu's lineage. Although Dirkrai was the head elder's faction, in front of Xian Yu, he was not enough to look at all. As for him, Tang Rui, there was no need to even say any more. In the inner city, he was merely a minor character. If the heavyweights got into a fight, he might become a sacrifice. Wu Feng did not even dare to let out a sound by the side. This level of exchange was already not what he could inject. He totally thought that with his master coming forward, he could definitely annihilate the Miracle Hand Parlor today. Who knew that another great deity popped out here again? His ident. 1. Tai and status were even extraordinary. Even Tang Rui did not dare to be overly insolent. At this moment Wu Feng's heart had collapsed. Just what kind of magic did Yi Yuan this punk have? Why would this place continuously have great deities coming and going? But just as he lost all hope, a slightly fat old man slowly entered the Miracle Hand Parlor. Wu Feng's eyes shone brightly. He was incomparably agitated. Lu Yi, your guts aren't small, to actually dare scold this old man behind my back? This old man who suddenly appeared was none other than precisely Dirkrai himself. Tang Rui had just left when Dirkrai got the news that Lu Yi apprentice brothers 4 people went out of the inner city. And the destination was precisely the Miracle Hand Parlor. This new involuntarily made Dirkrai become solemn. With the few of them around, Tang Rui definitely could not gain any advantage. Hence, he decided to come here personally. As for Xian Yu, his whereabouts were naturally not what Dirkrai could grasp. He did not know that Xian Yu had long been a step ahead of Lu Yi they all, and entered this tiny Miracle Hand Parlor already. When Lu Yi saw Dirkrai, he was slightly stunned too. But very soon, he snorted coldly and said, Who said that I'm scolding you behind your back? I'll scold you to your face all the same. A guy who takes advantage of your seniority. Xian Yu himself was very indifferent toward authority. But his alchemy strength, even the head elder was very apprehensive toward it. Hence, in the Pill Tower, the head elder always suppressed and ostracized Xian Yu's lineage. Furthermore, Dirkrai was also a veteran of bureaucratic play and trickery. Lu Yi naturally disliked him. Lu Yi, as Xian Yu's head disciple, did not have any favorable impression of Deer Cry at all. Even though Deer Cry was a high-level deacon, Lu Yi's status in the Pill Tower did not lose out against Deer Cry by a large margin. Deer Cry did not expect that Lu Yi was so condescending. His expression became incomparably gloomy, and he said with a cold snort, "Your lineage is indeed a bunch of calves without upbringing. Scandalous! This old man will teach you all how to respect the seniors properly today on behalf of Second Elder." Chapter 1563 Spar. Chapter 1563 Spar. The moment Deer Cry's aura was released, everyone's faces changed. He was a sixth-layered Heaven Divine Lord. Wanting to teach a lesson to a few first- and second-layered Heaven Divine Lord juniors, wasn't that easily accomplished? Except, he did not see fear on Lu Yi's face. Instead, he saw thick ridicule and disdain. Deacon Deer Cry is very domineering, huh? To actually want to help this old man teach disciples. Except, to do so to this old man's disciples, it is probably isn't your turn to come and teach them, right? A group of people came out of the inner hall in a file. The one in the lead was precisely Yi Yuan, while Xian Yu walked at Yi Yuan's side. Regarding Xian Yu showing up here, Deer Cry was incomparably shocked. Why would the high and lofty Xian Yu come to an inconspicuous little medicine shop in the outer city? But what made him even more shocked was that this group of people was actually headed by a young man. Deer Cry was a veteran too. This detail landed on Deer Cry's eyes, naturally transmitted a lot of information. Seeing this scene, Deer Cry's pupils shrunk slightly, incredibly shocked in his heart. He could not help sizing Yi Yuan up. What ability did this boy have, to actually be able to make Xian Yu willingly walk behind as a contrast? This small until it could not be smaller little medicine shop seemed to be remarkable. After the shock, Deer Cry recovered his cool very quickly and said in a light-hearted manner, "Turns out that Second Elder is here too. But these few disciples of yours have no regard for their elders, really losing face for our Pill Tower." Xian Yu's temperament was good and always held himself aloof from the world. But Deer Cry's words still made him rather uncomfortable. No regard for their elders? Ho-ho, Lu Yi is very respectful towards this seat. Where's the talk of showing no regard for his elders? Deacon Deer Cry is managing things a little too broadly, right? Xian Yu said coolly. Deacon faked a smile and said, "This old man is, at any rate, the Pill Tower's high-level deacon, and is also considered the same generation as Second Elder. Could it be that your disciples can't respect me as a teacher? Saying that I'm taking advantage of my seniority in front of everyone's face like this, if this isn't showing no regard for their elders, what is it?" Xian Yu could not help choking, uncertain how he should refute. In terms of eloquence, he was really not Deer Cry's match. Their lineage was at a disadvantage in this aspect. Seeing that one sentence stumped the other party, Deer Cry was even more pleased with himself and said with a cold smile, "Second Elder, showing no regard for one's elders, according to the Pill Tower's rules, they have to be punished by 100 floggings of a broad paddle. I wonder how you view it?" Xian Yu's gaze turned intent, finally having a trace of anger. This Deer Cry was overbearing, really a paradigm of taking advantage of his seniority. Yet, his words squeezed Xian Yu until it was enough to choke. Xian Yu also knew that these few disciples of his were very dissatisfied with Deer Cry. But this kind of temper tended to be easy to suffer losses. 100 paddles were not considered a severe punishment. But if it really hit, that was hitting Xian Yu's face. Lu Yi also had panic on his own face. Earlier, he showed complete disregard for Deer Cry by relying on the fact that his master was here. But at times, strength could not determine everything. The Imperial City had its own rules of the game. He seemed to have incurred trouble for his own master. Actually, it was not once or twice that his apprentice brothers had suffered such a loss too. But they truly could not stand it. Just as everyone was at a loss on what to do, Yi Yuan said coolly, "Old thing, You got to have the strength to be people's elders. Do you have it? Dear Cry was currently being pleased with himself. When he heard this, his face could not help turning dark and he said in a cold voice, "Where did this punk kid come from, to dare speak to this seat like this? If this seat doesn't have the strength, could it be that you have it?" Yi Yuan glanced at him and said coolly, "If I didn't guess wrongly, Huang Qian should have been diagnosed by you, right? You couldn't even identify his ailment, but I cured him. Could it be that I'm not as strong as you?" Once these words came out, the crowd burst into an uproar. Oh yeah, Huang Haoran personally said at that time that he had once found a 4-star alchemy G.O.D. to take a look before. This 4-star alchemy G.O.D. was probably Wu Feng's master, right? A 4-star alchemy G.O.D. actually couldn't even identify the illness, truly disgraceful. TSK, Master Yez will grant all requests signboard isn't hung in vain. At least in this aspect. He's much stronger than 4-star alchemy G.O.D.S. Outsiders had yet to react, but Yi Yuan discerned the other party's flaws at a glance. The words when uttered immediately reversed the situation. Dear Cry shot a fierce glare at Wu Feng. Wu Feng's neck shrunk, knowing that his master was angry. This matter, everyone did not associate them together. Now Yi Yuan saying it out was simply blatant face smacking. When Lu Yi saw this scene, he could not help looking toward Yi Yuan gratefully. Yi Yuan's one sentence resolved their master and disciple's awkwardness. However, Dear Cry clearly would not submit obediently. He said with a cold snort, "Brat, everyone has their shortcomings and merits. Any alchemist also dare not guarantee that they can cure any illness. Moreover, you are you, Lu Yi is Lu Yi. You're not a member of the Pill Tower and isn't bound by this rule. But he is." Dear Cry's thoughts were very meticulous. He was not so easy to deal with. Otherwise, Xian Yu would not be at the extent of suffering losses at his hands repeatedly. Yi Yuan stealthily subs. 1. 2'd the concept and dragged him out, but he came to realize the truth very quickly and plucked Yi Yuan out. This way, Yi Yuan became an outsider. What more could he say? Dear Cry also realized that there might be something strange about this Yi Yuan. That was why Xian Yu's lineage would gather here. Hence, he avoided the sharp edge and bit onto Lu Yi and not let go. Lu Yi's standard, Dear Cry, was all too clear. His potential was not bad, but his pill-refining strength, at the present, it still did not reach him, this middle-rank 4-star alchemy G.O.D. The corners of Yi Yuan's mouth curled slightly and he said disdainfully, "Is that so? Since you think that you're his senior, then you should probably be stronger than Lu Yi?" Deacon said coolly, "That's of course. If this seat is not even as good as a junior, how can I be a high-level deacon? Kid, you aren't thinking of making him spar with me, right?" Hiss, the surroundings drew a cold breath. They were all stunned by Dear Cry's Iden. One tie. The Pill Tower's high-level deacon, this was simply a G.O.D.-like existence. To these outer city martial artists it was simply lofty and out of reach. They also did not expect that Wu Feng's master's status was actually so ill. U.S. Trias. Yi Yuan pursed his mouth and said disdainfully, "So what if yes? Not letting you witness the strength of young people, you'll never know how ignorant you are." When Lu Yi heard this, he could not help somewhat losing confidence and could not refrain from saying to Yi Yuan, "Master Yi." Yi Yuan stared at him, his eyes like torches as he questioned, "What? You don't even have the courage to have a fight with him?" Lu Yi's age was far older than Yi Yuan, but in front of Yi Yuan, he was just like a junior. His gaze turned sharp and he said in a solemn voice, "Of course I do." Yi Yuan said coolly, "Then isn't it settled? If you can't even deal with this old fogey, how will you inherit Master Xian Yu's mantle in the future? Today, let this old fellow take a look at your strength." The moment Dear Cry heard, he could not help laughing wildly and said, "What a joke! Brat who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Courage has to be established on the basis of strength. Courage without strength, that's called a moth flying into the fire. Understand? Chapter 1564 The True Strength of Tao Realm. Chapter 1564 The True Strength of Tao Realm. Xian Yu did not make any sound by the side. He wanted to see what means Yi Yuan had. Although he did not like fighting, Deer Cry was merely a jumping clown in his eyes. Yi Yuan's suggestion made him look forward to it very much. Lu Yi's strength, he was all too clear. It was still a long way off from Deer Cry's. Although Deer Cry's personality was a little scoundrelly, he also had real skill. Otherwise, it would also be impossible to become the Pill Tower's high-level deacon. Yi Yuan glimpsed at Deer Cry and said impatiently, "So much rubbish, are you here to squabble? You just say whether you dare or not. If you don't dare, don't put on the airs of a senior. Who the hell are you?" Deer Cry's face turned black and he said in a solemn voice, "Compete then. Will this old man still be scared of you all, these juniors? But what if this old man wins?" Yi Yuan said coolly, "Didn't you come to stand up for your disciple? If Lu Yi loses, I'll close down the Miracle Hand Parlor and scram out of Heavenly Eagle Imperial City." Deer Cry secretly cursed Yi Yuan for being razor-tongued, each sentence making people as uncomfortable as having eaten a fly. His face fell and he said in a cold voice, "That's what you said. If this old man wins, I still want Lu Yi to kowtow to me and admit his mistake in public." Yi Yuan pursed his mouth and said coolly, "You choose the medicinal pill. I need 2 hours' time. Of course, the medicinal pill that you choose must be within the scope of Lu Yi's ability." Buzz. Yi Yuan's words made the surroundings explode all at once. Even Xian Yu also revealed an incomparably surprised expression. Letting the other party choose the medicinal pill, this was handing the initiative to the other party's hands. This kind of compet. 1. Tie-in, whoever picked the medicinal pill would undoubtedly have the advantage. Because the medicinal pill that each person was good at was different. Deer Cry's strength was above Lu Yi's in the first place. Now, even letting the other party pick the medicinal pill, wasn't this courting death? Is Master Yi crazy? Isn't this putting the neck against other people's blade? I admit that Master Yi is very formidable, but this already isn't rampant, this is seeking death. I really don't know how Master Yi thinks, to actually hand the initiative to the other party to exchange for 2 hours' time. What are 2 hours enough for? Deer Cry was first stunned, then immediately laughed his head off and said, "Ha ha, brat, you're really someone ignorant who's fearless. Do you really take yourself to be someone notable? Letting this old man choose the medicinal pill, this old man will toy you to death." He turned to look at Lu Yi and said smugly, "Lu brat, I heard that you're studying the 7-aperture quiet enlightenment pill recently? Why don't we compete in this?" The moment these words came out, Lu Yi's face became ugly to the extreme. Wisconsin H.I. plus ing to pounce up and bite Deer Cry to death with one bite. At the same time, he also somewhat blamed Yi Yuan in his heart too. This kid really blindly made a decision. Now, things were great, there was not even a trace of hope anymore. "No way. Deer Cry, you're bullying people here," Ding Sun said furiously. Third senior brother also said anxiously, "You clearly know that eldest senior brother can't refine the 7-aperture quiet enlightenment pill and still deliberately picked this medicinal pill to compete with him. Simply shameless." The more anxious these few apprentice brothers got, the more pleased with himself he became. He laughed loudly and said, It's this brat who let this old man pick the medicinal pill. Why, now that this old man picked it, you guys aren't willing again. Could the 7-aperture quiet enlightenment pill not meet the requirements?" 7-aperture quiet enlightenment pill was a consumable type medicinal pill. It could help martial artists increase their ability to comprehend great Tao for a short time and was extremely popular. But the refinement difficulty of this medicinal pill was notoriously great. Although it was an initial rank 4-star divine pill, many middle rank 4-star alchemy gods could not refine it. Lu Yi's talent was pretty good, but the time he spent immersed in 4-star divine pills was not long after all. 7 Aperture Quiet Enlightenment Pill. Lu Yi had already researched for a long time, but he did not make much progress all along. Up till now, he could not refine it either. The difficulty of the 7 Aperture Quiet Enlightenment Pill was also considerable for Deercry. But the problem was, he could still refine this medicinal pill. On this point, he completely trashed Lu Yi. But Yi Yuan brushed it over and said, "No matter, just it then. The spirit medicines, you guys prepare yourselves. I don't have it here. You guys, follow me inside." Finished talking, Yi Yuan turned around and entered the inner hall. Xian Yu's group of people exchanged glances, but they still followed Yi Yuan in. "Master Yi, I can't refine the 7 Aperture Quiet Enlightenment Pill. How to compete still?" The moment he entered the door, Lu Yi said anxiously. "Yeah. Master Yi, you're also too reckless. Even if we really want to compete, how can you take the initiative to give up choosing the medicinal pill?" Ding Sun also said. "All right, haven't competed and already lost." Fourth senior brother said unhappily. Only Ning Xiu's beautiful eyes swiveled around, seemingly thinking of something, and could not help faintly somewhat look forward to it. All right, what are each and every one of you doing? Since Master Yi dared to say so, he must have nothing to fear with something to back him up. You guys stop worrying about it. See what he says. Ning Xiu said. Yi Yuan smiled at Xian Yu and said, "Didn't you want me to help you teach disciples? You guys will get off cheap together." That old punk, I'm very p.I.s. set off looking at him too. Xian Yu's eyes lit up and he said, 2 hours' time, could it be that Master Yi is going to refine the 7 Aperture Quiet Enlightenment Pill? Yi Yuan laughed in spite of himself and said, "Even if I reach Dao Realm, it's also impossible to refine a 4-star divine pill right now." Everyone was disappointed. Xian Yu said, then Yi Yuan said, "The 7 Aperture Quiet Enlightenment Pill, I'm unable to refine. But the 5 Aperture Quiet Enlightenment Pill is nothing difficult." Lu Yi's brows furrowed slightly and he said, 5 Aperture Quiet Enlightenment Pill. I can refine too. Even if it doesn't reach Master Ye's level, it wouldn't be too poor either. But rank 4 divine pills are 2 completely different things from rank 3 divine pills. Yi Yuan looked at Lu Yi and said with a smile that was not a smile, "Is that so? Do you understand alchemy Dao like this? Great Dao connects to the heavens, interlinked and connected. Rank 4 divine pills are much more profound than rank 3 divine pills, this is true. But the same type of medicinal pill is Pa-S, said down the same lineage. The Dao contained within them have highly similar aspect. If you think that rank 4 divine pills are higher level than rank 3 divine pills and isolate them separately, then you've made a grave error." Lu Yi was stunned when he heard, but he knew that what Yi Yuan said was right. But the internal connection between medicinal pills was not so easy to link together. Actually, when studying this 7 Aperture Quiet Enlightenment Pill, Xian Yu said this to him before as well. But he could not do it. Everyone had a pondering look. Yi Yuan came before the medicinal cauldron, retrieving a 5 Aperture Quiet Enlightenment Pill from inside his storage ring. He opened his mouth and said, "There's only one chance, look closely." Suddenly, the aura on Yi Yuan's body suddenly changed, becoming sacred all at once. Inside the entire medicine refining room teemed with the aura of Dao. But this time, it was goodness knows how many times stronger than when they were refining pills previously. Yi Yuan's entire person seemed to have transformed into a region of chaos, giving people an unreal feeling. At this moment, Yi Yuan seemingly incarnated to become the master of creation, becoming incomparably surreal. Xian Yu's gaze turned intent and he cried out in shock, This, Turns out that this is the true strength of the Tao realm. Chapter 1565 Never Forget Till Death. Chapter 1565 Never Forget Till Death. Hey, 2 hours are up. Still not coming out, it will be considered as you all admitting defeat. Although Dear Cry believed that victory was at hand, he would not give Yi Yuan more time. He started clamoring outside before 2 hours were up. He was a 6th-level Divine Lord powerhouse. Mustering up divine essence to shout, it could naturally transmit into the inner hall. Creak. The door of the inner hall slowly opened. A group of people appeared in everyone's line of sight once more. Dear Cry's gaze landed on Lu Yi and could not help being startled in his heart. No idea why, he felt that some kind of change took place on Lu Yi. Seeing ghosts. Merely 2 hours' time from start to finish. Could it be that that kid can really defy the heavens? No, wait, this must be an illusion, Dear Cry secretly said in his heart. Actually, not just him, everyone had this peculiar feeling. However, they denied their thoughts very quickly. Because 2 hours' time was totally impossible to change the outcome of this compet. 1. Tian. Alchemy Tao required the immersion of time. The disparity between Dear Cry and Lu Yi simply could not be made up for with just 2 hours. If 2 hours could change the results, then wouldn't the other alchemists year after year of bitter cultivation become a joke? It's still not too late to admit defeat now. If you concede right now, kowtow whatever can be brushed off. You all just have to stop meddling in other people's affairs and hand over that brat will do. Dear Cry said with a fake smile, but his gaze darted at Yi Yuan. Lu Yi pursed his mouth and said disdainfully, "If I can't win you, this old fellow today, wouldn't you act like a tyrant in front of me every single day in the future? I'm going to let everyone know today that you, this old thing, have no right to posture in front of me. You, going in for 2 hours, your mouth became hard when you came out. But talking big got to have the capital too. With just the likes of you, you're still far from it." Dear Cry laughed loudly and said. Lu Yi snorted coldly and said, "Enough bulls. Hi+T we'll only know after competing." Dear Cry smiled and said, "Since you're impervious to reason, then I'll let you witness what's the strength of a senior." The two people did not pick a place either, squaring off inside the hall of this miracle hand parlor. Hearing that a 4-star alchemy god was competing in alchemy at the miracle hand parlor, this news swept throughout the entire South City like the wind. Quite a number of alchemists all acted without delay upon hearing it, coming forward to witness the bearing of a 4-star alchemy god. This level of pill refinement was extremely hard to come by for him. Normally, they would not have the chance to see it at all. Now, the miracle hand parlor's front door was directly blasted away. Everyone on the streets could also take in everything at a glance. The spirit medicines were already in place, the two people started refining pills. The moment it began, Dear Cry's veteran and prudent side were displayed in its entirety. Facing the 7-aperture quiet enlightenment pill, this level of spirit medicine, he controlled each step very carefully, virtually without oversight. The bearing of a master was displayed in its entirety. In contrast, Lu Yi's control in all aspects were clearly not as experienced as Dear Cry. When Wu Feng saw this scene, his heart settled back in place. Master is indeed worthy of being master. How can he possibly be what a brat can compare to? Yi Yuan, this kid, let his imaginations run wild. He thinks that he's the medicine ancestor, casually giving a pointer or two, and he can make people advance by leaps and bounds. Wu Feng said disdainfully. Although Tang Rui did not know alchemy, the two people's level could still be discerned. When this compet 1. Tian is over, the face of Second Elder's lineage will be lost all the until to the outer city. He'll probably have to tuck his tail between his legs and behave for a very long period of time, Tang Rui said with a smile. When Ning Xiu saw the two people's pill refinement, her face revealed a worried look, and she said to Yi Yuan, Master Yi, eldest senior brother, he doesn't seem to be as good as that old fellow. Yi Yuan smiled and said, relax, it just started. The things that he just learned, he still hasn't mastered it thoroughly yet, so he'll appear a little awkward. But he's already done very well. At least up until now. He meets a certain standard and didn't show major flaws. Talking up to here, he could not help looking at Xian Yu and said, Brother Xian really has good eyesight. Have to admit, your disciples are all promising talent. But Xian Yu smiled bitterly when he heard it and said, they are all good materials, but sadly, this old man has neglected them these few years. If you were the one to teach them, probably before long they can all surpass this old man already. Xian Yu was not tearing Yi Yuan up. After witnessing Yi Yuan's true strength, he finally understood his disparity with Yi Yuan. This kind of disparity, he probably could not make up for it all his life. The profundities of the Tao realm could not be described using words at all. He examined his heart and felt that he already walked very far along the path of alchemy. It was not to say invincible among those in the same rank, but at least in 4-star alchemy God realm this level, those who could surpass him were rarely seen. But he was simply like a pupil in front of Yi Yuan. 4-star alchemy GODs are indeed all incomparably formidable. This level of pill refining means are simply mind-blowing. Formidable is formidable, but that young man is clearly much lousier. Old Ginger is still hotter than the new. How can an initial rank 4-star alchemy God possibly be a middle rank 4-star alchemy God's match? No matter how powerful Master Yi is, what can 2 hours change? Amen? Something seems to be wrong. You guys, look at that Louis. Some kind of change seems to have happened to him. Seems like he brought everything together and mastered it thoroughly. There were quite a few experts and sharp-eyed people present who discovered the change on Lu Yi's body very quickly. The FLU's tur from the very beginning until now was already proceeding steadily, and actually had signs of gradually catching up to Deer Cry. Wu Feng's standard was very formidable among 3-star alchemy GODs. This kind of change naturally could not escape his eyes. The expression on his face gradually changed from relaxed to solemn. Seemingly sensing Wu Feng's change, Tang Rui asked curiously, "What is it?" Wu Feng's face revealed a suspicious look and he said, "Something's wrong. It's impossible. How can such a thing happen? Lu Yi's speed of improvement is too fast." This was just refining a medicinal pill. In the process of refining a medicinal pill, it was not possible to have such a leap in improvement. But now, this kind of impossible thing appeared in front of them. Furthermore, Lu Yi's improvement got faster and faster. In the end, traces of Tao Accu mulations actually emerged in the medicinal cauldron. The exclamations in the crowd became stronger and stronger. The expressions on their faces became unusually fascinating. At this time, even a fool could tell that Lu Yi's pill refinement this time was extraordinary. Time slowly trickled by. After 5 hours, it was only to hear Lu Yi giving out a loud cry, "Condense!" All of the Tao Accu mulations integrated into the medicinal cauldron. At this time, Lu Yi felt every pore on his body open up, refres. HI plus ing to the extreme. This feeling of a complete HI plusing it in one go, he had never caught it before. But this time it was really realized. Deer Cry had no distractions in his heart and was still dripping with sweat. A hint of disdain flashed across in Lu Yi's eyes, and he came before Yi Yuan, bowed deeply and said, "Lu Yi thanks Master Ye's grace of guidance very much, never forgetting till death." Chapter 1566 Turning Stone into Gold by Touching. Chapter 1566 Turning Stone into Gold by Touching. This scene has such a discordant feeling. A 4-star alchemy God actually gave such a solemn salute to a 3-star alchemy God. A 3-star alchemy God D. Giving pointers to a 4-star alchemy G. O. D. To breakthrough. If not for seeing it with my own eyes, I definitely won't believe. Just what kind of G. O. D. Lay person is Master Yi. Such strength in alchemy is truly too terrifying, right? A 4-star alchemy God giving such a solemn salute to a 3-star alchemy God, this image was too impactful. To all of the outer city alchemists, 4-star alchemy GODs were God-like figures. But now, this God-like existence actually paid such solemn respect to a 3-star alchemy God. Yi Yuan smiled and said, I said it before, I'm annoyed by this old fellow too. If he dares to compete with me, I'll definitely wreck him to a frazzle. Everyone could not help being speechless when they heard it. But Body doubted the truth of these words. Casually giving pointers for 2 hours and Lu Yi had such tremendous improvement, if he personally took action, what kind of concept was that? If competing in rank 3 divine pills, even if Deercry was more than a major realm higher than Yi Yuan could also trash him. This point, no one had any objections. Within rank 3, Yi Yuan was undefeatable. Lu Yi smiled and said, this guy just has a face that's asking for a beating. However, even though the 7-aperture quiet enlightenment pill is refined, I still don't have much confidence in winning him. Yi Yuan smiled and said, relax, this guy's level is too lousy. He can't refine a high-quality 7-aperture quiet enlightenment pill. Level 2 lousy. Everyone was speechless again. The other party was a pill tower deacon. His level was too lousy? Perhaps this was a heavyweight. Another hour said, Deercry finally successfully refined it. He was very satisfied with his performance. The quality of the medicinal pill this time shouldn't be poor. But when he saw the Lu Yi who was taking things easy at one side, his gaze involuntarily turned sharp. This punk was done so fast? Or was it the refinement failed? Yes, it must be that the refinement failed. Otherwise, how could he possibly be faster than him? Thinking up to here, Deercry laughed mockingly and said, what? Refinement failed? Young man, you still have a future, but you have to be on guard against conceit and rashness, especially respecting your elders. The moment these words came out, everyone's faces became peculiar. Although Lu Yi's medicinal pill was not out of the furnace yet, they could at least confirm that the medicinal pill was definitely refined. Furthermore, barring no accidents, the quality was not low. Lu Yi laughed in spite of himself and said, refined it long ago, just waiting for you to open the furnace. Lu Yi choked and said in disbelief, you refined successfully? Lu Yi could not be bothered with him and said coolly, enough nonsense, open the furnace. Deercry's brows furrowed, and he said with a cold snort, open the furnace then, would I be scared of you? Finished talking, he directly uncovered his own medicine cauldron. The 7-aperture quiet enlightenment pill flew out. Seeing his medicinal pill, Deercry could not help laughing loudly and said, high grade. It actually really reached high grade. Kid, admit defeat. Even if you refined the 7-aperture quiet enlightenment pill by chance, with your strength, it's impossible to reach high grade too. This time, Deercry could be said to have performed beyond his usual standard. 7-aperture quiet enlightenment pill. His normal level was basically all at middle grade. The refining difficulty of this medicinal pill was very high. Forget about middle rank 4-star alchemy GODs. Even high rank 4-star alchemy GODs could not refine such high quality every time as well. Seeing that this medicinal pill was high grade, he was already incomparably certain of his victory. Wu Feng had an agitated look too. The 7-aperture quiet enlightenment pill's difficulty, he was naturally aware. Being able to refine high grade could already be said to have locked in the victory. Because the 7-aperture quiet enlightenment pill was the 5-aperture quiet enlightenment pill's improved version, so everyone was no stranger to this medicinal pill. For Deercry to be able to refine high grade, It was already sufficient to see his skill. Too bad, I even thought that Lu Yi could defy the heavens. I didn't expect that he actually was defeated. Pill Tower's high-level deacons indeed aren't simply boasted out. That's true ability. However, Lu Yi's performance is already very good. His future should be much brighter than Master Deercry. The surrounding alchemists all expressed their regret. Everyone harbored a trace of antic 1p-ation toward Lu Yi. Everyone did not expect that it was actually this kind of conclusion. Not just them, even Lu Yi himself, the expression on his face also became unconfident. Heh, what are you wasting time for? Don't dare to open the furnace? Scared of losing? Brat, seniors are seniors, not what you, this kind of junior, can defy. Deercry said with a smug look. Bang! Right at this time, Yi Yuan dealt a palm through the air, directly hitting onto Lu Yi's medicinal cauldron. A medicinal pill flew out, attracting everyone's gazes. Hiss, high grade. It's actually high grade too. My God, an initial rank 4-star alchemy God actually refined a high grade 7 aperture quiet enlightenment pill too. Too impressive. Lu Yi is indeed worthy of being a matchless existence among the Pill Tower's junior generation. This kind of strength, who else is there? If I were to say, it should be Master Yi who is impressive. Lu Yi originally couldn't refine this medicinal pill. Master Yi gave him pointers for 2 hours and he actually refined a high grade. This is simply turning gold into stone by touching. That's right, Master Yi is truly a model for our generation. This level of strength simply takes people's breath away in wonder. Cries of exclamations sounded out everywhere. Everyone was stunned by Lu Yi's 7-aperture quiet enlightenment pill. Lu Yi himself was also dumbfounded. He really refined a high-grade 7-aperture quiet enlightenment pill? Deercry was dumbstruck with astonishment too. This brat actually refined a high-grade 7-aperture quiet enlightenment pill? Even Xian Yu and the rest were incomparably shocked. Ha, eldest senior brother, you're really too incredible. Ning Xiu laughed loudly and said. Deercry's face fell and he said, being smug for what, still haven't tested the pill yet. His quality will definitely be better than mine? You go and test the pills yourself then. Your medicinal pill merely barely managed to reach high grade. Lu Yi's medicinal pill already approaches superior grade. Similarly high grade, the one who loses is you. Yi Yuan said coolly. He was very sensitive to the smell of medicinal pills and already determined the strength of the quality. Deercry clearly did not believe in heresy. But when he placed the 2 medicinal pills together, his expression immediately became ugly. Indeed, as Yi Yuan said, he lost. Completely and utterly lost. Ha, this is your ability as a senior? Can't even beat my eldest senior brother, still want to call yourself a senior? 4th senior brother laughed loudly. Ding Sun also laughed and said, just the likes of your level, still high-level deacon. I think that you've become intoxicated with bureaucratic play for so many years that you've already pretty much forgotten your main profession. Xian Yu also felt very proud and said with a slight smile, Deercry, what else do you still have to say? This old man's disciple has already defeated you. Deercry's expression changed again and again. This place, he could not stay for a second anymore. He, an exalted Pill Tower's high-level character, actually could not even beat a junior disciple. This was simply unprecedented humiliation. Unprecedented shame and humiliation. After today, how would he still lift his head in the Pill Tower? You all don't get CKY. Today's matter, we're not finished. Deercry gave a cold snort, his figure moved, and he directly disappeared. Wu Feng and Tang Rui had baffled looks. Defeated just like this? Chapter 1567, This Yi proposes a toast to you. Chapter 1567, This Yi proposes a toast to you, ha. I finally broke through. Half-step Divine Lord. This step has eluded me for how many years? Today, I finally took you down. Inside a hidden chamber, Zhu Yongtian started laughing wildly. Secluding for a month, he finally broke through to the half-step Divine Lord realm. This step had troubled him for many years. Once he broke through, he would also be an apex existence in the entire outer city. Master Ye's alchemy Tao is unparalleled. One medicinal pill let me break through the bottleneck that had plagued me for many years, Zhu Youtian said with vicissitudes of emotion. A month ago, Yi Yuan came to the Thunderclap Gang's headquarters and gave the few of them brothers a medicinal pill each. It was this medicinal pill that let him break through the bottleneck. Toward Yi Yuan, he had the utmost admiration. Zhu Yongtian slowly got up and said to himself, I wonder how those few fellows are? Master Yi taking action, they probably broke through successfully too, right? Coming to the headquarters hall, he saw that boss Xingguan was already there. Seeing Xingguan, Zhu Yongtian's eyes lit up and he said in pleasant surprise, Big brother, you're almost breaking through? The aura on Xingguan currently was very unstable, a feeling of breaking the cock. And to become a turfly, seemingly going to burst at any time. The joy on Xingguan's face could not be concealed in the slightest, and he said with a smile, All thanks to Master Ye's 5-aperture quiet enlightenment pill, I finally touched that layer of threshold. When the South City's matters have been dealt with, I'll enter terminal seclusion and strive for an early breakthrough. Zhu Youtian was overjoyed and said, Congratulations and felicitations to Big Brother. That Xiao Ryu probably never dreamed that he broke through to Divine Lord Realm and did not unify the South City, but we did it. Xingguan smiled and said, I also didn't expect that I really have the chance to step into Divine Lord Realm in this lifetime. All thanks to Master Yi. If not for him, our Thunderclap gang would likely have long been destroyed. Zhu Yongtian nodded and said, What we owe Master Yi is really too much. Before long, the third head also came to the hall. Xingguan and Zhu Yongtian's eyes both lit up and they said with pleasant surprise, third, you broke through too. 3 half-step divine lords in one gang, who will still dare to be insolent in front of my Thunderclap gang in the future in this South City. The third head's strength was slightly weaker than the second head's, but he had also long stepped into grand completion origin deity. Consuming Yi Yuan's medicinal pill, he also successfully broke through to become a half-step divine lord. After learning the news that Xingguan was about to break through to the Divine Lord realm, Third Head was also extremely excited. Before long, Fourth Head, Fifth Head, and the rest all exited seclusion. Each one all broke through without the least bit of surprise. Xingguan said with vicissitudes of emotion, An alchemist like Master Yi is simply too terrifying. He used a month's time to create an unshakable force in the South City. When the few people heard, they also had a feeling like a lifetime had said. Ever since encountering Yi Yuan, their Thunderclap gang underwent earth-shaking changes. Recalling back then, when Yi Yuan requested them to change names, they nearly even came to blows. Thinking about it, they all had some lingering fear. If they were to really fall out with Yi Yuan, the consequences would be very terrifying. Xingguan's gaze suddenly became sharp and he said in a solemn voice, The South City has been in chaos for so many years. It's also time to establish a new order. That very night, blood flowed like a river in the South City. The Silver Feather Gang's chief head, Luo Yu, was personally killed by Xingguan. As for the Sun Moon Gang's He Xiao, he also died under Zhu Yongtian's palm, finally avenging the enmity of an arrow. The Thunderclap Gang annexed the Sun Moon Gang and Sun Moon Gang, becoming the South City's #1 major power. Under the Thunderclap Gang's persecution, the Dongfang family and Dai Hall chased Wu Feng out. That very night, Wu Feng died on the street. As a result, the South City formed an arrangement of 1 dragon and 3 tigers. The Thunderclap Gang ran a monopoly. Immediately after were the three great families. While at this time, Yi Yuan was currently walking on Wu Meng capital city's streets calmly and composedly. Really can't imagine, how did such a low-grade capital city groom a peerless genius like you? Ning Xiu looked at Yi Yuan and said with a puzzled look. Yi Yuan smiled and said, my experiences here weren't so pleasant. Otherwise, there wouldn't be this trip either. While talking, a group of people came to a luxurious restaurant. It was precisely the Clearwind Inn. Yi Yuan smiled and said, come on, the dishes in this restaurant are pretty good. Let's go upstairs and wait for them. Entering the Clearwind Inn, the shopkeeper recognized Yi Yuan at a glance. He could not help trembling all over, revealing a disbelieving expression. Why Yi Yuan? Why you actually came back? The bloodbath on the streets back then, Yi Yuan killed 5 grand completion Heaven Glimpse Academy students alone, akin to a killing God. The shopkeeper's impression was very deep. Hence, seeing Yi Yuan at first glance, he recognized him. Yi Yuan was not surprised and said with a faint smile, yeah, came back. The shopkeeper hurriedly pulled him to one side and whispered, how can you return? Although so many years have already passed, said, the wanted order for you has never been revoked. With you returning, isn't it walking right into a trap? Yi Yuan was somewhat surprised and said with a smile, I even thought that you'd blow the whistle on me. The shopkeeper laughed and said, what are you saying? You were the entire Wu Meng capital city's hero back then, defeating several hundred capital cities' elites in the 100 cities smelting trial, bringing back glory to Wu Meng capital city. I didn't expect that city lord actually treated you like this. Hurry up and go, there are eyes and ears everywhere in the Clearwind Inn, how can you show up here? Yi Yuan smiled and said, it's okay, shopkeeper, bring up fine wine and good dishes for me. Revisiting an old place, this young master's mood is pretty good, haha. Finished talking, Yi Yuan went straight up to the second floor, leaving behind a baffled-looking shopkeeper. Even if 20 years had passed, said, Yi Yuan was still a legend of Wu Meng capital city. Because of the things that he did, no one could match it in the history of Wu Meng capital city. The shopkeeper still served Yi Yuan and the rest wine and food. Yi Yuan raised his cup and said with little Fatty with a smile, revisiting an old place, what emotions do you feel? Little Fatty shook his head and said, I've long become indifferent. Right now, I only want to obtain powerful strength and tell those people who looked down on me before that I'm living very well. Yi Yuan smiled and said, you see, there you go again. Oh, you said that you're indifferent, but actually you're still living in the shadow of the past. That joker little Fatty back then is already gone? Little Fatty said indifferently, people need to grow up. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, mental demon not disappearing, whence the grow up? Only by going back to yourself can it be considered truly walking out. The group of people was chatting away when teams of city guards already surrounded the Clearwind Inn like an iron bucket. The originally noisy street became very quiet. An icy cold aura crept out within the Clearwind Inn. Yi Yuan, come out and prepare to die, an icy cold voice sounded out. The shopkeeper ran up hastily, his head covered in cold sweat as he said to Yi Yuan, you see, I asked you to be more careful, right? Commander Zhao has already brought the city guards and surrounded the Clearwind Inn like an iron bucket. Now you're hard-pressed to escape even if you grow wings. Yi Yuan smiled. He gestured toward the shopkeeper to sit on a chair there, and he said with a smile, shopkeeper, you're pretty good. Come, this ye will propose a toast to you, cheers. Chapter 1568 Battling Half-Step Divine Lord. Chapter 1568 Battling Half-Step Divine Lord. Goodness me, the fire is already catching the eyebrows, but you're still in the mood to drink alcohol? The shopkeeper said urgently. Yi Yuan smiled and patted his shoulders as he said, already surrounded, also can't run out now. We have to enjoy life to the fullest and not let the golden wine goblet reflect the moonlight alone. Come, cheers. Finished talking, Yi Yuan clinked GLAS ses with the shopkeeper and downed it in one go. How could the shopkeeper be in the mood to drink wine? His entire person was fluid tiered right now. He hoped that Yi Yuan could run away, but he was more afraid at this time due to the army. The army outside, just the aura could make people have a breakdown. The hand he held the wine cup trembled incessantly, resulting in the wine spilling out a lot. Clearly, he was terrified to the extreme. The moment the army moved, the entire Clearwind in would turn to ashes. Yi Yuan gave him a glance and said with a smile, "Shopkeeper, your Clearwind Inn will keep on operating in Wumeng capital city. Don't need to worry." Done talking, Yi Yuan's figure flashed, directly jumping out from the window. On the streets, soldiers dressed in armor looked powerful in neat ranks, gazes sharp, giving people a strong visual impact. These soldiers were all the city Lord Manor's elites, selected soldiers and powerful generals under Zhao Yi. Swuz. H. Plus swuz. H. Plus swuz. H. Plus the moment Yi Yuan appeared, countless spears stabbed towards Yi Yuan. But Yi Yuan just shook slightly and the long spears scattered away one after another, leaving behind a large stretch of open space. Even in the Fiend Race army, Yi Yuan could come and go as he pleased. What did mere city guards count as? If Yi Yuan wanted to go on a killing spree, not a single person here could escape. However, his goal was Zhao Yi and Qin Zhaoyun, and not these ordinary soldiers. When Zhao Yi saw Yi Yuan, his pupils involuntarily constricted and he cried out in shock, You actually broke through to the middle stage origin deity realm." Yi Yuan had several billion on him. His speed when cultivating was naturally extremely fast. Just not long ago, he already broke through to the middle stage origin deity realm. Recalling when Yi Yuan left back then, he had merely just broken through to the initial stage Heaven Glimpse realm. Less than 20 years had said. He actually directly improved by a major realm. This cultivation speed was simply terrifying to the ear. Furthermore, Zhao Yi knew that Yi Yuan was not an ordinary origin deity realm martial artist. He could jump realms to fight. Back then, when he just entered the initial stage Heaven Glimpse realm, bringing along Gui Yun, he cut down 5 Academy elite disciples. Among them even included 3 grand completion Heaven Glimpse martial artists. This kind of battle achievement was simply perverse and crazy. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Commander Zhao, how have you been? This welcome ceremony is rather special." Yi Yuan stood with his hands behind his back, the air of a sovereign spreading out. His aura alone actually overshadowed everyone. Zhao Yi could not help suffocating. Yi Yuan was no longer that academy disciple who could be needed as they pleased anymore. Zhao Yi's eyes narrowed and he said with a cold snort, "Looks like these few years, you really grew quite a bit. But you should know, you're nothing in front of City Lord His Excellency." Yi Yuan said coolly, and then? Zhao Yi's face turned slightly dark and he said, "Surrender without resistance, you have no chance." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "With just the likes of you?" Zhao Yi said, "Looks like you're very confident. I want to weigh just how powerful your strength is right now. All move aside for me." Under Zhao Yi's word of command, those soldiers hurriedly backed away. This level of battle was already not what they could take part in. But they did not think that Lord Commander would lose to a brat still wet behind his ears. A half-step divine lord would lose to a middle stage origin deity? Got to be joking. Is there a mistake? This Yi Yuan is also too freakish, right? It has only been 20 years. He actually directly improved by a major realm. But even so, there's also no way that he can be Commander Zhao's match, right? After all, Commander Zhao is a half-step divine lord. Although Yi Yuan could jump realms and battle when at Heaven Glimpse realm, half-step divine lord already has a portion of a divine lord powerhouse's strength. It's not what Yi Yuan can deal with at all. Yi Yuan still has the temperament of a young man. He's too anxious in taking revenge. With his cultivation speed, in probably less than 100 years, he can step into Divine Lord realm. At that time, returning to take revenge again will be practically certain. On the street far away, seeing these two people confronting each other with swords drawn, they all started to lament one after another. A genius like Yi Yuan was hard to come by once in 100,000 years. They did not expect that this time, he actually came to walk right into the trap. Zhao Yi raised his long spear, the aura of a half-step Divine Lord displayed in its entirety. Such a powerful aura was simply a D-like existence in Wu Meng capital city, this kind of place. Far away, everyone all marveled in wonder. Half-step Divine Lord powerhouses taking action was extremely rare. But the Yi Yuan opposite him still had a calm and collected appearance, and was completely indifferent to this powerful oppressive force. Zhao Yi was secretly alarmed in his heart. He actually could not find a dead angle of attack from Yi Yuan's body. As expected, this kid's strength already can't be mentioned in the same breath as before. This battle absolutely cannot underestimate the enemy, Zhao Yi thought in his heart. Reaching his realm, the perception toward functional activities of vital energy was very sensitive. Although Yi Yuan's imposing momentum was much weaker than him, no idea why, Yi Yuan gave him a very dangerous feeling. This kind of feeling was very bizarre. Blazing sun heart-seizing spear. Finally, Zhao Yi could not resist, a spear suddenly attacked. He knew that this first move, he already lost. The moment this spear attacked, he totally did not have the confidence of certainty in the past. Because he completely could not find where Yi Yuan's weakness was at. The mighty power of laws ruptured, virtually shattering the SPAC. Right at this time, Yi Yuan moved. Zhao Yi's gaze turned intent. Yi Yuan actually became blurry in his eyes. Was this a misconception? Hang on. How could he, a half-step Divine Lord powerhouse, possibly produce this kind of misconception? The next instant, alarm bells sounded out for Zhao Yi. A feeling of immense danger welled up in his heart. A sword seemingly shuttled through the void, sing through his power of laws, arrived in front of his face. Zhao Yi was greatly shocked in his heart. No time to think, he immediately raised his spear. Clank! The two people separated upon contact. Zhao Yi looked at the Yi Yuan not far away. There was an unreal feeling. You actually comprehended spatial laws. The shock in Zhao Yi's heart could not be any greater. That blow just now was absolutely spatial laws. He broke through to half-step Divine Lord. Although he did not comprehend spatial laws, he could already preliminarily utilize basic spatial laws. That sword earlier was absolutely spatial laws integrated into sword Dao laws. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "This is the strength of half-step Divine Lord?" Merely thus. Come, fight again. Done talking, Yi Yuan's figure became indeterminate and fleeting. Misty sword art. Zhao Yi was startled inwardly and hurriedly raised his spear to meet the enemy. Facing the Yi Yuan who comprehended spatial laws, he did not dare to slight him in the least bit. A moment of carelessness, and that sword of Yi Yuan's which was elusive as a ghost would claim his life. At this time, another two figures were plussing over. Ha ha ha, Zhao Yi, you're also too useless. Can't even take care of a middle-stage origin deity. When Qin Zhaoyun saw that Zhao Yi could not take him down after a long fight, he laughed loudly.